the pop queen's nanny boyfriend. My cousin said, that trash collector, Chen Dong, do you want a wife? And so, Chen Dong went on a blind date and met a popular female star. Chapter 1, Chen Dong of Chaos Stone Bay. Hey, isn't that Chen Dong from Chaos Stone Bay? In a seaside village resort area, Chen Dong was picking up beverage bottles in a woven bag when he suddenly heard someone calling out to him from behind. Turning around, he saw a well-dressed middle-aged woman. Chen Dong blinked and quickly searched through their original owner's memories to recall any information about the middle-aged woman. It's my cousin. Weren't you working at the matchmaking agency in the city? I am working there, the woman replied. But now, I'm organizing a matchmaking event at this resort. All the rich folks from Haijin City are here. By the way, you don't have a partner yet, right? I'll introduce someone to you. Introduce someone to me. Chen Dong pointed to himself in surprise. Since arriving in this world, he had quit his former 996 job and returned to his hometown to farm. In his spare time, he found ways to earn pocket money and lived a carefree life. However, to the neighbors and relatives, he was considered a lazy, good-for-nothing man. To introduce him to a partner seemed like pushing someone's daughter into a fire, and such high-end matchmaking events clearly weren't his thing. I'm not kidding. Come on, let's go, his cousin said enthusiastically, grabbing his arm and pulling him toward a nearby restaurant by the sea. In the restaurant's corner booth, there were several couples engaged in quiet conversation. It certainly looked like a matchmaking event. Chen Dong was firmly dragged by his cousin to a booth in the corner. A woman was already sitting there waiting, wearing sunglasses that hid her face, but her sharp nose and full red lips hinted that she was an exquisite beauty. Her attire was also quite sophisticated, a high-end dress, bright purple high heels, and an alligator skin handbag, exuding a vibe of a woman who had plenty of money and style. Hello, Su-cheong. The wealthy woman stood up and greeted him. Her long, dark wavy hair swayed, carrying a faint fragrance with it. It was a very high-end perfume scent. Chen Dong. Chen Dong smiled and nodded but couldn't help but feel speechless inside. In his past life, he'd struggled through all kinds of social events, always with women by his side, but he never got around to anything serious. Before he crossed over, he had been forced to attend similar matchmaking events, like this one, where women like Su-cheong, who were both beautiful and wealthy, would never even acknowledge a man unless he had a few $100 million to his name. Alright, you two chat. I'll go to the restroom. His cousin seemed to be afraid he'd back out and hurriedly left to give them space. Su-cheong leaned back into the booth, her eyes behind the sunglasses scanning Chen Dong. She politely asked, sit down. Want something to drink? Chen Dong glanced at the disappearing figure of his cousin, a smirk tugging at his lips. He had no choice but to sit across from Su-cheong and check out the self-service ordering machine. However, as soon as he looked at it, he couldn't help but laugh and curse under his breath. Did they sprinkle gold dust in the drinks? This is ridiculously expensive. Su-cheong was stunned for a moment, a bit confused. But the guests at the surrounding booths were already laughing at Chen Dong's complaint, struggling to hold back their laughter. It was clear that the resort was taking advantage of the situation to overcharge customers, and everyone knew it. But Chen Dong had just insulted the place in front of a beautiful woman. Not only was it embarrassing for him, but what about how the woman would feel? As a man at a matchmaking event, wasn't he a common courtesy to offer drinks to the lady? Moreover, with a beautiful woman in front of him, even if the drinks were a bit expensive or even made with gold dust, it should have been a small price to pay to offer her something nice. In the restaurant office at the same time. Mr. Liu, I introduced her to a trash collector. Just you wait, this will be fun, his cousin said with a smile, as she was led into the office by the restaurant manager to meet a handsome young man holding a tablet. At that moment, the tablet speaker blurted out, did they sprinkle gold dust in the coffee? This is ridiculously expensive. The screen on the tablet was showing the restaurant's high-definition surveillance footage, directly focusing on Chen Dong and Su-cheong. Har, this is interesting. A female celebrity, huh? She dared to turn me down. If I don't make her life miserable today, I'm not a man, the handsome young man laughed heartily. Looking at his cousin, he nodded approvingly. You did a good job. The restaurant manager immediately pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills and casually tossed them to the cousin. The young man thought for a moment and then added, get in touch with the paparazzi, tell them we've got some juicy gossip on Su-cheong. In the corner of the restaurant, at the booth. Soo-kyung, hearing the laughter around her, came back to her senses and smirked, holding back her laughter. She lowered her voice and said, "This restaurant is clearly ripping people off. Their cocktails taste worse than washing dishwater. It'll be out of business soon." Perhaps to make Chen Dong feel less awkward, she dropped her high and mighty act and showed a sense of camaraderie. Chen Dong couldn't help but admire her, but instead of offering a quick response, he calmly opened his LV brand woven bag by his side, took out a thermos and a steel lunchbox wrapped in plastic, and said, "Since the cocktails are so terrible, why don't you try my homemade juice?" In his past life, Chen Dong was deeply immersed in his career and rarely had free time, but he had a passion for food and had even learned a few culinary tricks from five-star chefs. Though he was sharing his homemade food with Soo-kyung out of goodwill, the couples at the surrounding booths immediately burst into laughter. Har har har, this guy is doing it on purpose, right? He could just say he's not feeling it instead of being so annoying. Who brings their own drinks to a matchmaking event? That's really thrifty. I think he's not being thrifty, he's just poor. Did you see that bag of his? He's probably a trash collector. Cough, cough, keep it down, what if he hears? Meanwhile, in the restaurant office, the handsome young man watched the monitor and burst into uncontrollable laughter. He gave the cousin a thumbs up and said, "I've seen it all now. Where did you find this gem? After today, Soo-kyung might have a psychological trauma from dating." Har har har. What he said wasn't he wrong. Soo-kyung was indeed starting to feel some mental strain. Earlier, she had assumed that Chen Dong's outfit was just a bit unconventional. After all, this was a high-end matchmaking event, and not just anyone could get in. But now, she was certain Chen Dong was indeed a trash collector. She couldn't help but curse her cousin, the marriage agency lady, under her breath. Bang at that moment, Chen Dong unscrewed the cap of his thermos, oblivious to the laughter surrounding him. As for the awkwardness, with his experience in 2 lifetimes, his sense of embarrassment was nowhere near as thin-skinned. "This homemade juice of mine. It's the secret recipe of a 3-star chef." Chen Dong grinned and poured his juice into Soo-kyung's cocktail glass, discarding the cocktail in the process. The juice was warm and light red in color. Chapter 2, It's no longer fragrant. The faint scent of milk mixed with a crisp fruity aroma immediately wafted from the thermos, filling the entire restaurant, making one's mouth water. Gulp. Soo-kyung's nose twitched as she couldn't help but swallow loudly, the sound echoing through the air. This made her a bit embarrassed, but fortunately, her sunglasses covered her face. However, it didn't take long before she was no longer embarrassed. Gulp. 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 The sounds of swallowing could be heard all around the restaurant. Especially from the men and women at the nearby tables, who were all at a loss as they smelled the rich, fragrant aroma wafting from Chen Dong and Soo-kyung's table. They couldn't help but glance at their own drinks, which looked like overpriced specials for the matchmaking event, and suddenly realized it no longer tasted good. The scent reached the office, where the handsome young man laughing loudly earlier now looked confused. Har har har. What drink is this? Isn't he a garbage picker? How does he know a 3-star chef? The young man glared at Chen Dong's cousin and fired off 3 questions in quick succession. But Chen Dong's cousin was just as confused. She and Chen Dong were distant relatives, barely acquainted, and it was only because of their connection that she had tried to set him up with Soo-kyung. Naturally, she didn't know much about him. Try it, how does it taste? Chen Dong placed the filled cocktail glass in front of Soo-kyung, then lowered his head to open his lunch box. Inside was a large portion of cold noodles, the sauce rich and flavorful, mixed with seaweed and shredded carrots. It looked very appetizing. Would you like some cold noodles? Or should I get you something from the restaurant? No, I've lost my appetite recently, not really in the mood to eat, Soo-kyung declined with a gentle shake of her head. Her reason was very firm, so Chen Dong didn't insist and just began to eat by himself. Soo-kyung really wanted to end this ridiculous scene, but seeing how Chen Dong was focused on eating as though he was determined to eat his fill, she couldn't help but feel like a herd of angry horses were galloping through her mind. She realized that Chen Dong wasn't here for the matchmaking at all. He just wanted to use the restaurant's air conditioning and comfy chairs to rest. This realization left her speechless, though she couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. She picked up her glass and took a sip. However, she forgot that the glass no longer contained a cocktail, it was filled with the hot fruit juice she had just poured from the thermos. She immediately yelped, "Artilder!" Her loud exclamation startled Chen Dong, who was eating his noodles. He looked up at her, confused, with noodles still hanging from his mouth. The nearby couples at the tables were also startled and quickly turned their heads to look at her. Holy crap, isn't he that the sexy goddess Sucheong? I thought I recognized their voice. It really is her. Even a goddess like her is doing a matchmaking event. What's wrong with men these days? If I were a woman, I'd still want to take her down. That matchmaking woman is out of her mind. How dare she introduce a garbage picker to her? She's a top-tier celebrity, this is an insult to her. No wonder she screamed, I would be mad too. Look at that idiot with noodles hanging out of his mouth. Originally, the booth cushions had blocked most of the view, and Sucheong was wearing sunglasses in a corner of the restaurant, so no one had really noticed her. Even if someone recognized her voice, they wouldn't have dared to pry. But now, with her loud scream, she had exposed herself. The eyes of the other matchmaking guests turned to her, and the shock they felt was like seeing a rare creature. Especially the men, once they realized that Sucheong was on a date with a garbage picker, they almost wished they could kick Chen Dong out and take his place. As for their women, seeing Chen Dong with noodles hanging from his mouth, looking like a complete fool, they felt disgusted, pitying Sucheong for having to endure such a disastrous date. If this got out, she would probably become the laughingstock of the entire entertainment industry. Of course, there were some who were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, such as the handsome young man in the office, who, now that his anger had turned to amusement, smirked and said, "That slutsu, she thought she could endure it, but she exploded in the end. Let us see how she faces the media after this." Har ha har ha. He wasn't wrong, Sucheong did indeed feel humiliated now. Earlier, she had assumed Chen Dong's unusual appearance was just a quirk, since this was a high-end matchmaking event and most people wouldn't get in. But now, she was sure Chen Dong was definitely a garbage picker. She was already cursing her cousin in her heart, hating her for pushing her into this situation. Bang! At this moment, Chen Dong had just twisted open the thermos cap, unaware of the laughter around him. When he saw that Sucheong had burned her mouth, he quickly grabbed a chopstick of cold noodles and, laughing bitterly, said, "Quick, have some cold noodles to cool it down." Sucheong, who had indeed burned herself badly, instinctively opened her mouth, letting Chen Dong feed her a chopstick of noodles. As she chewed, she nodded in gratitude. The men at the tables. The women at the tables. The handsome young man. What the hell is going on? Shouldn't she be too embarrassed to let a garbage picker feed her? And she's using the same chopsticks, how can she not feel disgusted? Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Sucheong finally swallowed the cold noodles with a sigh of relief. However, she quickly realized that she was the center of attention and hurriedly shrank back into the booth, trying to avoid everyone's gaze. She gave a bitter smile to Chen Dong and whispered, "I'm definitely going to make headlines today." "You're a celebrity?" Chen Dong looked at her and asked. Sucheong froze for a moment, then took off her sunglasses, revealing her stunning face as if to say, "Can you tell who I am now?" Her features were breathtaking, delicate eyebrows framing a pair of seductive, almond-shaped eyes that naturally tilted upward at the corners, giving her an alluring aura. No wonder she was known as a sexy diva. Chen Dong was momentarily stunned by her beauty, realizing that even in the entertainment industry, she would be considered an unparalleled beauty. So it's you. I'm actually a fan of yours." Sucheong smiled faintly. "I've always been a singer. You don't need to be embarrassed. I know I can't compete with the new girl groups. It's normal that you don't recognize me." Sucheong chuckled self-deprecatingly, instinctively reaching for her glass again to drown her embarrassment with alcohol. But as the glass reached her lips, she quickly stopped herself, gently sipping. Lesson learned: if she gets burned again, that would be too embarrassing. But the fruit juice was so good, her eyes lit up as their hot, tangy sweet liquid mixed with a faint milk aroma. Upon further tasting, she even detected a subtle hint of alcohol. The complex and layered flavor really stimulated her taste buds. Sucheong couldn't help but take another sip, savoring it as she said, "Actually, it's really embarrassing for someone like me to be on a matchmaking date, but my family kept pressuring me, so I had no choice." Her words were quite indirect, but Chen Dong nodded, understanding her situation. He didn't want to keep playing dumb and wasting her time, so he quickly sped up his eating, wolfing down a large portion of noodles. Gulp. Seeing how much Chen Dong was enjoying the food, Sucheong unconsciously finished her fruit juice and kept swallowing, the sound as loud as before, which only made her more embarrassed. Earlier, when she said she had lost her appetite, it wasn't just an excuse. She had been dieting for years to maintain her figure, and with the pressure of her career, her health had suffered. This was also the main reason her family was urging her to get married. But now, unexpectedly, she had an appetite. Chapter 3 I'm Not Welcome. Chen Dong felt uncomfortable being stared at, so he pushed the remaining half box in front of her and invited her. The sauce for the noodles is really made by a 3-star chef himself, it's absolutely delicious. Sucheong blushed. No, I'll order something from the restaurant. Don't worry, I picked it up and ate it, so I didn't drool over this half box. At this point, if Sucheong refused again, it would seem like she was disgusted with him. She was also really greedy. She usually had no appetite and her meals tasted like chewing wax. Now that her appetite had been aroused, she felt like she was having a diabetic attack. She couldn't help but say, then. I won't be polite, Hartilder. This time, she did not use Chen Dong's chopsticks. Instead, she took out a set of exquisite silver cutlery from her handbag. She held her long wavy hair with one hand and started eating without caring about her image at all. Well, since there's bound to be a scandal today, let us just be free and easy for once. However, her spontaneous behavior seemed to others like the two of them were making rapid progress. The blind date couples in the booths around them, listening to the noises of the two of them, felt more disgusted than being fucked by a dog. They felt that if the two of them continued like this, they would no longer be sharing a bowl of cold noodles, but sleeping in the same bed. Everyone can't help but feel a chill when they think about the sexy goddess who is the focus of everyone's attention, having sex with a lazy country rag picker, and even getting married and having children. In the restaurant office, a handsome young man watched the surveillance video of Sucheong eating cold noodles while shaking her head. Her face looked even uglier than if she had been fucked by a dog. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck this bitch cousin surnamed Su. I treated her to a seafood dinner before, but she said she was anorexic. Now she eats a bowl of cold noodles left over from picking up rags. She looks like a starving ghost. Don't you think she's a bitch?" Sucheong finished the cold noodles in a short while, but when she regained her senses, she felt that she was too unrestrained. She pointed at Chen Dong's thermos cup and praised him. "I rarely eat normally, but your homemade juice is great. It makes my appetite grow after drinking it." Chen Dong suppressed his smile and said, "Do you want me to give you a copy of the secret recipe?" "Thank you so much. What's your phone number? I'll call you or text me." 152. Sucheong immediately took out her cell phone and dialed Chen Dong's number. At the same time, she took out a music album from her bag as a return gift. "This is my latest album, collector's edition plus autograph." Chen Dong was not pretentious and took it and put it into the woven bag. At this time, the phone also rang. "You asked me how deep my love is and how much I love you. My feelings are true and my love is true. The moon represents my heart. A gentle kiss has touched my heart." Sucheong was stunned when she heard the soft and soothing baritone voice, and asked in confusion, "You sing this song very well, who is the original singer?" "Of course it's Fairy Deng. It can be considered a legacy from our ancestors. I haven't published it yet." Chen Dong answered subconsciously, but changed the subject before he could even begin to speak. "There is no Fairy Deng in this world, and there is no hit song of the century, The Moon Represents My Heart," so he learned how to compose music and recorded it himself. The blind date men and women who had been listening with their ears perked up, as well as the handsome young man who was watching the surveillance camera in the office, almost dropped their jaws when they heard this. Of course, they didn't believe any nonsense passed down by their predecessors, because such delicate and gentle love songs were obviously more suitable for women to sing softly. Just ask, which talented woman would be so blind as to sing such heartfelt words of love to a rag picker? Bragging B. To flatter yourself. But, if it wasn't a gift from someone else, could it be that he created it himself? This is even more unfair. Are all rag pickers so talented nowadays? Sucheong was also speechless. "You pick. You should have a lot of free time in your work, why don't you record it more perfectly? As long as it is published on the music website, this song will definitely be a hit." Chen Dong did not comment. Nothing is absolute. Success is a matter of chance. Often, the original singer may not become popular even after several years of release, but the cover version becomes a big hit right after it is released. There is no way to argue with that. In fact, since his rebirth, he has plagiarized many entertainment works in the hope of making some extra money. After all, it is easier than picking up scraps. However, after plagiarizing them, he has made almost no income. The reason is nothing more than the randomness of success. Just like the original version of "The Moon Represents My Heart," few people knew it, but once Fairy Dang sang it, it became a hit of the century. 2. Soo-cheong nodded slightly, agreeing with Chen Dong's words, and then looked at him again with great curiosity, and asked hesitantly, "Why don't you find a proper job? It's impossible for me to work. I would rather starve to death than work for others. I just want to farm and earn a little money tilde." Puff. A burst of laughter came from the surrounding booths. Top notch, top notch. Soo-cheong pursed her red lips to prevent herself from laughing. She gave him a glare before asking, "Do you want to sell this song?" "Sell tilde?" Chen Dong nodded without hesitation. Soo-cheong didn't expect that he agreed so readily. She was happy but also speechless. The men in the surrounding booths gritted their teeth and cursed inwardly, "This bastard is so poor and unromantic, he deserves to be single his whole life. A beautiful woman lowered herself to ask for a song, but you didn't seize the opportunity. What the hell are you selling? The song is on my computer at home as it is. As you can tell, the arrangement is still a work in progress. If you want to buy it, you can come to my place when you have time. I'll make it for you. You can't change a single note or word. It's written in the copyright contract." Chen Dong said seriously, which was rare. It is true that he wants to make some extra money, but it does not matter if he does not make any money. Now farming and picking up rags is pretty cool. If the century-old song of Fairy Dang is changed into a slutty and vulgar song beyond recognition, it would be a great sin. Of course, when Chen Dong's words reached the ears of the blind date men and women around him, and the ears of the handsome young man in the office, it was like a bolt from the blue, and they could only feel a buzzing in their heads. Damn it, what a trick! No wonder he didn't take the opportunity to show his affection just now. It turns out he was waiting here, even wanting to lure the beauty back to his home. If Soo-cheong went to his house, she would be like a little lamb entering a den of wolves, and would be eaten up completely. However, Soo-cheong didn't seem to have this awareness, and nodded impatiently, "Okay, I don't want to stay here anymore, let's go to your house now." Men. Ladies. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Soo-cheong put on sunglasses and a mask, carried a handbag, and left the restaurant side by side with Chen Dong. In the office, the handsome young man smashed his tablet computer to pieces in anger, and said with jealousy, "Find me some online trolls and have them cooperate with the paparazzi. No matter how much it costs. I'm going to kill these two bastards tilde." Chapter 4, Run Over the Wall. Soo-cheong rolled her eyes and said hesitantly, "How about, we climb over the wall and run away?" Sister Hong couldn't help but roll her eyes. "It's already this late, and you're still in the mood to joke around. The albums you've released in the past few years as a solo artist have all been supported by your fans. Now you've pissed off your fans again. If you continue like this, your popularity will be completely gone." By the end, there was already a hint of complaint in her words. But after hearing this, Soo-cheong relaxed her brows and spread her hands, saying, "What else can I do if I'm not joking? You know what kind of people the media are. It's impossible to explain it clearly. Maybe after this time. I really have to leave the stage." The voices of the two women could be clearly heard in the bedroom. Chen Dong was starting up his old computer. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smack his lips. "What a sin I have committed. Sister, come in for a moment." "Here I come." Soo-cheong calmed down and went into the bedroom and asked curiously, "Did you finish arranging the music so quickly?" Sister Hong followed closely behind, angrily saying, "Don't you understand yet? He has bad intentions and deliberately tricked you into coming home. It's all his fault that things are like this now." This statement may seem like an attempt to shift the blame, but if you look at it from another angle, Chen Dong is not being wronged. After all, when Chen Dong saw Soo-cheong in the restaurant, he already understood that he, a lazy country boy who picked up rags, was being used as a tool by his cousin to humiliate the beauty. It was just that Soo-cheong's elegant demeanor made him quite fond of her, so he decided to take advantage of the situation and have dinner with the beauty. Especially at the end, he invited Soo-cheong to his home. To be honest, he really loved her. After all, after she came to his home, they could work together to improve the arrangement, and they would naturally become close. Unfortunately, Sister Hong showed up halfway to spoil the mood. Simply put, the cousin's original intention was only to humiliate Sucheong, but his love of beauty pushed Sucheong step by step into the abyss of scandal and made her a laughingstock of the whole nation. Chen Dong did not argue with Sister Hong, but just opened the music arrangement software and said, "How about you guys listen to it?" As he spoke, he played an audio clip. After his rebirth, his memory and learning ability were extraordinary. Although he had only been in contact with the music arrangement software for a short time, he was able to play it very well. Moreover, the arrangement of "The Moon Represents My Heart" was simple and very suitable for practice, so he perfected the arrangement a few days ago. As the audio played, a beautiful arrangement with a very classical flavor came out from the computer. Even though Sucheong had already heard the unfinished version, she couldn't help but her beautiful eyes lit up. Sister Hong was completely stunned, and no longer cared about her prejudice against Chen Dong. She said in amazement, "This arrangement is quite interesting. Well, it's euphemistic and moving." After all, she is a professional agent, and her ability to discover and appreciate is unquestionable. She pointed out the essence of the arrangement in just 4 words. The audio was still playing slowly, and Chen Dong's singing voice had been mixed into the arrangement. Although the tone was not as clear and pleasant as that of Fairy Deng, it was barely listenable. The most amazing thing about this song is that no matter the verse or the chorus, it feels catchy when sung with the arrangement. It can be said that after listening to the first half, you can hum along with the second half. But the simple lyrics are peaceful, gentle, delicate, and touching. The more Sucheong listened, the more amazed she became. She and Sister Hong looked at each other in surprise. When the audio finished playing, both women got goosebumps. "I have a recording device here. It's purchased online, but it can be used. Listen to the song a few more times and learn the score thoroughly. We can record it and publish it as soon as possible." Chen Dong set the audio to loop, handed Sucheong a self-drawn music score, and then looked at Sister Hong and said, "This is all I can do. Now it depends on your public relations skills." Sister Hong blinked her green eyes in confusion, but gradually a hint of understanding emerged on her fat face, and finally she slapped her thigh and said, Great." Sucheong also suddenly realized, and the haze in her heart immediately dissipated. She nodded repeatedly to Chen Dong gratefully and said excitedly, thank you for your help." "You're welcome. Just give me more of the copyright revenue later." Sucheong was filled with gratitude, but was forced back into her stomach. Her excited expression collapsed instantly, but she soon realized that Chen Dong was teasing her on purpose, and she punched him in the chest with an angry fist. "How can you be so annoying, Tilda?" Well, she got a little carried away. This is very much like acting like a spoiled child. Chen Dongguaner, after all, there is something charming about a big sister acting coquettishly, but when her pink fist really hit his chest, there was a dull bang sound. Puff Tilda. Chen Dong almost vomited blood. This is just a crippling act of pampering. Sister Hong was gloating beside him and said quietly, "You dare to take the punch of a former national level boxer." Chen Dong. Sucheong retracted her fist awkwardly, held up the music score to cover her pretty face, and pretended to be watching seriously, as if as long as I was not embarrassed, nothing had happened. It was inexplicably childish, and the image of a mature lady was completely shattered. Chen Dong stopped teasing her and started explaining to her the feeling she needed to get when singing the lyrics. Sucheong is the kind of person who is blessed by God. When the audio was played for the 3rd time, she had already mastered the entire song. She tried to show off her voice and asked Chen Dong to shut up and officially start recording. Recording didn't take any time at all. I recorded each line of lyrics twice at most, and I didn't even need to tune the music. I just had to mix the vocal track and the arrangement. In fact, the reason why each line of lyrics was recorded more than once was because Chen Dong wanted to have the same feeling as the version by Fairy Deng. Is the mix done? While the two were recording the song, Sister Hong was not idle either. She made more than a dozen phone calls outside, waiting for the finished audio to come out. "It's okay. Okay, let me use your computer." Sister Hong pushed Chen Dong away from the computer, logged into the chat software, sent the finished audio source to a friend, and explained that the composer was named Chen Dong. A few minutes later, the other party sent back a song link, saying that it had been uploaded and published and everything was ready. Sister Hong immediately opened the browser, logged into Sucheong's social media account, edited a post, attached a link to the song and posted, "Freshly released follow-up song to the album, hope you guys will support it Tilda." Now, it depends on whether the fans are willing to follow the trend of the Water Army. Sister Hong refreshed the comment section below the post and said with a somewhat nervous look on her face. Sucheong pursed her red lips, nodded silently, stared at the computer screen with her beautiful eyes, watching every new comment that appeared. The scandal between her and Chen Dong has now dominated the internet's hot topics. Naturally, there are many people who are watching the fun, and new comments are increasing at a very fast rate. However, they are not good words. You are so desperate to make money, why are you promoting such a crappy song instead of refuting the rumor? This stupid bitch is taking advantage of her fans. Chapter 5 Fatal Question. Sister Hong nodded without comment, not very excited. After all, a good song that has the potential to become a platinum single is not something that can be created easily, and she doesn't care about something that is rushed out. Sucheong, on the other hand, said with a strange expression, "Are the songs that suit me given to you by Fairy Deng, just like this song, The Moon Represents My Heart?" Sister Hong was stunned when she heard this, and then seemed to understand something. Her eyes kept moving around Sucheong and Chen Dong's faces, as if she was enjoying a good show. She knew that Sucheong didn't necessarily like Chen Dong, but everyone has a competitive spirit. Since Chen Dong knew a woman who could be called a fairy and received love songs from her, it was not surprising that Sucheong asked this question. If you don't answer this question well, it will be a fatal question. No. Chen Dong answered without hesitation, shaking his head. Sister Hong resisted the urge to roll her eyes and thought to herself, men's mouths are deceitful and they don't even think before they lie. Sucheong also pursed her red lips and looked at Chen Dong with a smile, but there was an imperceptible disgust flashing in her beautiful eyes. Yes, disgust. Chen Dong's firm answer deserves full marks, but she hates talking nonsense on such matters, because her parents divorced early because of this. Even if I told her the truth, she wouldn't be surprised. After all, she was just asking casually because she was competitive. However, just when she was thinking of giving Chen Dong a way out and not dwelling on these boring questions, Chen Dong continued, "Not all of Fairy Deng's songs are suitable for you. I have many other gifts from other ladies." The corners of Sucheong's lips twitched. Gifts from many young ladies. Well, this is worse than talking nonsense. She suddenly understood her parents a little bit. Telling the truth is really more annoying. She really wanted to hit them. Sister Hong sentenced Chen Dong to death in her heart. Just at this moment, a new message came in the computer chat software. She was too lazy to look at the two of them anymore, so she turned her attention back to the computer, but when she looked at it, her fat face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Bang. Sister Hong slammed her fist on the keyboard and cursed, "Who the hell has so much money and nowhere to spend it? He actually hired a group of internet trolls to go against me." Sucheong was startled and frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" As he spoke, he bent over the computer and looked at it carefully, and his expression soon became extremely ugly. Chen Dong looked over and was also stunned. Sister Hong switched the browser back to the comment section of the social platform, but the comments that were either praising the song or complaining about being fed dog food had already been squeezed out, and the new comments that were refreshed had turned back into the previous vicious ridicule. The latest revelation is that the guy is a well-known lazy man who would rather pick up scraps than go out to work. Sucheong is a good choice as a replacement, and he is definitely reliable. I don't look down on rural people, I am one myself, but do such people have creative talent? It's nothing more than to calm public opinion, so he took out the recorded song and let that guy put his name on it, creating a so-called talented image. Isn't it hard to understand? Sucheong and the company are treating us fans like idiots? Are we so easy to fool? She found a scapegoat and still wants to continue to make money in the entertainment industry. She is worthy of being my idol. She is such a green tea bitch. Being a fan of an idol is exhausting. From now on, you will be hated for the rest of your life. You stinky bitch, go and farm with me. I'm going to report that song right now. I suddenly find it so disgusting. Report +1. There were many people claiming to be fans in the comments, but the fans seemed to feel deceived and exploded with greater anger than before, with many of them directly using foul language to curse. What's more, some people said they would report, "The moon represents my heart," and the number of likes instantly exceeded tens of thousands. Sister Hong's face turned pale and she clicked on the song link with trembling hands, but the page that popped up was blank with only a few small words. Unable to play temporarily due to copyright reasons. Obviously, the song has been reported and removed from the shelves. Sucheong took a deep breath to calm herself down, turned her head to look at Chen Dong and asked, "Brother Dong, has the copyright of this song been registered? Chen Dong nodded. I registered it online when it was a semi-finished product. Sucheon smiled when she heard this. Okay, please take a photo of the copyright certificate and let Sister Hong post it on my social account. When fans see that the song is really written by you, they should be able to calm down. Xiao Cheong, photos are useless. Even if you throw the copyright certificate in the fans' faces, they will say it's fake and report it. Sister Hong interrupted her, pointed at the comments in the comments section that were obviously stirring up trouble, and said angrily, someone hired internet trolls to deliberately slander you. Did you offend someone in the circle? I felt something was strange earlier. The news broke out too quickly. There must be someone behind the scenes fanning the flames. Sucheon frowned and said, you are the one who arranged my schedule, how could I possibly offend you? Today's blind date was arranged by my parents, you can't interfere. At this point, Sucheon suddenly paused and said with a wry smile, Sister Hong, you know Liu Lianghu, right? The dandy who recently opened a film company. He was the blind date my parents arranged for me. I knew what kind of person he was, so I declined after we met and chatted for a few minutes. Hissed Hilder. Sister Hong took a breath of cold air. He really took a deep breath, his eyes widened, and then he became dejected, slumped in his chair, and muttered, this is impossible to play. He recently took 500 million funds and entered the entertainment industry strongly, who can play him? After hearing this, Chen Dong finally understood that the cousin who wanted to use him to humiliate Sucheon was instructed by Liu Lianghu. He really didn't know whether he should thank him or not. Sucheon was silent for a while, then patted the dejected Sister Hong on the shoulder and said with a smile, you don't have to be like this, it's not like I can't live without leaving the entertainment industry. But are you willing to leave like this? Sucheon was immediately stunned by the question. She started out as a boxer, and an athlete's desire to win is absolutely unimaginable to ordinary people. When she wants to do something, how could she be willing to end up in vain? Saying this at this time was just to comfort Sister Hong, but Sister Hong's desire to win seemed to be not much worse than hers. Seeing her spirits rising, Sucheon couldn't help but smile and said, as long as you don't back down, I have no problem with you. If you lose money, you can earn it again. As for the rumors, just hold a few more press conferences to clarify them. It will eventually work. As for that Liu Lianghu, I will beat him up every time I see him in the future. Chen Dong's eyes twitched as he listened nearby. Coming from her mouth, such a violent declaration seemed inexplicably convincing. But the fact that a good person and a public figure was forced to resort to violence to get back her dignity is enough to show her inner anger. Chen Dong smacked his lips and tried to suggest, I do have a way to deal with public opinion, but it might be possible to take advantage of your popularity and make me some more money. Chapter 6 Resolving Fans' Misunderstandings. Sucheon and Sister Hong looked at him in unison, like drowning people finding a life-saving straw, but then shook their heads sadly. You don't understand. At a time like this, even if you create 100 songs on the spur of the moment, fans will only think that we recorded them in advance. If you are forced to use them to deal with the scandal, it will only lead to more attacks and abuse. Sucheon explained. Sister Hong also nodded, agreeing with her point of view. Obviously, both of them thought that Chen Dong wanted to compose a few songs to dispel fans' misunderstandings. Chen Dong waved his hand and said, you misunderstood. It is indeed useless to compose songs on the spur of the moment. However, I have published several songs before. You might as well help me promote them to prove that we did not record them in advance. Sucheon was stunned for a moment, then reached out and punched him in the chest, excitedly saying, you are so annoying, why didn't you say it earlier? Chen Dong didn't dare to enjoy her crippling coquetry. When he saw her raising her hand, he immediately took a big step back and said seriously, men and women should not touch each other. Don't touch me. Sister Hong was also very excited at this time, but she was also confused. Some fans have searched you before, why didn't they find the songs you released? Are you sure that SA fan? Sister Hong was suddenly speechless. Now that it has been confirmed that the scandal was manipulated by Liu Lianghu behind the scenes, the information about Chen Dong that was revealed by the so-called fans online has lost its credibility. In other words, the information about Chen Dong that she and ordinary netizens saw was all from paid black fans and unscrupulous media. What they wanted them to see was naturally the most despicable things in order to attack and discredit Sucheon. Sister Hong tapped on the keyboard and searched for Chen Dong on the music website, and 3 songs popped up immediately, namely A Man Should Be Self-Reliant, A Laugh in the Ocean, and I Was Hit on the Waist by Youth. Looking at the song titles, they all seem a bit old-fashioned and non-mainstream. Sister Hong and Sucheong looked at each other and thought, we have to listen to it first to make sure it's not some common, catchy song. If it's too different from The Moon Represents My Heart, it might have the opposite effect. Chen Dong glanced at the expressions of the two girls and could probably guess what they were thinking. He shook his head speechlessly, pushed Sister Hong aside, sat in front of the computer, copied the links of the 3 songs, and then re-edited a post on Sucheong's social account. I would like to borrow the account of Sister Sucheong to say something. Please appreciate Chen's previous works, and please Mr. Liu Lianghu do not spend money on Chen anymore. Chen's entire net worth is not worth the tens of millions of RMB you spent on buying Water Army. If you really have money but know where to spend it, why not give it to charity? When this dynamic was posted, Sister Hong grinned and thought to herself, this guy is really hard to resist when he gets sharp. This is 100 times more cruel than Sucheong's plan to beat Liu Lianghu into a pig's head. Liu Lianghu was dragged into this situation. The tens of millions he spent on hiring internet trolls went down the drain in an instant. In addition, with 3 old songs as their basis, regardless of whether they were local pop songs or not, the argument that Sucheong let Chen Dong put his name on the song in order to calm public opinion would definitely be self-defeating. Next, there is no need to explain anything. Those fans who felt they were fooled by Sucheong and were extremely angry will definitely come back and apologize on their own. The angrier you are, the more sorry you will be. Of course, Liu Lianghu, who really fooled them, will soon become a rat crossing the street in the entertainment industry, and being cursed to his ancestors for 18 generations will be the least of his worries. Even the film company that had just invested 500 million yuan might lose all its money. In fact, it is true. Liu Lianghu was watching the show on his mobile phone. He felt so happy that he couldn't express it in words when he saw those fans who were leading him to curse and attack Sucheong. But the next moment, he received a call from his father, who cursed him, Liu Lianghu, did a donkey kick your brain? I gave you 500 million to let you start a business, but you, a moron, used my money to mess around and bring shame to our family. Why did I give birth to a moron like you? Liu Lianghu was scolded with a lot of foul language. His face turned black and he almost doubted his life. But he didn't dare to retort. After 10 minutes, when the person on the other end of the phone was dry from scolding, he carefully said, Dad, what did I do to offend you? Hashat, %. As a result, Liu Lianghu encountered a new round of verbal violence and almost began to doubt his life. Finally, the person on the other end of the phone seemed to be tired of scolding him and said coldly, if something like this happens again, you won't be able to touch a penny of my money, beep tilde. Liu Lianghu was still confused as he listened to the blind tone on his phone. It was not until he caught a glimpse of the phone screen out of the corner of his eye that he suddenly came to his senses and finally understood why he was being scolded so harshly. Because the call was hung up, the phone jumped back to the interface of the social app, and the update posted by Chen Dong was automatically refreshed. What's even more terrifying is that with this automatic refresh, he discovered that his social account had received hundreds of private messages without him knowing when. Liu Lianghu hesitated and opened his mailbox to check, but when he saw it, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Because the wording in these hundreds of private messages was so disgusting, Liu Lianghu's mother seemed to have become a popular lover at this moment, who would want to have any contact beyond friendship with her. In comparison, his father's scolding just now was simply elegant and easygoing. There is no doubt that those who sent private messages to his mother were the netizens who were fooled by him before. Snap. Liu Lianghu became angry and angrier, smashing his phone into pieces, his eyes red as he shouted in hatred, Chen, I'm going to kill your whole family tilde. After Chen Dong sent the copyright certificate of The Moon Represents My Heart to the music website, it has been put back on sale. However, the scene that Sister Hong expected, that fans and netizens would feel guilty and come back to apologize to Sucheong, did not occur. Because all the onlookers were talking about Chen Dong's 3 old songs. Oh my god, these 3 songs are so beautiful, and they are all rare ancient style songs. Especially A Man Should Be Self-Reliant, which is so cool, it makes my scalp tingle. I feel the same way. My blood was boiling. I kicked the old ox to death while it was plowing the field. If a powerful enemy invades in 100 years, please play the song A Man Should Be Strong on my grave. I will break out of the ground and protect China. I'm a woman, and after hearing this I want to undergo a sex change and become a tough guy. Sister Hong was so upset when she saw these comments full of obscene words. Sucheong also smiled, patted Chen Dong, who was sitting in front of the computer, and asked curiously, "Brother Dong, play 'A Man Should Be Self-Reliant' for us to listen to." Chen Dong nodded and opened the song link. Boom. Dong dong. Boom boom boom. The thrilling sound of war drums came from the computer speakers. The roaring drums started from slow to fast, and then joined by the sharp and cold sound of the peeper, and finally the high-pitched and loud swona. The three folk instruments mixed together without chaos, which made people feel excited. Sister Hong was surprised and said, "It's the ancient song general order. It's simplified, but more majestic. Not bad. It's good, but there's one downside." Chapter 7, Swoner joins too early. Sucheong nodded and shook her head, saying, "The swoner was added too early in the arrangement. Although it immediately enhances the momentum and artistic conception, when singing, this rogue instrument easily suppresses the singing. Facing the waves with pride, the passion is brighter than the sun. Courage as strong as iron, bones as strong as diamond. With a broad mind and a vision, I vow to work hard and become a hero, raw tilder." Sucheong listened to Chen Dong singing coming from the speakers, and the words that were on her lips could no longer be said. Chen Dong's voice cannot be compared with the clear and soft voice of Fairy Dang, but it is full of energy, rich and explosive power. Yes, explosive power. Every word sung is sonorous like a sonic boom. The pitch is obviously not in the high range, but he is singing with the high-pitched swoner sound. Sucheong and Sister Hong listened to the shocking singing that penetrated their bones, as well as their heroic and passionate mood in the lyrics. They felt their scalps tingling and the blood in their bodies kept rushing to their brains. Really, it makes my blood boil. Especially Sucheong, who has practiced martial arts and boxing since she was young. When she heard this song, she wanted to take off her high heels and practice a few times to strengthen her heroic spirit. Look, the blue waves are high and majestic. Look again, the vast sky is vast and majestic. Go and create the world, go for your ideal, use my 100 points of heat to shine 1,000 points of light, be a good man, brighter than the sun tilder. The Mandarin version of "A Man Should Be Self-Reliant" is only 2 minutes long, and it stops after the lyrics are sung once, without too much repetition. After listening to this, Sucheong and Sister Hong remained silent for a long time, and their eyes looking at Chen Dong became hot again. Just like what the lyrics say, that look is brighter than the sun. Earlier, Sister Hong asked Chen Dong if he had any other songs suitable for Sucheong to sing, and Chen Dong said that he would create them temporarily, and vowed that like "the moon represents my heart," it was also a gift from the little sister. But both of them thought he was joking and were actually not very interested anymore. After all, a good song with the potential to become a platinum single is something that can only be encountered once in a while. But now, after listening to the song "A Man Should Be Self-Reliant," the two of them finally understood that they had been looking down on others. The man in front of me cannot be understood by ordinary people. Sucheong finally calmed down and looked at Chen Dong and said, "It's really hard to imagine that someone as carefree and calm as you is also passionate and high-spirited. How can he be so carefree and indifferent? It's obvious that the barking dog never bites." Sister Hong couldn't help but grumble and made another comment about Chen Dong, but she immediately realized that what she said was not nice, so she quickly changed the subject and said, "Play the other two songs and let us listen to them." Chen Dong was too lazy to argue with her, and immediately played two other songs in turn, "A Laugh in the Ocean" and "I Was Hit in the Waist by Youth." These two songs are also ancient-style songs, but they are very different from "A Man Should Be Self-Reliant" in style and artistic conception. "A Laugh in the Sea" may not be as catchy as "A Man Should Be Self-Reliant," but its artistic conception is better and it can be said to be the pinnacle of ancient-style songs. The accompaniment of guzheng and flute makes people feel chivalrous. The lyrics also express a kind of enlightenment after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, and the contentment of still having heroic spirits. The song "I Was Hit on the Waist by Youth" not only has a weird title, but the arrangement is also lively and playful, with a touch of fairy spirit. The lyrics reveal the carefree and unrestrained attitude of playing in the world, which is indescribably catchy and easy to remember. While listening to these two songs, Sucheong couldn't help but glance at Chen Dong frequently with a curious look. It's very strange. Chen Dong is obviously younger than her. Logically, he should be at the age of being full of fighting spirit, just like the song "A Man Should Be Self-Reliant," but he seems to have passed that stage. In fact, we have already passed the stage of "A Laugh in the Sea," where the passion remains after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, and only the carefree and unrestrained feeling of "I Was Hit in the Waist by Youth" remains. These three ancient-style songs seem to reflect his presence and are a reflection of different stages of his life. She was thinking in all kinds of ways, and even after the song was over, she was still wondering what kind of person Chen Dong was. Sister Hong didn't have so many thoughts. She only heard the huge commercial value from the three songs and her admiration for Chen Dong's talent. To be frank, if these three songs were given to her, each of them would be able to produce a male singer who was as famous as Su Cheong. The two of them had their own thoughts in their minds and were silent for a long time again, while Chen Dong began to check the download volume of the three songs. There is no doubt that the download volume of the three songs is increasing wildly at this time. Among them, A Laugh in the Ocean and I Hit My Waist have exceeded 10W+, and A Man Should Be Self-Reliant has exceeded 15W+. Well, these three songs are pretty popular, and together with The Moon Represents My Heart, I can just lie down and enjoy the copyright income for the rest of my life. Chen Dong nodded with satisfaction and switched the browser back to the social platform to check the subsequent developments of the scandal. However, after reading a few comments, he suddenly felt a little amused and helpless. Su Cheong and Sister Hong noticed that he was acting strangely, so they calmed down and focused on reading the messages from netizens and fans in the comment section. This brother is extremely talented, yet he is willing to farm without competing with the world. He is truly a gentleman with a romantic character. Our Fuguei Cheonghua has a good eye. I'm sorry for my unnecessary anger before. I hope you will be happy. Sprinkle flowers. It's been 10 years since she debuted at the age of 16, and finally her dream has blossomed. She even found a low-key and profound super talent right away. I'm so envious. A super talented man and a wealthy woman, a perfect match. The idol I'm a fan of finally has a couple I can support, har 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 tilde. The fans in the fan circle are so fucking snobbish. They scolded him for being a farmer, and now they know he is a talented man, they are rushing to make him their couple. Aren't they cheap? Right, your Fuguei Cheonghua has a lot of negative information, but she is a simple person. If she hadn't produced her work to prove her innocence, she would have been scolded to death by you. So stop creating scandals to harm her. There's news that this guy is still single. Female stars in the entertainment industry like this. They probably want to be the first to get the taste. Su Cheong and Sister Hong probably didn't expect that things would develop in this direction. Looking at the chaotic comment section, they were somewhat confused. At this time, Chen Dong's lazy behavior of picking up scraps and farming, in the eyes of the onlookers, was probably a very high level of indifference, clarity of mind and long-term pursuit of goals, and they even used such flattering words as a true gentleman is naturally romantic. The fans are indeed a bit snobbish. They changed their dissatisfaction with Chen Dong and couldn't wait to support the couple. They cheered for Su Cheong for finding a boyfriend who is so talented, and even felt a bit proud of it. The onlookers may be fed up with those two-faced fans, or they may know that Su Cheong has too much negative information and feel sorry for Chen Dong, so they start to mock him directly. After Sister Hong came to her senses, she patted Chen Dong on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Chen, let me make one thing clear. The negative information about Xiao Cheong was only spread because the group was able to get good resources back then, so the rumor spread that the whole group was supported by a sponsor. In fact, the so-called sponsor was just the parents of a group member who were relatively wealthy, and they spent money to buy resources to help their child realize his dream." After a pause, he added, "And to be honest, Xiao Cheong is quite conservative. She has turned down many opportunities to become an actress because she doesn't want to film intimate scenes. She is a single mother just like you, woo 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 tilde. Sister Hong, stop making trouble." Chapter 8 sees the opportunity. Su Cheong covered Sister Hong's mouth and was speechless. At first, she didn't understand what Sister Hong was trying to say, but by the time she understood, Sister Hong had already said it very clearly. The level of ridicule and debate in the comment section will only increase Su Cheong's exposure and will not cause any negative impact at all. Sister Hong specifically explained that she simply has the same mentality as the fans and wants to match her up with Chen Dong. Ding ling ling. At this moment, the cell phone in Sister Hong's pocket suddenly rang. Su Cheong had to let her go and gave her a warning look. But Sister Hong didn't care at all. She took out her cell phone and said to Chen Dong, "Mr. Chen, you must seize the opportunity." Having said that, he left the bedroom to answer the phone, leaving the space for the two of them. No matter how good-tempered Su Cheong was, she was still annoyed by her recklessness and rolled her eyes. But then, she looked at Chen Dong in embarrassment. Chen Dong was very calm and asked in all seriousness, "Sister, what do you think of me?" Sucheon put on a look of despair and said, "Actually, I'm 3 years older than you." Ding ling ling. The cell phone rang again, this time it was Sucheon's phone. Sucheon put away her funny expression, smiled apologetically at Chen Dong, took out her cell phone from her bag, and went outside the bedroom to answer the call. Chen Dong stood up and said, "I'll go get some food. It's almost dark. I'll take you guys away after we finish eating." "No need. I won't eat anything other than delicious food tilde." Sucheon subconsciously wanted to be polite, but changed her tone halfway through her words and spoke half-jokingly. She wanted to have a good relationship with Chen Dong, so being polite would seem awkward. Not to mention that the good song Chen Dong gave her today would benefit her career greatly in the future. Just talking about the so-called mixing in the entertainment industry, what is that? Sister Hong has spent a lot of money and has been praising and coaxing those so-called gold medal music producers in the circle for several years, but she has not been able to produce a song that is sure to be a hit. However, Chen Dong is a real song-making machine. He is undoubtedly more worthy of making friends with, and she is willing to make friends with him. Of course, another thing is that, thinking of the delicious food for lunch, she, an anorexic patient, was greedy again. "Don't worry, I'll give you something to eat." Chen Dong also made a half-dirty joke and went to the kitchen to busy himself. Sucheon waited for him to leave, then looked at the caller ID on her phone and frowned, as if she didn't want to answer the call. But after hesitating for a moment, she finally answered the call. "Mom, have you listened to my new song? It's pretty good. How much money can you make from a crappy song? Let's not talk about that for now. Let me ask you, how did you offend Liu Lianghu, the young man you met on a blind date?" Su's mother directly ended the topic she had raised and asked angrily in her voice. Su Kyungdae frowned even deeper, and said helplessly, "Mom, when you arranged it for me, you should have asked the matchmaking agency clearly. That Mr. Liu is a famous double penetration, bad guy. Yes, you look down on bad guys and like poor people, right?" Mother Su scolded in a sarcastic tone, "Look at you, it's fine if you don't like what I arranged for you, but why are you getting involved with a lazy country guy? Are you still at his house now? You are the only one who would be willing to be a lowly person like you." Sucheon took a deep breath, suppressed her annoyance and said, "Mom, Mr. Chen and I are not in the relationship you think. I came to his house just for the song. You're still thinking about the songs. You can be a youth idol for life. Let's see who still recognizes you in a few years. The money you earn is not enough to maintain the expenses of your team and company. How are you going to live in the future? Your brother will grow up soon. How much are you going to help him when he gets married and buys a house? Do you still have money?" Su's mother scolded and questioned him in a panic. But Sucheon calmed down and said indifferently, "Mom, I love you, but that doesn't mean I love the child you had with someone else. I don't even know him, so what kind of brother is he? You?" Mother Su was choked and speechless. She couldn't speak for a long time, and finally said, "I can't control you anymore." As he spoke, he seemed to pass the phone to someone else. After a while, the middle-aged man's voice came out, "Xiao Cheong, it's me. I met with your mother today to arrange a blind date for you. There is no doubt that the person speaking is Sucheong's father. That young man named Liu Lianghu was just playful in the past, but now he is working hard to make progress. I have found out everything. His father gave him 500 million yuan as a startup capital. If you get along well with him, it will definitely be 1,000 times better than singing and dancing as an actor. You can also help your family in the future. Dad, if you don't have money to spend, I can support you for the rest of your life. As for helping others, forget it. That's your family and theirs. It has nothing to do with me." Sucheon heard her father and mother talking in the same tone, and she completely lost her patience to continue the conversation. She said coldly, "Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry about my affairs from now on. I have things to do. I'm hanging up." "Sister Hong." Sister Hong appeared beside Sucheon without her noticing, her eyes full of pity, but she didn't say anything to comfort her. She just said, "Just now, the production team of a live reality show called me and said they want to select 3 groups of male and female guests to live as newlyweds in the show. They saw the popularity of you and Mr. Chen. Would you like to participate? Join?" Sucheon said firmly. Sister Hong nodded and immediately took out her cell phone to reply to the program team without any nonsense, because she understood Sucheon's thoughts very well. Although Chen Dong has a strange personality, he knows how to handle people very well. Both of them have a deep understanding of this, so Soo-cheong will not have too much psychological burden when participating in the wedding reality show with him. As long as she participates in this wedding reality show, Soo-cheong's parents will probably give up the idea of letting her marry into a wealthy family. Even if her parents refuse to give up, as long as Liu Lianghu is not a cuckold, he will give up the idea of pursuing her after seeing her showing affection with others on the show. Sister Hong, don't be in a hurry to reply. It's true that I want to participate, but it's still unclear whether Brother Dong is willing to participate. Soo-cheong stretched out her hand to stop Sister Hong and said, Chen Dong's carefree and indifferent nature is indeed an advantage. There is no psychological burden when interacting with him, and he even makes people feel like they are in spring breeze. But on the contrary, he would rather pick up scraps and farm in poverty than go out to work and earn more money. How could he be willing to wade into the muddy water of the entertainment industry? Sister Hong smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, I guarantee he will be willing to participate. After saying that, he asked Soo-cheong to be patient and went to the kitchen with a smile and found Chen Dong, who was busy. Chen Dong was kneading dough, and seemed to be really preparing to feed it to the two of them. Sister Hong secretly complained in her heart, what's the point of inviting a beautiful woman to dinner and just serving a few bowls of noodles? If all men were so stingy, there would probably be only bachelors in the world. Well, Mr. Chen, what do you think of our Xiao-cheong? Sister Hong coughed dryly to attract Chen Dong's attention and asked cautiously. She is charming and beautiful, the best beauty among beauties, and her elegant and kind heart is even more valuable. Chen Dong answered without even raising his head. Chapter 9. It's hard to be sincere. Sister Hong nodded repeatedly and said, who says it's not true? Xiao-cheong's appearance and figure are outstanding even in the entertainment industry where there are so many beauties. She has been ranked first in the selection of the most beautiful actress by Global magazine for several consecutive years. As for her elegant character. At this point, she suddenly changed the subject and sighed. To be honest, it was all forced by her parents. Xiao-cheong joined the National Martial Arts Performance Team at an early age, and later became the youngest female boxing champion in the country. However, her parents lived a carefree life with her hard-earned money, and even had some affairs. In the end, they got divorced and simply divided up Xiao-cheong's hard-earned money as their inheritance, not leaving her a penny. That year, she was only 16 years old. What's even more infuriating is that her parents may have run out of money recently, and have started forcing Xiao-cheong to marry into a wealthy family, hoping to continue to suck blood from her and make money without working. With parents like this, she can only be kind-hearted and tactful, otherwise who can she rely on? Chen Dong frowned as he listened, but did not join in the complaints against Soo-cheong's parents. He just shook his head in silence. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Sister Hong changed the subject and said, however, her kindness is only on the surface. It's very difficult to have a heart-to-heart with her. Chen Dong nodded. Yes, such a beautiful woman, usually there are countless people pursuing her, but she is still single at the age of 26, which is enough to explain the problem. What about you? I think she trusts you very much. How did you meet? I used to be Xiao-cheong's boxing coach. Later, her parents divorced and she lost the ambition to participate in competitions. I happened to have connections, so I introduced her to the entertainment industry. I also became their group's agent. To be frank, I am more like her mother than her mother is. Sister Hong straightened her strong waist and said to Chen Dong coldly, if you have bad intentions towards Xiao-cheong, don't blame me for being rude. This child is pitiful enough, and I don't want her to be cheated by a scumbag. Chen Dong frowned, put down the dough he had kneaded and said, which of yours thinks I'm a scumbag? Besides, a gentleman likes to marry a beautiful lady, how can that be considered a bad idea? Sister Hong. This guy, I don't know whether he is honest or shameless, why is he so self-righteous? But since Chen Dong said this, she felt more confident and sneered, don't even think about it. She usually flies all over the country for work. Even if you want to pursue her, you don't have the chance. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Sister Hong's chubby face twitched suddenly, and she didn't know how to respond. Well, it's so embarrassing to be caught in the plot. After a long while, she finally said, well, there is a live reality show that invites male and female guests to live as a couple in the show. They have chosen you and Xiao-cheong. I think this is an opportunity. You can try to get along with each other. If you need to follow a script, then forget it. It's just as fake as work, and we can't really get along and understand each other. But if there is no script, then it's fine. Chen Dong doesn't care about the Dao. Sister Hong didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. Her embarrassment immediately turned into excitement. She slapped her thigh and said, "Don't worry about participating. I'm here. Even if the production team makes a script, I'll ask them to cancel it and write it in the contract." Chen Dong nodded, "Don't forget the labor fee. I heard that celebrities can make a lot of money by participating in reality shows. I am a celebrity now." Sister Hong's mouth twitched again. No wonder he agreed so readily. It turns out he wanted to have both money and beauty. What a good plan. Bang. At this moment, there was a loud noise suddenly from the iron gate of the yard. Hearing this, Sister Hong stopped sighing at Chen Dong's shamelessness and explained, "I forgot to tell you before that many paparazzi reporters have come to the village and are blocking your door. This isn't blocking the door, this is smashing it. You've got a bad habit." Chen Dong frowned, picked up a long rolling pin, and strode out of the kitchen. Sister Hong was startled and hurriedly chased after him. "Don't be impulsive, you can't beat those paparazzi. Once they start, the situation will be out of control. Xiao Qiong, come and help quickly." She wanted to hold Chen Dong, but when she tried to hold him, she found that she, a fat girl weighing nearly 300 pounds who came from a boxing background, could not hold Chen Dong, so she had to ask Su Qiong in the main room for help. However, when Su Qiong came out of the main room, Chen Dong had already dragged her to the iron gate, unfastened the door lock, and yelled, "Who smashed it? Shit!" The roar turned into an exclamation. Chen Dong was like a frightened rabbit, pulling Sister Hong and retreating frantically. Outside the gate, an elevated off-road vehicle worth at least 1 million was crashing into the iron gate at a very fast speed. Judging from the fresh dent on the front of the car, it was obvious that the loud noise just now was also caused by it. Around the SUV, there was a group of paparazzi holding cameras and carrying video cameras, who were rolling and crawling in a panic to avoid the attack. Squeak. At the moment when the front of the car was about to hit the iron gate, the RV braked narrowly. "Hey, Sherue." Sister Hong looked at the female driver in the driving seat of the RV and spoke in surprise. "It seems that we know each other." Before she finished her words, the window of the driver's seat was lowered, and a woman wearing sunglasses poked out and said to Sister Hong in the door, "Sister Hong, I'm sorry, these reporters just refused to give way, and I stepped on the accelerator instead of the brake, and crashed into the door." Sister Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said helplessly, "You little idiot, you still dare to drive? Just park like this for now, and come in quickly." "Hum." The female driver nodded and immediately pushed the door and got out of the car. As she got out of the car, the back door opened and 3 beautiful women with pale faces got out like dumplings. After the 4 women entered the iron gate, 3 women with pale faces immediately surrounded the female driver and gave her a slap each. "You drove even though we told you not to. You scared us to death, Tilder. This is not a place to talk, go in and make some noise." When Sister Hong saw the paparazzi outside the door were about to surround them, she immediately pushed the 4 girls who were playing and fighting around the screen wall and into the courtyard. Chen Dong looked at the reporters outside the door and said, "If you want to block the road, then do it. I respect your work, but don't cause trouble and hinder the villagers from traveling. Is that okay? This is not good." "Mr. Chen, are you and Su Qiong in a relationship?" a reporter asked. Chen Dong nodded, "Yes, I am a man, it is impossible for me to have a lesbian relationship with her." The reporters were speechless for a moment. This joke is not funny at all. But someone behind the screen wall in the courtyard seemed to find it funny and burst into a Kran Shin-chan style laugh. Oh, Tilder. Okay, it's nothing, she just came to buy some music. If you really have time, why not go and stake out that Liu Lianghu? It's said that he has 2 plugs. If you can take a photo of him, it will definitely be explosive news. Chen Dong smiled and closed the door. Chapter 10. We are all older than you. Someone behind the screen wall heard him stab Liu Lianghu before he died, and the strange laughter got louder. Oh. Chen Dong turned the padlock and curiously went around the screen wall to check, and found that the person laughing strangely was the female driver. I don't know why her sense of humor is so low. She laughed so hard that she fell down. The other 3 women seemed to feel ashamed and acted as if they didn't know her. Including Sister Hong, she was also very upset. Finally, it was Su Cheong who gave her a slap in the face to stop her laughing. She introduced Chen Dong, "This is my sister from my previous group." The female driver took off the sunglasses that covered half of her face, revealing a cute and handsome face. She bowed politely and said, "Hello, my name is Wang Rui." Chen Dong nodded. "Well, you're welcome, sister." Wang Rui suddenly put on a serious face and said, "I'm older than you, so you have to call me Sister Rui from now on." Su Cheong reached out and slapped her again. "Brother Dong, don't bother with her, she just likes to act weird." After that, he pointed at the other three girls and introduced them to Chen Dong one by one. "This elegant and dignified beauty is the eldest sister of our group. She is from the same family as you. Her name is Chen Binglan. Don't be fooled by her temperament and name, she is actually very talkative. This wild beauty with dyed yellow hair is our second sister. She has a nice name, Chen Lame. Her fans like to call her hot girl, but privately we all call her sweet girl because she is the clingiest one. The last one, this pure and beautiful lady with an air of fairy, is the third sister by Yuyin. She is very sinister, so don't mess with her unless necessary." It can be heard that Su Cheong has a really close relationship with them, otherwise she wouldn't complain about each one she introduces. "If it wasn't a bad friend level relationship, I would never do such a thing." Chen Dong greeted them one by one, and finally invited everyone into the main room to make some tea. He said happily, "It's really a great honor to have so many beautiful girls here at once." Wang Rui replied angrily, "We are all older than you. I'll go prepare dinner, everyone, help yourself, you're welcome." Chen Dong seemed not to hear it. After saying another polite word, he turned and went to the kitchen. Su Cheong watched him leave the hall, then looked at the four girls and said, "Sia Rui, didn't your parents invest money to let you make a movie? How come you have time to come here?" Well, Sister Hong had said before that in Su Cheong's previous group, one of the members had parents who were very generous and used their money to buy countless good resources for their group. In fact, they were Wang Rui's parents. Their group has been disbanded for 3 years, but only Su Cheong went out to start her own company and continue singing. The other two daughters of Wang Rui all stayed in their original company, and some transitioned to behind-the-scenes work, while others transformed themselves into actors, using the money invested by Wang Rui's parents to develop in the film and television industry. "We heard that you have a boyfriend, so of course we have to help you check it out." Wang Rui straightened her chest towards A and said as a matter of course. Su Cheong held her face and kneaded it for a while. "You are lying to me, right? How could I not inform you that I have a boyfriend? Don't tell me that you can't see that it's a scandal. Tell me clearly, what are you doing here?" Wang Rui was decisively suppressed by Su Cheong, who had an extraordinary fighting power, and answered honestly, "Isn't this Mr. Chen Dong a great talent? We have all listened to his songs, they are simply amazing, so we want to ask him to write a theme song for our movie." "I see." Su Cheong nodded suddenly. Sister Hong on the side interrupted and said, "He's a very easy person to talk to. As long as the money is in place, there shouldn't be any problem." "Money is not a problem. I'll go talk to him." Wang Rui patted her chest confidently, stood up and was about to leave the main room to find Chen Dong. However, she turned back after taking just 2 steps, took out a makeup mirror from her handbag, quickly drew her eyeliner and put on lipstick, and then let her long hair, which was tied into a bun, fall down. With this, her originally naughty and cute appearance disappeared without a trace. With the help of eyeliner, red lips and long hair, she instantly turned into a cold and aggressive queen. It's like he's completely a different person. Su Cheong and the others were probably used to her changes and were not surprised at all, but they looked puzzled. "Why are you putting on makeup?" Wang Rui put away the makeup mirror, pouted and said, "It makes me look older this way, and it will save him from calling me sister." "Everyone. Do you dare to be childish?" Su Cheong stood up and said helplessly, "I'll go with you to talk." After saying this, he didn't give Wang Rui a chance to refuse and pulled her out of the hall. Sister Hong, Chen Binglan and the other two looked at each other, then they all got up and went to the kitchen in tacit understanding. In the kitchen, Chen Dong had already prepared the hand-rolled noodles and was processing the pork belly. Wang Rui glanced at Su Cheong, then curled her red lips, as if to say, "Your boyfriend is so stingy, he only gave us noodles when I treated us to a meal." Su Cheong ignored her and said to Chen Dong, "Brother Dong, if the ingredients are not enough, I will ask Sister Hong to drive to the supermarket outside the village to buy some. No, there are seafood caught from the sea in the refrigerator, and vegetables grown in the backyard. Let's eat Jinhai noodles today. Chen Dong answered without even raising his head. Sucheong nodded, but Wang Rui was stunned for a moment, then grinned and said flattered, "Wow, you don't have to go through so much trouble." "It's no trouble. I'm usually alone and bored. It's a rare opportunity to have you as guests, so let's have a good meal." Noodles with gravy is not uncommon. Different places have different ways of eating it, but they are all just gravy with noodles. However, dalu noodles with the word Jinhai in it is an exception, because in Jinhai area, eating dalu noodles requires 4 dishes, 8 codes, and 16 ways of eating, and a bowl of stew includes delicacies from mountains and sea. This meal of noodles with gravy is as sumptuous as the New Year's Eve dinner. Wang Rui had eaten it before, so she was flattered. Then, a half-smiley look kept wandering around Sucheong's face. "You still say he's not your boyfriend?" Sister Hong, who followed over, felt the same way, and even felt a little worried for Sucheong. After all, Wang Rui and the other girls were just there to catch up, and Sister Hong herself was just a foil. The real guest of this sumptuous meal, which also included traditional hospitality food, was Sucheong. With such a grand reception, Sucheong must have felt very uncomfortable while eating. Sister Hong pushed Sucheong, who didn't understand what was going on, and said meaningfully, "Don't just stand there, go help wash the vegetables. It's very troublesome to wash the vegetables." Sucheong probably reacted by now and realized that the so-called noodles with gravy were not simple. She hesitated for a moment, looking at Chen Dong, who was processing the pork belly, and then smiled and said, "Let's taste your cooking skills today. Come on, everyone lend a hand." Everyone washed their hands, took out seafood from the refrigerator, and helped prepare the food. Although these female stars have never done housework, they are not as ignorant as rumored, and they are quite efficient when they are busy. Everyone in Chen Dong's family is happy, but on the other side, someone is badly hurt by a casual remark made by Chen Dong. Yes, that's right, it's the double plug Liu Lianghu. At this time, it was already night. Liu Lianghu had been scolded by his father and was kindly greeted by netizens about his mother. He had no place to vent his anger, so he called his good friends to have fun at the resort. But after they had their fun and left the resort contentedly, they were caught by a group of paparazzi. Chapter 11, A Sweet Girl. Well, although this second sister has wild blonde hair and looks like a hot girl in a nightclub, her personality is indeed, as Sucheong said, she is surprisingly considerate and a sweet girl. "Xiao Cheong, didn't Sister Hong say that you and your brother-in-law would participate in a couple's reality show? Let's shout first so you can get a feel for it." At this time, the ethereal third sister by Yuyan also spoke. Well, he was indeed very sinister. Just one sentence made the angry Sucheong speechless. Seeing that Sucheong was silent, Chen Binglan continued, "Brother-in-law, my idea is that it would be great if you could create a theme song based on the plot or the characters' personalities. For example, based on the 2 heroines. Well, this elegant lady is really chatty. Once she starts talking, she can't stop. She never tires of explaining to Chen Dong what kind of theme song she wants." Chen Dong nodded while eating noodles and looking through the movie synopsis. The plot of the movie is not complicated. It focuses on female characters, with men taking on supporting roles. It tells the story of female friendship and love, and is relatively light-hearted and romantic. To put it bluntly, it's just a chick flick that will make men sick to death. Well, it's not difficult. I've already thought of a song title. It's called Little Lucky. Chen Dong closed the folder and handed it back to Chen Binglan, saying. He said it casually, but Chen Binglan's beautiful eyes lit up and she said in surprise, yes, that's the feeling of the song title. This song title is better than the tentative movie title we have now. We can use the same name for both the song and the movie. Wang Rui, Tian Lame and Bai Yuyan all nodded repeatedly, obviously being touched by the petty bourgeois song title. "Come over tomorrow and I'll give you the song." Chen Dong smiled and comforted the 4 excited girls and continued to enjoy the food. The 4 girls stopped talking and picked up their large bowls to eat, praising their brother-in-law for his good cooking skills. Anyway, flattery is free, so flatter as much as you can. Sucheong felt very uncomfortable and embarrassed during the whole meal, and glared at the 4 women one after another with vicious eyes. It's a pity that darts can't hurt people, and in the end she herself lost her temper. The meal lasted until late at night. The girls helped Chen Dong wash the dishes and then left. Chen Dong wanted to keep the beauties living with him, but it was just a thought. He personally sent them out the door. The paparazzi who had been following the rules had already left, and there was no one around. Is it Chen Dong? Chen Dong was just about to send the girls to the car when a voice suddenly came from the night not far away. From their voice, it seemed to be a young man. These days, young people in the village all go out to work and earn money, and rarely stay at home during festivals. Chen Dong responded with some confusion, "Hey, who is it?" "Your grandpa Tilder." The man confirmed Chen Dong's identity and immediately waved his hand towards the bushes beside him. 6 big men jumped out, holding steel pipes and knives in their hands, and rushed towards Chen Dong. Chen Dong was stunned for a moment, then his face changed color. It was obvious that he was here to seek revenge. At this time, Sucheon exclaimed, "This voice is Liu Lianghu's voice Tilder. She is a professional singer and is sensitive to sounds. Plus, she had just gone on a blind date with Liu Lianghu this afternoon, so she could naturally hear it." After Sucheon's reminder, Chen Dong also remembered that the voice just now was Liu Lianghu. Damn it. Some people are so stupid that if you don't fuck their mother in front of them, they won't know you are their father. Spitting inwardly, Chen Dong walked towards the burly men. "Hey! Brother Dong!" Sucheon grabbed Chen Dong's arm and persuaded him, "Brother Dong, these people are desperate criminals, you don't have to." Before Sucheon could finish her words, Chen Dong had already pushed away her hands that were holding him. "Although I am a lazy man, I never cause trouble, but I am not afraid of it. Today, this bunch of bastards have bullied me right to my doorstep. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will know how powerful their horse king is." While they were talking, the 6 strong men had already rushed to Chen Dong. The leader was holding a sharp knife. When he saw Chen Dong, he raised the knife and started chopping without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Wang Rui and several other little girls were completely terrified. They huddled together, trembling like frightened kittens and screaming continuously. Just as the knife in the man's hand was about to touch Chen Dong, he suddenly lowered his body, raised his right hand, and reached upward. Bang! Chen Dong simply grasped the back of the knife with his hand. "You!" The man in the lead felt the strength in Chen Dong's hand and was horrified. After all, he is an old hand who has been in the martial arts world for more than 10 years. The young man in front of him looks like a martial artist at first glance. Although he was making calculations in his mind, he kept increasing the strength of his hands. Snort! Seeing that this man was still intent on stealing, Chen Dong snorted coldly and shouted, "You're looking for death." Before he finished speaking, Chen Dong held the blade in one hand, exerted 70% of his strength, and threw it out. The man had no time to release the force, and was thrown out by Chen Dong along with the blade. Seeing this scene, the remaining 5 strong men were stunned. The bald man who had been at the back suddenly poked his companion's lower back with his finger and asked in a low voice, "If I remember correctly, Lao Jiao must weigh more than 210 pounds, right?" "More than that. His wife has been in confinement recently and the food is good. He told me this morning that he has gained at least 20 pounds in the past 2 months. Hiss. The bald man who asked the question took a deep breath and murmured, "More than 230 pounds. He just threw it out like that. I don't think he has used his full strength yet. Damn it, this is a master." Although the bald man's voice was not loud, it was late at night and it was quiet, so his 2 sentences were heard clearly by his accomplices. After hearing what the bald man said, several people backed down. If the employer had not been right behind them, they would have run away. They stood there in a daze, but Chen Dong was not happy. He first took the knife out of the man who fell to the ground, then squatted on the ground like a villager, pointed at the men in front of him and asked, "What are you planning? Are you going to fight or not?" Forehead. Old Zhao was now unconscious. The remaining 5 people looked at each other, and then the oldest man came out to answer. The man clasped his fists towards Chen Dong and said in a very respectful manner, "We are short-sighted and didn't know there was a capable person like you in Wansha Bay. Today I'm just collecting money and doing things for others. Fortunately, I haven't caused you any too much trouble. I wonder if my little brother can." Chen Dong was still squatting on the ground, digging his ears with his little finger, and he became impatient as he listened. "Ink is dead." After saying that, Chen Dong stood up, grabbed Lao Jiao by the collar and lifted him up. "Okay." As he spoke, Chen Dong threw the person in his hand over. Fortunately, Chen Dong used some skill and prevented old Zhao from suffering any further. The man who had spoken to Chen Dong before briefly checked Lao Zhao's injuries, gave some instructions to the others, and then clasped his fists to Chen Dong again. "Brother, we will remember your kindness today. If you need us in the future, please let us know." After saying this, seeing that Chen Dong didn't react, the strong men carried the unconscious old Zhao and were about to leave. They wanted to leave, and Chen Dong agreed, but some people were not happy. Chapter 12: The Person Behind. Liu Lianghu was far away and had no idea what was happening here. Although he wondered why the fight stopped in the middle of the fight, he did not dare to step forward to ask. Seeing that the thugs he had called were about to leave, Liu Lianghu walked out from the darkness, pointed at them and cursed, "What do you guys mean? I called you here to beat people up, and now that bastard Chen Dong is still standing there, you want to leave?" Snort. The bald man at the end of the team was unhappy when he heard what Liu Lianghu said. He pointed at his nose and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, kid. I'll give you the knife. Why don't you try to fight with that young man? We are the thugs you hired, not your slaves." "You, what do you mean?" When had Liu Lianghu ever been yelled at like this by a gangster? His voice was trembling with anger. "What do you mean?" The bald man looked at Liu Lianghu with a sneer on his face and replied, "Mr. Liu, don't forget what kind of business we brothers are in. We know you are young master, but here in the wilderness, please be polite when talking to us brothers. Otherwise, Jinhai City will lose a rich young master in the future." After being threatened by the bald man, Liu Lianghu was also scared. He quickly changed his face and whispered, "I have checked Chen Dong's background. He has no ability and even no relatives. How about we kill him here today? If you work harder, I will give you 3 times the reward, how about it?" Liu Lianghu was just speaking when he saw the thugs in front of him looking at him as if he were a fool. "Really?" Bang! Suddenly someone patted his shoulder from behind. Liu Liang turned around and looked back. Seeing the person coming, Liu Lianghu let out a howl and collapsed to the ground. The person behind him is Chen Dong. Chen Dong first waved his hand to let the thugs leave, then he said to Liu Lianghu, "You are Liu Lianghu. What, from what you said just now, do you want to kill me tonight?" I didn't. What happened tonight was beyond Liu Lianghu's expectations. He sat on the ground, backing away, and it took him a long time to utter, "You can't hurt me. My dad is." Bang! Chen Dong was not curious about who his father was. Before Liu Lianghu could finish his words, he slapped him hard in the face. Liu Lianghu was so shocked by the slap that he saw stars. It took him a long time to react. He yelled at Chen Dong, "You dare to hit me? You are done for. I tell you, you are done for. I want you to die. I will peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, and break all the bones in your body." I don't know whether Liu Lianghu is used to being arrogant or has a low IQ. Even at this time, he still dares to threaten Chen Dong. "Oh!" Chen Dong sneered, raised his right hand high, and swung it in the air several times, ready to teach this ignorant guy a lesson. Wait a moment. Before Chen Dong's hand fell, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind him. If it was someone else, Chen Dong would have ignored it, but the person who spoke was Su Qiong. Chen Dong hesitated for a moment, and finally put his hand down slowly. Su Qiong came to Chen Dong accompanied by Sister Yu Hong and said directly, "Brother Dong, let him go." What? After listening to Su Qiong's request, Chen Dong looked puzzled and asked directly, "He has hurt you time and again, and you are still begging for him now? Hiring internet trolls, spreading rumors, and hiring assassins to hurt people today, which one of these was not instructed by him?" "I know, but..." Su Qiong's voice became smaller and smaller. Fortunately, she had Sister Hong by her side. Sister Hong sighed and answered for her directly, "We can't afford to offend the Liu family. If his father Liu Zicheng says something, who will dare to cooperate with Xiao Qiong in the future? Besides, Xiao Qiong is not doing this for herself. Xiao Rui and her friends are about to start filming their movie. If we offend the Liu family at this time, it will be difficult for the movie to be released." After listening to Sister Hong's words, Chen Dong stood there thinking. Seeing that Chen Dong didn't react, Liu Lianghu thought he was scared, so he quickly stood up and shouted, "Boy, are you scared now? Kneel on the ground and lick my toes. Maybe I'll let you go when I'm in a good mood." Listening to Liu Lianghu's words, Sister Hong was afraid that Chen Dong would do something extreme again, so she quickly walked to Liu Lianghu before he could react, took out a mobile phone and handed it to him. I have recorded everything young Master Liu did and said today. If you really dare to retaliate against us in the future, I can't guarantee how many people will see these videos. After all, the internet is so developed now. By the way, if this video was really seen by others, let alone whether your father would punish you, the part where you slumped on the ground alone would make you a laughingstock for years. After all, Sister Hong is her husband's prisoner, and now she has the bargaining chips in her hand, and is quietly knocking on Liu Lianghu. After listening to Sister Hong's words, Liu Lianghu quickly watched the video on his phone, then pointed at Sister Hong's nose and shouted, You dare to threaten me? Not really, not really. Sister Hong waved her hands repeatedly and said, If the young master is too angry, he can just smash this phone to vent his anger, but to be honest with you, I have 7 or 8 backup copies of this video. Snort. Liu Lianghu snorted coldly, glanced at Su Qiong and Chen Dong behind Sister Hong, and said ruthlessly, Don't think you can restrain me like this, I won't let you go. No woman I want to mess with can escape. After saying this, Liu Lianghu turned around and was about to leave. Wait, did I let you go? Before Liu Lianghu took a few steps, Chen Dong, who had been silent behind him, suddenly spoke. After walking a few steps to Liu Lianghu, Chen Dong grabbed his collar and said viciously, Others may be afraid of you, but I, Chen Dong, am not. Dare to threaten me? Dare to retaliate against me? If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think that I, Chen Dong, am easy to bully? After saying that, Chen Dong raised his right fist and punched Liu Lianghu directly in the face. Bang! Puff! After Chen Dong let go, Liu Lianghu took more than 10 steps back before he could steady himself, then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the blood and 2 front teeth on the ground, Liu Lianghu sneered and said to Chen Dong, Okay. I didn't expect that I would suffer such a big loss at the hands of a poor boy like you. Let's wait and see. This time no one stopped him, and after he finished speaking, Liu Lianghu ran away as if escaping. After Liu Lianghu walked away, Su Qiong complained to Chen Dong, You are so impulsive. Didn't I explain the interests involved to you clearly? Why did you still attack Liu Lianghu? Whether I'm impulsive or not, what does it have to do with you? Chen Dong replied to Su Qiong coldly, without even looking at her, and walked straight towards home. Su Qiong didn't know why Chen Dong suddenly treated her like this. She stood there for a long time, her eyes filled with tears. Xiao Qiong. Sister Hong wanted to come over to persuade them, but Su Qiong suddenly turned around and walked towards Wang Rui and the others, shouting, Sister Hong, let's go. Forehead. Sister Hong stood there, looked at Su Qiong, then looked at Chen Dong who was about to walk away, sighed, and replied, Xiao Qiong, wait for me in the car. Chapter 13 I also feel wronged. Sister Hong caught up with Chen Dong when they were almost at his doorstep. Panting, Sister Hong called Chen Dong and asked directly, Are you angry? Chen Dong stood there, ignoring Sister Hong and just turned his head away. Oh. Seeing Chen Dong's attitude, Sister Hong smiled and said, When I first met you, I felt that you were old-fashioned. You are only 23 years old, but you always speak and act in an old-fashioned way. I didn't expect that you actually have a young side. What does this have to do with age? Chen Dong retorted. What does that have to do with anything? Sister Hong asked. Chen Dong glanced at Sister Hong and didn't continue talking. I know you are feeling very aggrieved now. Everything that happened today was caused by our Xiao Qiong. You were clearly standing up for her, but she stopped you. I feel wronged about this, too. But think about it carefully, isn't this what the entertainment industry is like? Since ancient times, who in this industry has not been forced to do things against their will? Hearing this, Chen Dong directly waved his hand to interrupt Sister Hong and said, I can understand being forced to do something, and I also know how to write the word compromise. But compromise does not mean giving in blindly. Today she can beg me to let Liu Lianghu go, but what about tomorrow? Will she agree to certain conditions from certain people tomorrow for some other conditions? In your heart, do you really miss Xiao Qiong that much? Sister Hong's expression was much more serious this time. Her performance today made it impossible for me not to think so. Well. After hearing Chen Dong's answer, Sister Hong sighed and continued, I have also told you about Xiao Qiong's situation today. With such a bad pair of parents, what do you want her to do? The entertainment industry is a circle. If she wants to make a living in this circle, she has to pay more than others. But I can assure you that Xiao Qiong will never do what you are thinking about. She is a good girl with bottom line and principles. I can assure you of that. Of course, you and I just met today, you don't have to believe me. If possible, please get to know Xiao Qiong better, please. After saying that, Sister Hong stood there and bowed to Chen Dong. Chen Dong subconsciously wanted to help her, but he finally held back. He did not respond to Sister Hong, but just nodded slowly, and walked into their house without looking back. Sister Hong groped her way back to the car in the dark. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Huang Rui and several other girls trying to persuade Su Qiong, who was crying. She signaled them with her eyes to sit in the back first, and then Sister Hong came to Su Qiong. Xiao Qiong, stop crying. I feel wronged. Are you not allowed to cry? You feel wronged, and so does he. How about I call him over so you can cry together? Why is he aggrieved? He was obviously the one who was mean to me. No one has spoken to me in that tone for years. He feels wronged? He feels wronged for you. I just talked to him for a while, and I can see that he cares about you very much. Su Qiong's crying gradually subsided, and her eyes were fixed on Sister Hong beside her, waiting for what was to come. Ahem. Sister Hong cleared her throat and continued, I have raised you since you were a child. In the past 10 years, we have been through a lot and have met many people. Among them, I know who is interested in you and who is sincere to you, and you know it too. Think carefully, when I was negotiating with Liu Lianghu just now, Chen Dong didn't say a word. But why did he suddenly attack Liu Lianghu when he was about to leave? Wasn't it because that guy insulted you before he left? Real. After hearing what Sister Hong said, Su Qiong stopped crying completely. There was light in her eyes and she continued to ask Sister Hong questions. Sister Hong is an experienced person, how could she lie to you? Sister Hong assured, patting her chest. Come on, Sister Hong. How can you be a man? Haven't you always been single? At this time, Huang Rui, who was sitting in the back seat, interjected, causing the girls to burst into laughter. Sister Hong rolled her eyes at Huang Rui, and then continued to speak to Su Qiong earnestly. Xiao Qiong, Sister Hong is not making decisions for you, but you are not a child anymore, and there are some things you should consider. You have had many suitors around you over the years. But think about it carefully, who is as talented as Chen Dong? Just look at the songs he gave you today, which one is not a masterpiece? Looking around, is there anyone like him in the land of China? Besides, when looking for a man, the most important thing to look for is character. This Chen Dong is obviously very talented, but he chose to live in seclusion in this rocky bay. What is this? In ancient times, this would be called a hermit. He doesn't care about the outside world. And is handsome too. Huang Rui interrupted again. But. Sister Hong knew what Su Qiong was worried about, so she gave her a look that said, relax. She said, as for what happened today, don't worry. I don't think Chen Dong is a petty person. You can come here tomorrow and apologize to him, and it will be over. After listening to Sister Hong, Su Qiong shook her head and whispered, I want to say it, but I'm 3 years older than him. A girl 3 years older than you is worth a gold brick. After Chen Dong returned home, he fell headfirst onto the bed. Not long after coming to this world, Chen Dong discovered that in addition to carrying the memories of his previous life, his body seemed to have changed as well. Strength, speed, and perception have all been significantly improved, and are already beyond the range of ordinary people. However, because this body was too weak, Chen Dong was unable to fully exert his strength every time. Moreover, you will feel weak for a while afterwards. It seems that I still need to exercise in the future. I don't know if there is real kung fu in this world. If so, where can I learn it? As he was thinking, Chen Dong fell asleep. In his dream, Chen Dong saw a gold brick. He held the gold brick in both hands, traveled to many places in the world, met many people, and was going to marry the gold brick. Chen Dong was awakened by his dream. When he looked up again, it was already dawn. After stretching, Chen Dong decided to start his morning run from today. After a quick wash, Chen Dong opened the door. Wow! Good morning. As soon as he opened the door, Chen Dong was frightened by the little girl in front of him. He took several steps back before asking, why are you here? The visitors were Huang Rui and Su Qiong. As Su Qiong was too embarrassed to apologize to Chen Dong alone, she could only come to Chen Dong under the pretext of Huang Rui's movie theme song. Brother-in-law, have you made breakfast? I want to eat the noodles you made. Huang Rui replied irrelevantly. Don't call me brother-in-law. I didn't make breakfast either. Chen Dong answered and was about to walk out. Where are you going? Sucheong asked in a low voice. Morning run. After saying that, Chen Dong ran out directly, leaving the two women looking at each other in bewilderment. My brother-in-law's way of thinking is really different from ours. Huang Rui looked at Chen Dong's back and muttered, then reminded him in a low voice, Sister, why don't you run with him? This is a good opportunity. Chapter 14 Program Team Invitation. Sucheong stood there and thought for a while, then quickly changed her high heels and followed the path Chen Dong had taken. After all, Sucheong used to learn boxing, so even though she later joined a women's group, her physical fitness was still good. Not long after, Sucheong caught up with Chen Dong on a country road. Well, last night. Just as Sucheong was about to speak, Chen Dong started speeding up without even turning his head. Wait a minute. In this way, the two of them ran around the stony bay for a full circle. When they returned to Chen Dong's house, they were both out of breath. Huang Rui, who was sitting on the doorstep, saw the two of them and quickly stood up and said, You guys are finally back. I was starving. Fourth brother-in-law, can you make another bowl of noodles from yesterday? Chen Dong wiped the sweat off his forehead with a towel, looked at Huang Rui, then looked at Sucheong, and then said, Eat a bowl of noodles, and then you can leave. As he spoke, Chen Dong went into the kitchen. After Huang Rui's hint, Sucheong followed Chen Dong into the kitchen. Da. Chen Dong was processing vegetables on the chopping board, and Sucheong saw that he had no intention of paying attention to her, so she whispered, Then, shall I cook the noodles first? Chen Dong still didn't reply. Bang! Turning on the gas stove, Sucheong boiled water while looking at Chen Dong beside her. Sherue said he was handsome yesterday. It seems like there is a little bit. Especially the side profile. Why is he so serious when cutting vegetables? R. As she was thinking, Sucheong suddenly screamed. It turned out that the water in the pot boiled over and overflowed, scalding her fingers. When Chen Dong heard Sucheong's cry, he hurried over, turned off the gas stove, then pulled up Sucheong's scalded hand and took a closer look. Nothing. As he spoke, Chen Dong took Sucheong's hand and walked to the sink, where he kept washing her burned fingers with cold water. Not mad at me anymore. At this time, Sucheong's little hand was held in Chen Dong's hand. She blushed with embarrassment, but she still asked this question subconsciously. Chen Dong glanced at Sucheong and was silent for a while before saying, I'm not angry with you. I've seen many people like Liu Lianghu. If I don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid there will be more trouble in the future. I know. Sister Hong has explained it to me. I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have spoken to you in that tone. Sucheong said to Chen Dong apologetically. Sucheong was a beautiful lady with natural charm, and now she put on a pitiful look, which stunned Chen Dong, who was standing beside her. Squeak. At this moment, the kitchen door was suddenly pushed open and a reckless little girl rushed in. The person who came was Huang Rui. As soon as she entered the door, she shouted carelessly, Sister, brother-in-law, are you ready? I'm almost starving. Huh. As they were talking, Huang Rui also saw the situation inside the room clearly. A smile instantly appeared on her face, and she teased Chen Dong and Sucheong, I was wondering why it took so long to make a bowl of noodles. So you two came here to talk about love. Upon hearing Huang Rui's words, Sucheong quickly pulled her hand out of Chen Dong's hand. Her already blushing face now looked even more like a red apple on the treetop. Hey! Seeing this scene, Chen Dong shook his head and smiled, then turned to Huang Rui and said, You go out first, breakfast will be ready soon. Okay. Huang Rui agreed happily, but before leaving, she did not forget to tease her sister. She said, I won't disturb my sister and brother-in-law here. What are you talking about, you silly girl? Sucheong said coquettishly and pretended to chase Huang Rui. In this way, the two little girls chased and fought around Chen Dong's yard until Chen Dong finished making breakfast and called them to stop. Brother-in-law, you have to take good care of fourth sister in the future. She learned boxing when she was a child, and she doesn't hold back when she hits. Moreover, I now suspect that she has a serious tendency towards violence. As soon as they sat down at the dinner table, Huang Rui started complaining to Chen Dong. Snort. Sucheong took the braised noodles that Chen Dong had already prepared with one hand, and shook her other hand in front of Huang Rui with a fist, threateningly saying, You damn girl, if you dare to talk nonsense again next time, I will teach you a lesson. Seeing that Wang Rui wanted to refute him, Chen Dong quickly pushed a bowl of noodles in front of her and said, "That's enough. You two sisters can stop making trouble after you have eaten your fill." With food in hand, Wang Rui's attention was immediately drawn to it. She didn't bother arguing with Su Qiong anymore and just picked up her chopsticks and started to wolf down the food. The sounds of eating noodles continued until Su Qiong's phone rang, interrupting them. It was Sister Hong who called Su Qiong. Su Qiong did not avoid Chen Dong. After wiping her mouth with a tissue, she answered the phone directly. "Sister Hong, what's the matter?" Oh. Is it arranged by the production team? Now. Okay, I understand. I'll discuss it with Brother Dong. After saying that, Su Qiong hung up the phone. When Chen Dong heard Su Qiong mention him, he put down his chopsticks and asked, "What's the matter? Didn't I tell you yesterday that a live reality show wanted to invite us?" The director of the show just called Sister Hong and said that he hoped that our three groups of guests could get to know each other before the filming of the show, and also talk about the contract. Profound. Chen Dong nodded, but after looking at the time on the wall clock, he asked in confusion, "Now? Isn't it a bit too early? I heard from Sister Hong that it was to accommodate the schedule of a guest. But Sister Hong doesn't know who it is yet." Su Qiong replied. "The people who can do such things are most likely not those veteran artists, but probably newcomers who have been very popular in the past 2 years. To put it nicely, it is to cooperate with the schedule. To put it bluntly, it is just being a big shot." Wang Rui interjected. Upon hearing Wang Rui's words, Su Qiong rolled her eyes at her. Then, fearing that Chen Dong might not like this behavior, she wanted to explain. But before Su Qiong could say anything, Chen Dong had already put on his coat and said, "Finish your breakfast first. It's hard to get a taxi in Luanshuan. I'll go out and take a look first." As he was talking, Chen Dong turned around and was about to go out. Fortunately, Su Qiong stopped him in time. "No need, Sister Hong will come to pick us up later." The program team chose a 5-star hotel as the meeting place. When Chen Dong and Su Qiong arrived, a staff member was already waiting at the door. Led by this staff member, Chen Dong and Su Qiong came to a conference room on the top floor of the hotel. I pushed the door open and saw that there were already a few people in the meeting room. Teacher and I. Before Chen Dong could see the faces of these people clearly, Su Qiong beside him suddenly exclaimed, then trotted over to a middle-aged woman. "Hey! It's Xiao Qiong. It's been nearly 2 years since we last met. I didn't expect that the one participating in the show with me this time would be you." It can be seen that the man called Teacher Ni by Su Qiong was also very happy. While talking to Su Qiong, he suddenly looked at Chen Dong. Chapter 15, The Arrogant Chu He. Su Qiong understood what Teacher Ni meant, and quickly took Chen Dong's arm and walked forward, introducing him, "Brother Dong, this is Ni Chang, Teacher Ni, a national first-class actor. When I first became an actor 2 years ago, I played her daughter." Even though Su Qiong introduced her in detail, Chen Dong still didn't know who this woman was or what kind of works she had. But this didn't stop him from doing his best to save face. Chen Dong bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Hello, Teacher Ni." Har har har. Ni Chang admired Chen Dong's attitude. She smiled and said, "Xiao Qiong is so lucky to have found such a talented person like you. If you don't make a name for yourself, you will be amazing. In just 2 days, there were more than a dozen hot search terms about you. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it." Chen Dong quickly said modestly. Su Qiong then pulled Chen Dong to the side of a middle-aged man and introduced him, "This is Li Guoli, Teacher Li. He is a famous violinist in China. Moreover, he and Teacher Ni are also a model couple in the entertainment industry." After Su Qiong finished speaking, Li Guoli stood up with a smile, took Chen Dong's hand and said, "Xiao Chen, I have listened to the songs you released yesterday. I have studied music for decades, but I didn't expect that there would be such heavenly music in the world. Now many people on the internet say that they like your song, 'A Man Should Be Self-Reliant,' but I don't think so. Instead, I think 'A Laugh in the Ocean' can truly represent your state of mind. Just the carefreeness in the lyrics is something that not everyone can write. And it also uses a lot of 'all right, old man.'" Li Guoli was interrupted by Ni Chang before he finished speaking. She smiled and said to Chen Dong and Su Qiong, "Don't be surprised. This guy is like this. Once he talks about music, he will never stop. It's okay. What teacher Lee said just now is very useful to me. I will ask you more questions when I have free time. Chen Dong said some polite words, then took Su Cheong's hand and sat next to Ni Chang and Li Guoli. At this time, a bald fat man who had been sitting in the corner stood up and said, I didn't expect you all to know each other. This is also a kind of fate. Let me introduce myself to Miss Su and Mr. Chen. My name is Wang Lei, and I am the chief director of the program We Got Married. After listening to Wang Lei's introduction, Su Cheong and Chen Dong realized that this unprepossessing little fat man was actually the director. They had thought he was a staff member before. Su Cheong wanted to stand up and say hello, but Wang Lei waved his hand and motioned her to sit down, then continued, Our program is a people-friendly program, we don't care about these things, from now on you can just call me Lao Wang. I invited you all here this time mainly to discuss a few things with you. Bang! Wang Lei was speaking when the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. The man looked good, but his attire was a little confusing. He was actually wearing a bathrobe. Chew her. After seeing the person's face clearly, Su Cheong muttered softly. Chen Dong leaned towards Su Cheong and asked, Do you know him? Who is he? Why do I feel like he's a little bit mentally ill? Liu Liang, who first debuted as a member of a boy band and later starred in many idol dramas. 2 years ago, reporters dug up information about his secret marriage and he hasn't appeared on the screen for 2 years. Over here, Chen Dong and Su Cheong were whispering. Over there, Chu He had already sat down carelessly, crossed his legs, and said to Wang Lei impatiently, Wang Baldy, why did you call me here so early? If you have something to say, please say it quickly. I have to go upstairs to catch up on my sleep. Hearing Chu He's words, Wang Lei couldn't hold back his expression, and said in a cold tone, Chu He, in order to take care of your time, I have changed the meeting place to this hotel, what else do you want? Snort. Chu He didn't take Wang Lei's words seriously. He snorted and said, Isn't this normal? When I was popular a few years ago, which actor didn't have to accommodate my schedule? Just that movie star. I asked him to wait for half an hour, and he had to wait for half an hour. You know, that happened 2 years ago. Wang Lei finally couldn't bear it anymore and roared at Chu He. Hey! What's wrong with you? Chu He stood up and pointed at Wang Lei's nose and said, Wang Baldy, you've become really capable. You were just a crew member back then, and now you're a director. Your temper has improved, right? If the company hadn't asked me to do this crappy show, I wouldn't have brought it. Who do you think you are? You have no works, and no character. Why do you come here to act like a big shot? I think you have come to the wrong place. Unexpectedly, Wang Lei was not such an easy person to get along with, and Chu He was choked back with just 2 sentences. You're asking for a beating. Seeing that he couldn't scold Wang Lei, Chu He shouted, stood up and was about to fight with Wang Lei. Fortunately, Li Guoli and Ni Chang reacted quickly. They each grabbed one of them and persuaded them in a low voice. Squeak. The door of the conference room was pushed open again, and a woman in red walked in. The woman shouted as she entered the room, Have you had enough of the trouble? With just 1 sentence, Chu He instantly became obedient, then he curled his lips in dissatisfaction and sat back in his seat. Seeing this scene, Chen Dong looked at Su Cheong beside him in confusion. Su Cheong understood and took the initiative to explain, This person is called Lin Qingqing, the only daughter of the chairman of the Lin Group. It is said on the internet that Chu He is willing to marry Lin Qingqing just for the property. But he may have made a mistake. Last year, the Lin Group's board of directors made several wrong decisions, which led to a significant reduction in the company's assets. After Lin Qingqing entered the room, she first apologized to Director Wang Lei on behalf of Chu He, and then sat next to Chu He. Although the two were sitting together, neither of them looked at each other, and their bodies did not touch at all. This looks even less like a couple than Chen Dong and Su Cheong. Wang Lei sat alone in the corner and sulked for a long time. Li Guoli and his wife counseled him for a long time before finally asking him to come back. Ahem. After fake coughing twice to draw everyone's attention to himself, Wang Lei began to speak. As everyone knows, the traditional television industry has been increasingly declining in the past 2 years due to the impact of online platforms and live broadcast platforms. So the leaders of our Jinhai TV station decided to make a brand new program, which is We Got Married. This program is not only new in concept, but also in broadcasting method. The station has already discussed with the 2 major live broadcast platforms. The program will not only be broadcast on satellite TV, but also on these two platforms simultaneously. We are program that is close to the people. What does close to the people mean? I personally think it can be summed up in one word: truth. Let the audience see what our stars and actors are like when they take off their on-screen roles. How are they different from them? In the past 2 years, the topic of couples' relationships has been frequently discussed by netizens. So, I want the audience to understand the real life of celebrity couples. At the same time, I want to assure everyone here that the production team will provide you with a framework, but there will be absolutely no scripts or character settings. That's all I have to say. I have already arranged for staff to contact your agent regarding the specifics of the contract, process, schedule, etc. Now, please feel free to speak up if you have any questions or suggestions. Hee hee. As soon as Wang Lei finished speaking, he heard someone sneer. If not Chu He, then who is it? Chapter 16 Huang Rui's script. He looked at Wang Lei with disdain and said in a bad tone, "It sounds better than singing. Go and ask around, which show doesn't have a script? Which actor doesn't have a character setting? You are either stupid or evil. If you continue to run this show like this, it will be ruined within 3 episodes." Wang Lei didn't want to argue with Chu He now, so he patiently asked back, "Oh, then what do you think, Mr. Chu?" Snort. Making the show is your job. I just need to appear on camera and get paid. If I have to do everything, then what are you useless people for? Wang Lei was so angry at Chu He that his teeth itched. Seeing that the other 2 groups of guests also looked unhappy, he had no choice but to say, "Since no one has any good suggestions, let's stop here today. See you next Saturday at Longquan Villa." After speaking, Wang Lei stood up and left the meeting room. Seeing that the director had left, Su Qiong whispered a few words to Ni Chan, then pulled Chen Dong to leave as well. Wait a moment. Just as Chen Dong stood up, Chu He, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly pointed at him and shouted. Chen Dong frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" Chu He stood up, shaking his head, looking at Chen Dong with contempt, and then said, "It's nothing, I just want to remind you. You'd better not participate in this show." Oh. Chen Dong raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why?" According to what Baldy Wang said just now, this show will definitely not be popular. If you add an amateur like me, it will probably fade away even faster. If Su Qiong hadn't been holding Chen Dong's arm tightly, Chen Dong would have wanted to go over and slap Chu He twice right now. Isn't your wife an amateur as well? Chen Dong's voice had turned cold. HMPH. Can you compare with Qingqing? She is the daughter of the richest man in Jinhai City. How can you, a garbage collector, be on the show? Just because of your 2 crappy songs. To tell you the truth, I, Chu He, feel cheap to be on the same show with you. Please watch your words. Even if it's a crappy song, someone like you will never be able to write one in your lifetime. Lose value? With your current worth, it can't drop much lower, right? It was Su Qiong who spoke this time. She stood in front of Chen Dong like an old hen protecting her chicks, pointing at Chu He's nose and retorting. TSK. You don't need to say this to me here. I'm saying this for your own good. Don't let the audience scold you when the show airs. That's enough. Lin Qingqing, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. She looked at Chu He with dissatisfaction, then pulled his wrist and walked out. The 2 of them quickly left the meeting room. Only then did Chen Dong pat Su Qiong on the shoulder and said, "You were so cool just now." When Su Qiong was praised by Chen Dong, her face turned red instantly. Har har har. Young people nowadays are not as reserved as we were back then. Chen Dong and Su Qiong forgot that Li Guoli and his wife were still around. Su Qiong and Chen Dong said goodbye to the 2 teachers again before leaving the hotel. Sister Hong had been waiting outside and was getting anxious. When she saw the 2 of them coming out, she quickly pulled them into the car and said, "Why did you talk for so long? What do you think of this show?" "They just gave me a contract and I looked at the terms and I think they are okay." After listening to Sister Hong's question, Su Qiong thought about it carefully before answering. "The program and the director are both good. I would like to participate." After speaking, Su Qiong looked at Chen Dong standing aside. Chen Dong smiled and said, "I don't care. But let me make it clear in advance that you can't give me less labor fees." Knowing that Chen Dong was joking, Sister Hong and Su Qiong didn't care, but Su Qiong said, "But I always feel that Chu He will be a trouble." Chu her? At this time, Sister Hong had already started the car. After listening to Sucheong's words, she thought about it for a while and then asked, "The Chu He in Liu Lianghu's company?" Sucheong nodded. Sister Hong was calculating while driving the car. After a long while, she continued, "Don't worry too much. We have the video of Liu Lianghu from that day. I don't think he would let Chu He deliberately target you. I hope so." The car drove towards the DC area. After driving for a long time, Chen Dong realized that the road was wrong, and then he quickly asked Sister Hong, "Sister Hong, where are we going?" "Oh, I forgot to tell you too, let's go to Wang Rui's house now. That girl wants to finalize the theme song with you today. So urgent." Chen Dong remembered that Wang Rui had told him yesterday that there was no need to rush. "Well." Sister Hong sighed and replied, "Xiao Rui's father got the news that Lianghu Film and Television Company wants to make a commercial film recently. I heard that they are looking for popular stars and actors, and they have also invited a special effects team from abroad. In order to avoid arranging schedules with them, Xiao Rui sped up the pace." Profound. After listening to Sister Hong's words, Chen Dong nodded and said, "I read her script yesterday. It's a bit too niche. If it really collides with this kind of commercial film, it will really affect the box office." Hee hee. Sister Hong smiled and said, "It's doomed to be a box office flop." Xiao Rui said she doesn't ask for much, just 18 million will be enough. This girl really has no ambition. In fact, as long as the script is slightly modified, it shouldn't be a big problem for the box office to exceed 100 million. Originally Chen Dong was just saying it casually, but when Sister Hong heard it, her eyes lit up. "Xiao Chen? Sister Hong knows that you are a capable person. Can you talk to me about this? Can Xiao Rui's drama really break 100 million? Chen Dong nodded very confidently. Whoosh! Seeing Chen Dong's reply, Sister Hong stepped on the accelerator and said, "I feel relieved when you say that. Xiao Chen, don't go home for the next 2 days. Just stay at our place and help Xiao Rui revise the script." Seeing Sister Hong so happy, Sucheong hesitated for a moment, and finally asked in a low voice, "But where are the extra rooms? Didn't you participate in a reality show as a couple for a few days? You will definitely live together at that time. These few days can be considered as a rehearsal in advance." As they were talking, the car had already stopped in front of a villa. Sister Hong looked back at the two of them and said, "You go in first. I'll go park the car." Chen Dong got out of the car first. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Wang Rui not far away. Wang Rui waved to Chen Dong and shouted, "Fourth brother-in-law, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for the whole morning." Chen Dong waited for Sucheong to get out of the car before walking towards Wang Rui. As soon as they met, Sucheong took the initiative to say, "Xiao Rui, go get your script and show it to Brother Dong again." "Why? Didn't he see it yesterday? Let Brother Dong help you revise it." Brother Dong said that your script has several flaws. It's better to revise it now than during filming. After hearing what Sucheong said, Wang Rui's smile instantly disappeared from her face. Her lips pouted and she murmured, "How can he understand what a script is? I spent several years writing this. Why can he change it whenever he wants?" Forehead. Although Wang Rui's voice was soft, Chen Dong heard it clearly. "I didn't expect that Sister Hong agreed to do such a big thing without discussing it with Wang Rui." Chen Dong was a little embarrassed at this time, so he had to say, "Do you want to listen to the changes I made for you first?" "Actually, I won't listen. Before Chen Dong could finish his sentence, Wang Rui had already covered her ears and ran away. Chapter 17 Wang Rui's words. Chen Dong and Sucheong stayed there, staring at each other, until Sister Hong parked the car and walked over to them. "What are you two doing standing here? Come in." "I won't go in, will I?" Chen Dong is a little hesitant now, fearing that if he rashly enters the villa, it will cause a bigger reaction from Wang Rui. After hearing what Chen Dong said, Sister Hong realized something was wrong and quickly asked what had happened before. Chen Dong and Sucheong looked at each other, and finally it was Sucheong who told Sister Hong what had happened. "Well." After listening to Sucheong's story, Sister Hong sighed and said, "This is also my fault. I forgot to discuss it with Xiao Rui beforehand." "Sister Hong, you don't have to blame yourself. Don't you know Xiao Rui? Although she is always careless, she is very thoughtful. Just now, I suddenly mentioned that I wanted to change her script. It's inevitable that she can't accept it for a while. But Xiao Rui knows the importance of this matter. As long as we find a good opportunity to talk to her about this, I believe she will agree. Su Qiong whispered to comfort Sister Hong. After listening to Su Qiong's words, Sister Hong nodded, then looked at Chen Dong and said apologetically, Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry to trouble you again today. Can you please stay with us for a while? Xiao Qiong and I can find a chance to persuade Huang Rui again. Chen Dong nodded and said indifferently, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just an idle person and I have plenty of time. That's good, that's good. Seeing that Chen Dong agreed readily, Sister Hong quickly took him and Su Qiong into the villa. Why? As soon as they entered the door, Chen Dong and the other two saw 7 or 8 people about to walk out, holding a lot of tools and equipment in their hands. Chen Dong and Su Qiong looked at Sister Hong with confusion, but it was obvious that Sister Hong didn't know what these people were doing, so she pointed at Chen Binglan who was on the phone not far away and asked, Lan Lan, what are these people doing? Chen Binglan heard Sister Hong's voice, hung up the phone in a hurry, trotted over, and answered, these people were hired by Xiao Rui to record Mr. Chen's song, Little Lucky, but I don't know what happened just now. This girl suddenly got sick and ran to the recording studio and threw a tantrum, asking these people to get out immediately. I just called Mr. Lee from the recording studio to explain a few things, and you guys came in, didn't you? Sister Hong, what happened to Sherue? Sister Hong did not answer Chen Binglan's question, but just said, Lan Lan, don't worry about Boss Lee for now. I'll explain it later. The most urgent thing now is that you have to keep all these sound repair, recording, and tuning masters here. Oh, I understand. Although she still didn't know what exactly happened, Chen Binglan still agreed and turned to communicate with the recording studio staff. After Chen Binglan left, Sister Hong looked at Chen Dong and Su Qiong and said, let's go, the 3 of us will go check on Sherue first. Led by Sister Hong, the 3 of them came to the door of Huang Rui's room on the 4th floor of the villa. Bang, bang, bang. Sister Hong knocked on Huang Rui's door, but after waiting for a long time, no one answered. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement inside, so Su Qiong said anxiously, nothing will happen, right? This girl is so confused and can really do some irrational things. Sister Hong and Su Qiong had the same concerns, but she still shook her head decisively, and then shouted at the top of her voice, Huang Rui, open the door quickly. You have become more capable in the past 2 years, right? What did you say when you first met me 10 years ago? Didn't you say you would listen to me in everything? Now that you're a director, you're so powerful. How dare you lock your Sister Hong out? Squeak. Sister Hong was shouting happily when the door suddenly opened. At this time, Huang Rui's charming eyes were swollen from crying, and her hair was messy. When she saw Sister Hong and the others, she was still sobbing. Seeing that Huang Rui didn't say anything, Sister Hong held her in her arms distressfully and whispered, Girl, why are you still so angry? I told Mr. Chen to revise the script. This is your first time as a director, and everyone is concerned about you. Wouldn't it be better for you to listen to what Mr. Chen has to say first? After listening to Sister Hong's words, Huang Rui hesitated for a long time, and finally, she shook her head stubbornly. Sister, I have been with you for 10 years. In these 10 years, how much hardship and suffering have we endured? Sister Lan Lan still has calluses on her legs from when she first learned to dance every time it is cloudy or rainy. Lame and Yuyan either have back pain or leg pain. Sister Xiaoqing's anorexia has not been completely cured yet. Yes. Our efforts have earned us some wealth, honor, and recognition from the audience, but how many decades do we still have? Sister Hong, how many female artists have you seen who have been popular for a long time, have been able to continue to have roles to play, and are still well known by the audience? No. Not even one. If I don't lead the sisters to transform now, do you want to see Sister Xiaoqiong playing the role of a vicious mother-in-law in a family ethics drama in 10 or 20 years? Or do you want to see the rest of us sisters appear at an annual performance at a hotel? Although Sister Hong has always known that Huang Rui is a thoughtful girl, after hearing what she said, she never expected that she would think so far. After a moment of silence, Sister Hong finally spoke up, Girl, you are too pessimistic. Sister Hong will not let you guys fall to that level. Huang Rui shook her head again, and then continued very firmly, I know how good Sister Hong is to us, and I believe in your ability, but the little bird has to learn to fly on its own too. Besides, I don't accept it. Why can a male actor remain active on screen for a long time as long as he doesn't make mistakes of principle? But a female actor can't. I've asked so many people, and they all say the same thing. They say it's to shape the character, they say they are afraid the audience will be distracted. These are all excuses. It's not just actresses, it's the same for other women living on this land. We have suffered too much injustice and too much criticism. This movie of mine is for them, to speak for themselves. I hope we can all live as ourselves. So even if this movie is not well received by most people, I will never allow others to modify my script. At this time, Sister Hong had already been moved by Huang Rui's words. She hugged her again and patted her chest to guarantee, no changes. No one is allowed to change your script. Even if the movie is released and has no box office, we will lose everything, but we must make this movie. Su Cheong also walked slowly to the two of them, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and gently hugged Sister Hong and Huang Rui. Chapter 18, Modifying the Script. He. This beautiful scene was suddenly interrupted by a man's sneer. Led by Huang Rui, the three women looked at Chen Dong viciously. Chen Dong couldn't help but shudder, and then quickly explained, Miss Sherui's idea is quite good. At least the concept of this movie is tenable. But the concept of a movie cannot directly determine its quality and box office, not to mention that your concept is in great conflict with the script. What do you mean? Huang Rui broke free from Sister Hong's arms and asked Chen Dong in a bad tone. Chen Dong coughed twice, then took a few steps back, keeping a safe distance from Huang Rui, and continued, let's not talk about anything else, just the ending of your script, it's too tragic. From the heroine to all the female characters who appeared on the screen, almost none of them had a good ending. You want to awaken the female audience and make them break free, but your ending is too pessimistic. The first and second female lead worked so hard and were so bright. But in the end, one got a terminal disease and the other married a wealthy businessman. What do you want to express? Isn't this telling the audience in disguise, even if you work hard, there will be no happy ending? Even though she's married to a wealthy businessman, that's not a good ending, right? Sister Hong interrupted at this time. The rich businessman in his book is almost 70 years old. The audience must think that the second female lead ended up hooking up with a rich man. That's true love between them. How can you be so dirty-minded? Huang Rui still insisted. Okay. Chen Dong saw that Huang Rui was not as impulsive as before, so he dared to approach her and continued, you said they were in love, then that's love. But can you explain it to me now, and then explain it to the audience? Will the audience listen to you? Huang Rui was speechless for a moment, and after a long while she said, then I can just change the ending. After saying that, Huang Rui prepared to go back to her room to revise the script. Chen Dong saw that she seemed to have listened to him, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot and shouted at Huang Rui's back, there are more than just one place that needs to be revised. Stop talking like that. Huang Rui turned around and yelled at Chen Dong. Just listen to me. No matter what you want to express in this film, I can tell you clearly now that using gender opposition to create conflicts is a low-level method. In the story you wrote, the two female protagonists encountered many difficulties, but almost all of the conflicts, contradictions, and even injustices were caused by men. I admit that this kind of situation does exist in real life, but do you dare to say that it is all caused by men? There must be many reasons for this. It affects both men and women, and even economic conditions, historical issues, etc. should all be taken into consideration. You said, aren't you creating gender confrontation? You must want to call on male compatriots to respect women, but if you shoot it like this now, which man would want to watch your movie? Don't you want the male market anymore? After hearing what Chen Dong said, Huang Rui was stunned. She lowered her head and thought about it over and over again in her mind. After a long while, she raised her head and said, what should we do now? Seeing that Huang Rui finally gave in, Chen Dong smiled and said, what else can we do? Change it. But since this is your first script, I won't change it word for word. I'll just give you some suggestions. As for whether to use them or not, you decide for yourself, okay? Huang Rui pondered for a while, then nodded and said softly, fourth brother-in-law, thank you. After saying this, without giving Chen Dong time to react, Huang Rui turned around and went back to her bedroom. Okay, you. Su Cheong came to Chen Dong, poked him with her finger, and said, I thought you were a male chauvinist, but I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. That's right. What I just said and thought is the true expression of my heart. As an outstanding young man like me, whoever marries me in the future will be very lucky. Stop being so conceited and go cook. R. Chen Dong really didn't expect that even though he lived in a villa, he still had to cook for himself. Sister Hong looked at the two of them with a smile and continued, "These girls and I, none of us can cook. In the past, we either ordered takeout or ate instant noodles, biscuits and other snacks to fill our stomachs. I know Mr. Chen's cooking skills are good. I wonder if I, Sister Hong, will have the chance to try it again today." Since Sister Hong was so polite, Chen Dong had no choice but to accept his fate and went to the kitchen to cook in a dejected manner. After struggling for more than an hour, Chen Dong finally realized that he had done too much. Bai Yuyan and Chen Lame went to participate in a program and would not be back for at least a week. Huang Rui had locked herself in her bedroom until now, probably revising her own script. Looking at the table full of dishes, Chen Binglan kept chattering to Chen Dong about how to cook them, until Sister Hong spoke, and then she shut up. "Lan, where did you arrange for the sound engineers to go?" "Oh. The Haiyun Hotel not far away promised to pay them double the amount to keep them here." After listening to Chen Binglan's words, Sister Hong nodded, looked at Chen Dong, and said, "Mr. Chen, how about we call them over after dinner, and record a demo tonight?" Chen Dong was serving soup to Su Cheong at this time. As soon as Sister Hong finished speaking, he wanted to agree. But before Chen Dong could open his mouth, Su Cheong spoke first. "Sister, it's so late today, don't bother. Besides, Dong Ji and I have been running around all day today, he must be exhausted." "You?" Sister Hong poked Su Cheong's forehead with her finger and said jokingly, "You haven't even married yet, and you're already protecting her." "Hey! Sister Hong, what are you talking about?" Su Cheong was so shy that she had to lift the soup bowl to cover her face. Seeing this, Chen Dong smiled knowingly, and then said, "I don't feel tired. Sister Lan, please invite those people over later, and we will record the demo tonight." Chen Binglan responded and continued to ask Chen Dong about the recipe of another dish. The dinner ended in a hurry, and by the time Chen Binglan invited the recording engineers over, it was already late at night. When the preparations were almost done, Su Cheong led Chen Dong to the recording studio, handed him a headset, and said, "You will sing it a cappella first. If the teachers ask you to stop during the singing, you can stop and listen to their opinions. Also, don't leave in a hurry after singing. Wait for their instructions, otherwise the ambient sound may be recorded." Chen Dong nodded, indicating that he understood, and then put the headset on his head. Chapter 19, Chen Datsai's A Cappella Skills. When Su Cheong left the recording studio, Chen Dong waited for a long time before he heard the instructions coming from the headset. "Mr. Chen, we can start now." After taking a deep breath, Chen Dong closed his eyes and began to sing. "I heard the raindrops falling on the green grass, I heard the bell for the end of get out of class ringing in the distance, but I didn't hear your voice." As soon as Chen Dong opened his mouth, the people in the recording studio who usually called themselves big shots were all stunned. He is indeed worthy of being called a great talent by netizens. His basic skills are so solid. I dare say that many popular stars nowadays are not as good as him. Stop making noise, just listen." While they were talking, Su Cheong and Chen Binglan came over. Seeing that the teachers looked serious, they had no choice but to stand behind silently. The a cappella singing continued. Chen Dong had already put aside all distractions and concentrated on singing every word and every sentence. "You spread your wings and met your destiny, oh! How lucky she will be." Only after the last sentence was sung did Chen Dong slowly open his eyes, stand still, and wait for the next instructions from the teachers backstage. If Chen Dong's singing at the beginning amazed the teachers, then the chorus at the end also surprised them. Professional level singing skills. Not only the singing skills, but also the pronunciation, breath and breathing are all perfect. Su Cheong and Chen Binglan were also unable to calm down after hearing this. It was not until they saw Chen Dong still standing there stupidly through their surveillance camera that they whispered to the teachers, "Teachers, how is it?" After being reminded by Su Cheong, the teachers came back to their senses. One of the oldest turned around and gave Su Cheong a thumbs up, saying without hesitation, "Miss Su, your teacher's singing skills and the aura he just burst out are completely superstar level." Su Cheong was sincerely happy to hear that Chen Dong was praised so highly by people in the industry. But when Su Cheong heard the teacher call Chen Dong his teacher, her face turned red again. Teachers, let my brother-in-law come out first. Let's talk about the accompaniment issue. At this time, Chen Binglan interrupted. Okay, we also want to get to know this great talent Chen. Chen Dong met several recording teachers in the living room on the first floor. When they saw him coming out, they stood up. The oldest recording teacher took the initiative to greet him. Mr. Chen, your singing skills are amazing. They are not inferior to any star in the market at all. I dare not. Chen Dong said modestly, and then started chatting with a few people about other issues. At this time, Sister Hong also came over. She pulled Sucheong aside and sighed softly. I didn't expect that you were so lucky to meet such a big treasure on a blind date. Sucheong smiled shyly and did not answer. After praising Chen Dong for a few more words, Sister Hong suddenly took out a USB flash drive from her pocket and said to Sucheong, Xiaoqiong, Sister Hong has something to discuss with you. This USB drive contains the original recording of Mr. Chen's singing. I plan to post it online and by a trending search. After hearing Sister Hong's plan, Sucheong was stunned for a moment, then said, Isn't this a good idea? What's wrong with that? Think about it, you and Mr. Chen are going to participate in the show soon. If this song can become a hot search, it will be a great boost for you. Besides, this is also a warm-up for Xiao Rui's movie. After all, this song is the theme song of the movie. Sucheong knew that Sister Hong was thinking about them completely, but she still shook her head decisively and said, Brother Dong has a calm personality and may not like this kind of thing. I think it would be better to ask for his opinion in advance. Don't worry, as long as you tell him, he will definitely agree. Sucheong didn't know why Sister Hong was so sure, but when she saw Chen Dong chatting with the recording teacher, her eyes became dazed. It was already late at night when Chen Dong saw off several recording teachers. He was so thirsty from chatting with them that he drank several large glasses of water and then collapsed on the sofa. Mr. Chen, are you exhausted? Don't sleep on the sofa, go back to the bedroom. Sister Hong whispered a reminder from the side. Bedroom? When they heard this word, Chen Dong and Sucheong suddenly remembered that they were going to sleep together tonight. Forehead. Chen Dong looked at Sucheong awkwardly, and then said, Actually, I can just sleep on the sofa. You've been to my house before, my bed is not even as big as this sofa. How can that be possible? Unexpectedly, it was Sucheong who refuted. Her face was flushed at this time, and she did not dare to look at Chen Dong's eyes. She just whispered, Lamei and Yuyen are not here tonight, I can sleep in their room, and you can sleep in my room later. Ouch. Sister Hong sighed and said, They are both grown-up men and women now. What's so hard to say about this? I'm asking you to sleep in the same room, but I'm not forcing you to do anything. The show will be aired in 2 days. If you don't hurry up and adapt, will you sleep in separate rooms when you're on the show? What will the audience think? Come on, Mr. Chen, get up. Listen to Sister Hong. Hurry up and go upstairs to rest with Xiao Qiong. You may have to revise the script for Xiao Rui tomorrow. You've been busy these days. Regardless of whether the two were willing or not, Sister Hong and Chen Binglan carried them directly back to the bedroom. Forehead. The two stood awkwardly at the door of the bedroom. Chen Dong scratched his head and said, I'll sleep on the floor. The ground is cold. Well, I can sleep on that little sofa. It's too small. I can't turn over. My back will hurt tomorrow. Neither this nor that worked, and Chen Dong was so anxious that he kept scratching his head. Seeing Chen Dong's embarrassing look, Sucheong laughed out loud, and then said shyly, Since we are acting, we have to do it well. I don't know how many cameras will be facing us. You should sleep in bed with me. After hearing Sucheong's suggestion, Chen Dong hesitated for a moment, but thinking that the girl had said so, he had to nod. Neither of them dared to take off their coats, and they just lay down on either side of the bed. I don't know why, but Chen Dong didn't feel sleepy after going upstairs. But, it's a bit uncomfortable. I don't even dare to turn over. Listening to the even breathing sound beside me, I wonder if Sucheong is asleep or not. That. Sucheong suddenly spoke, startling Chen Dong, and then quickly asked, Go ahead. Sister Hong wants to post the song you sang a cappella today online and also wants to get it on a few trending searches. The main purpose is to build momentum for the two of us, and also to warm up for Xiaorui's movie. Oh, sure. In fact, Chen Dong didn't hear clearly what Sucheong said at all, and he agreed subconsciously. Chapter 20 Being secretly photographed. I don't know how I slept that night, but when it was still dawn, Chen Dong suddenly woke up. Looking at Sucheong, who was sleeping beside him, Chen Dong was stunned for a long time. Why does this girl snore when she sleeps? Chen Dong shook his head and smiled bitterly, then tiptoed out of the room. Chen Dong walked out of the villa and started to do stretching exercises. Since he had decided to exercise, Chen Dong decided not to waste a day. Crack! Just when Chen Dong was about to go for a morning jog, a man in black wearing a mask and holding a SLR camera suddenly appeared outside the villa. He quickly took a few photos, then turned around and ran away. HMPH. I'm just about to go for a morning run, and now I've got company. Muttering something, Chen Dong followed the direction the man in black ran and chased after him. The man in black was not slow, but it seemed that like Chen Dong, he was not very familiar with the layout of the villa area and ran into a dead end several times. If Chen Dong hadn't been in a cat-and-mouse mentality, he would have taken this guy down long ago. In this way, the two of them chased each other and ran aimlessly for another 7 or 8 minutes before the man in black gradually slowed down his pace. Brother, brother! Stop chasing me! The man in black ran out of breath and gave up resistance. He raised the camera in his hand and said to Chen Dong, "Isn't it just for 2 photos? Are you really that serious? Here, I'll give you the camera, delete it yourself." Chen Dong wanted to take the camera, but as soon as he raised his right hand, the man suddenly kicked him. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, subconsciously clenched his right hand into a fist, and then punched forward. Ouch! The man wailed and the camera in his hand fell to the ground. Chen Dong didn't care about the man's injuries and picked up the camera on the ground first. There were 7 photos in total, and Chen Dong looked through them from beginning to end, but he didn't find a single clear one. Either the pictures are distorted or blurry, there is no complete photo of Chen Dong. Har! With your skills, you still dare to be a paparazzi? Chen Dong teased the man in black. I'm not a paparazzi. I'm just asked by my friends to come here to take some photos of you. The man wiped the blood from his nose and said vaguely. Friend? What friend? Chen Dong now wanted to confirm whether the man in black in front of him was Liu Lianghu's man. Why should I tell you? Chen Dong raised his fist again and asked, why? The man knew what was good for him. After Chen Dong threatened him, he told him everything. Mr. Chen, the security in your neighborhood is too strict, so ordinary paparazzi can't get in. I have a friend in the newspaper office, his last name is Han, he knows I have some kung fu, so he asked me to get in here and take some pictures of you. Chen Dong was skeptical about his words and asked again, do you know why he wants my photo? You don't know. This time it was the black-clad man's turn to be confused. He quickly took out his phone, fiddled with it for a few times, handed it to Chen Dong, and said, take a look for yourself. You've been on the trending search list for a full 7 hours. And up to now, the popularity has not dropped at all, and it's about to rush to the top of the trending search list. The hot search term is very short, with only a few simple words: Chen Dong, little luck. After clicking on the entry, there is an audio file, which is the song that Chen Dong sang in the recording studio last night. Chen Dong frowned slightly and thought for a long time before he remembered what Sucheong said last night. I didn't expect Sister Hong to be so quick. Chen Dong casually flipped through the comments and smiled. It is a blessing for Miss Sucheong to find such a talented man as her partner, and it is also a blessing for us fans. Isn't this guy too awesome? The speed at which he releases new songs is almost as fast as my hen laying eggs. This song is so nice. And this talented singer sings it so passionately. This couple is so cute. I must watch their show in a few days. After reading a few more comments, Chen Dong handed the phone back to the man in black and said, you are really an interesting person. You came here to take photos just because someone asked you to. Don't you know that this is illegal? Chen Dong originally wanted to give this man a lesson and then let him go, but he didn't expect that his words would make the man open up. He just said, hey. I have no other choice. My friend has some connections in the industry. He promised me that if he could take a picture of you, he would find a way to get me into the crew. That's why I agreed to his request. You want to be an actor? Chen Dong asked puzzledly. I dream about it. But unfortunately, even with his connections, I can only join the crew as a martial arts instructor. But if I'm lucky, I can probably play 2 small roles. After hearing what he said, Chen Dong remembered that the kick given by the boy in front of him just now did seem to have some of the feel of a martial artist. After staring at him for a while, and seeing that he didn't look like he was going to do anything, Chen Dong said, "Okay, I'll let you go today." Seeing Chen Dong relax, the man in black bowed quickly to express his gratitude. Chen Dong ignored him and just took a few selfies with his camera. Then he deleted some of the ones he was not satisfied with and finally stuffed the camera directly into the hands of the man in black. The man in black didn't expect Chen Dong to be such an easy-to-talk-to person. He was so moved that he stood there and kept expressing his gratitude. Chen Dong waved his hand indifferently and said, "Okay, I just helped you out, it doesn't have to be like this. But if you really want to be an actor, please leave me your contact information." Chen Dong's words made the man in black almost cry. Seeing that Chen Dong was wearing a sports suit at this time, he probably didn't bring his mobile phone with him, so he just wrote down his contact information with a pen and paper. "Bien Xiaofeng? Okay, I'll remember that. But don't take my promise too seriously. I may not contact you in the short term." "It's okay, I understand, just one sentence from you is enough." Chen Dong didn't quite hear what Bien Xiaofeng said afterwards. He waved his hand and continued his morning run. After running for more than 40 minutes, Chen Dong's forehead began to sweat. Looking at the sky, Chen Dong turned around and returned to the villa. Ahem. As soon as he opened the door of the villa, Chen Dong was choked by a cloud of black smoke. "Is this on fire?" Chen Dong was startled and ran inside. "Why?" After running 2 steps, Chen Dong stopped. He seemed to have seen a figure in the kitchen. When he came to the kitchen and saw the scene inside, Chen Dong was stunned. It took him a long time to speak. "Suqiong, what are you doing?" Chapter 21 Liu Lianghu's Revenge. "Making breakfast," Suqiong said somewhat embarrassedly. Chen Dong first opened the kitchen windows, range hood, an exhaust fan, then said, "Are you making breakfast?" "I think you are making a bomb." Suqiong stuck out her tongue and said with a hint of grievance, "When I saw you cooking, it seemed so simple. Just put the food in the pot and stir it a few times and it's done. I thought I could do it too." Chen Dong was so angry that he laughed at Suqiong, but seeing her pitiful appearance, he didn't want to say anything harsh, so he just said, "You go out first, I'll clean up the kitchen and make breakfast." Knowing that she had made a mistake, Suqiong fled from the kitchen. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Chen Dong started busying himself in the kitchen. Maybe it was because of the smell of food. Just when Chen Dong had finished cooking, Sister Hong and Chen Binglan came down from upstairs. "Oh, Mr. Chen, you've worked so hard. I didn't expect you would bother to make breakfast for us." Sister Hong was being polite with Chen Dong while she placed her phone on the dining table. She pointed at the news on the screen and said, "Marketing accounts nowadays are really good at writing on the popularity of others." Seeing that Mr. Chen was on the trending search, they started posting articles about him. But this small Korean media company is quite capable and actually got a photo of Mr. Chen. "Why does this photo look a bit like a selfie to me?" Suqiong took Sister Hong's phone, looked at it carefully, and then asked. Chen Dong was just about to tell Suqiong what happened this morning when he saw Huang Rui suddenly running down from upstairs. As she ran, she shouted, brother-in-law, our theme song is trending." Forehead. As soon as Huang Rui came downstairs, Chen Dong turned his face away awkwardly and didn't look at her. It turned out that the girl was so excited that she forgot to change her clothes and ran down. At this time, she was just wearing a summer home outfit, and her upper body was fine, as it covered almost everything that needed to be covered. But the shorts she wore were a little too short, and as she was running all the way down, her 2 long legs were almost exposed in front of Chen Dong. "Girl, how old are you and why are you still so reckless?" Sister Hong said to Huang Rui, then threw her coat to her. Huang Rui took Sister Hong's coat, wrapped it around her waist, and then sat next to Suqiong with a blushing face. After a long while, when everyone had almost finished their meal, Huang Rui repeated, brother-in-law, our theme song is trending. We already knew it. And I was the one who posted that song online. Sister Hong said something unhappily, and then started to criticize Huang Rui. It's not easy for me to be a mother. I have to consider everything for others. I worked all night to promote the movie. Alas, in the end, some people still said that I was locked out. Ouch. Sister Hong, I know I'm wrong. Huang Rui was acting coquettishly beside Sister Hong, pulling her shoulders and shaking her continuously. Only after Sister Hong got tired of shaking her head did she say, "That's enough. Stop hanging around in front of me. Look at the dark circles under your eyes. Did you stay up late last night revising the script?" Wang Rui nodded, then raised her little face and said excitedly, "I have basically revised the points that my brother-in-law mentioned yesterday. But now I have only listed a detailed outline, and I haven't written the specific plot yet. Wait until you finish writing, then ask Mr. Chen to help you look at it. Don't throw a tantrum again this time." Sister Hong taught Wang Rui a lesson. I know. I won't dare to do it again." Wang Rui agreed readily. Sister Hong knew at first glance that this girl was just trying to fool her. Just as she was about to say a few more words, the phone on the dining table suddenly rang. Sister Hong had no choice but to give Wang Rui a blank look and then answered the phone. "What?" I don't know what the person on the other end of the phone said. After hearing just 2 sentences, Sister Hong's face turned pale. She hung up the phone with trembling hands. Sister Hong looked at the 3 Sucheong sisters standing beside her and said in a trembling voice, "Larmai is in trouble." Upon hearing the news, Sucheong and the other 2 were filled with worry and anxiety, and kept chattering around Sister Hong, asking about the details. Chen Dong knew the seriousness of the matter when he saw Sister Hong's expression. He stood up, poured a cup of hot water, and handed it to Sister Hong. Sister Hong gave Chen Dong a grateful look, then took a sip of hot water and slowly said, "Lamei and Yuyan went to the next city to participate in an event. During the rehearsal last night, Lamei suddenly missed a step and fell off the stage. Stage accident." Sucheong subconsciously felt that things were not that simple. Sure enough, Sister Hong shook her head and said, "Yuyan originally thought so too. Until this morning, someone said something to her. If you dare to threaten me again next time, it will be more than just a fall." Liu Lianghu. Several girls called out a name at the same time. After all, just the day before yesterday, they all saw with their own eyes Sister Hong using a mobile phone video to threaten Liu Lianghu. Sister Hong, who was always strong, also had tears in her eyes. She choked up and said, "It's all my fault. I killed Larmai. If I hadn't threatened Liu Lianghu that day, how could she have suffered such a disaster?" After hearing what Sister Hong said, Sucheong and the other 2 felt very depressed. Among them, Chen Binglan, who had the best relationship with Chen Lamei, even burst into tears. "Okay, stop crying." At the critical moment, Chen Dong became the backbone of the group. He said, "The most urgent thing now is to understand Sister Lamei's condition. How badly injured is she?" "Sister Hong, did Sister Yuyan tell you just now?" "No, just told me that Lamei is still unconscious." "Then would better rush to Sister Lamei as soon as possible. First, we can help Sister Yuyan share the burden, and second, we have to be prepared for Liu Lianghu to have other tricks up his sleeve." After Chen Dong's reminder, Sister Hong also reacted, but still shook her head and said, "The 3 of us can go, but you and Xiao Qiong have to stay. The live reality show is about to start recording, and if you leave at this time, it may affect the filming." "It's okay, Sister Hong. Aunt Lamei and the others in Linhai City. It only takes half a day to drive back, we can make it back anyway," Sucheong said. Seeing Sucheong's firm attitude, Sister Hong nodded and said to everyone, "Then everyone go pack your luggage and we will set off immediately." Sucheong and the others all got up and went upstairs, only Chen Dong remained sitting there. Chen Dong was pulled to this villa yesterday, so naturally he had no luggage to pack. But he was very curious, why didn't Sister Hong show any intention of getting up? "Mr. Chen, don't worry. When we get to Linhai, I'll let Xiao Qiong go with you to buy some clothes." He. Chen Dong smiled and said, "Sister Hong, just tell me what you want to say." Chapter 22 Hospital Incident. Har, nothing can be hidden from Mr. Chen. "I do have something to ask of you. If Liu Lianghu has any other tricks up his sleeve, I would like to ask you to protect Xiao Qiong's safety." Sister Hong's expression was very sincere when she said these words, and Chen Dong nodded without hesitation and replied, "Even if you don't say so, I will do the same." With Chen Dong's promise, Sister Hong finally felt relieved and got up to go to the bedroom to pack her luggage. Chen Dong sat alone in the living room, his eyes slightly narrowed, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. It wasn't until Sucheong came downstairs that Chen Dong came to his senses and asked, "You finished it so quickly?" Sucheong dragged a small suitcase and sat next to Chen Dong. She was in a bad mood at the moment. She whispered to Chen Dong with a self-blaming tone, "This is all my fault. If I hadn't advised you to let Liu Lianhu go, maybe Sister Lame wouldn't have encountered this." Seeing Suchong's expression, Chen Dong subconsciously rubbed her head with his hand, and then said gently, "How can this be blamed on you? Liu Lianhu is vindictive. Now it seems that even if I taught him a lesson that day, this incident would still happen today." "That's right, Xiao Qiong, don't blame yourself. We have been through all kinds of storms over the years. How could we be frightened by a guy like Liu Lianhu?" While they were talking, Sister Hong had already come down from the stairs and continued what Chen Dong had said. Seeing Sister Hong coming downstairs, Suqiong quickly pushed Chen Dong's hand away and pretended to count her luggage. Sister Hong saw all of Suqiong's actions, but she just smiled and said nothing. It was not until Huang Rui and the other person came down from upstairs that Sister Hong waved her hand and said, "Let's go." There was also a small business bus in the villa garage, which could barely accommodate the 5 people. So Sister Hong drove all the way to Linhai City. When they arrived at Linhai People's Hospital, it was already afternoon. They did not dare to delay, and after asking at the nurse's desk about Qian Lame's ward, they rushed there directly. As soon as they walked into the corridor of the inpatient department, Chen Dong and his companions heard a noisy sound, and it seemed that Bai Yuyan's voice was mixed in it. "How could you do this? Lame is in a very bad condition and cannot receive visitors. Please leave immediately." Just when the few people were still trying to figure out the situation, Bai Yuyan over there might have been forced into a corner and suddenly shouted this sentence loudly. After hearing that it was Yuyan's voice, Suqiong and others rushed over anxiously. When they got closer, they found that Bai Yuyan was surrounded by several gangsters. The leader had a rat-like face and was clamoring to enter Qian Lame's ward. "Yuyan, what's going on? What are these people doing?" Sister Hong asked about the situation here. "They claim to be fans of Lame and insist on going in to visit Lame. But look at them, Sister Hong, they don't look like serious people at all." Bai Yuyan answered in a low voice. But even if Bai Yuyan spoke softly, the gangsters still heard what she said afterwards. The leader immediately became unhappy and cursed, "Miss Bai, what do you mean by this? Why do you say we are not decent people? I think you are not a decent person. Lame might be the one who caused her death. Get out of here quickly, we brothers want to go in and see Miss Lame." "Yeah, get out of here." The group of younger brothers behind him also echoed him. As they were talking, these few people started to move their hands and feet, pushing and shoving each other and rushing into the ward. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Chen Dong walked out from behind the crowd. Bang! Chen Dong was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Just when the leading man was about to touch Bai Yuyan, he suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. "Who are you? Are you the gigolo kept by these bastards?" This man spoke tough but had no strength in his hands. He tried to pull his wrist back several times after Chen Dong grabbed it, but failed. And the more he retreated, the more force Chen Dong used in his hands, and he grimaced in pain. "Are you all just standing there watching the show? Beat him up!" The man shouted and ordered the younger brother beside him to take action. But just as these people were about to take action, a burst of urgent whistles suddenly came from the corridor behind them. Everyone turned around to look. I saw a young male doctor in a white coat rushing over with a dozen security guards. The whistle was blown by one of the security guards. They rushed over and quickly separated the two groups of people. The male doctor pointed at the gang leader and shouted, "Zhang Wenbin, the hospital is not a place for you to cause trouble. Please leave immediately, or I will call the police." "Hey! How can you talk like that, little doctor? They were the ones who started it first, so why are you yelling at me?" Zhang Wenbin shouted while giving a few looks to his younger brothers beside him. "Zhang Wenbin, you are a well-known ruffian in our Linhai city. If I really called the police about what you did, would you not panic?" "I advise you to leave quickly," said the young doctor righteously. After hearing what he said, Zhang Wenbin stopped his subordinates from making small moves. Then he waited for the sound in front of him fiercely and said, "Okay, you dare to threaten me, Zhang Wenbin? You are also a big shot. See you later." After saying that, Zhang Wenbin turned around and left. After his younger brothers said a few harsh words, they followed him. After the group of people disappeared into the corridor, Bai Yuyan walked up to the young doctor and said sincerely, "Thank you so much today, Dr. Hu Qingchuan." He. Hu Qingchuan smiled shyly, motioned the security guard behind him to leave, and then said to Bai Yuyan, "It's nothing, this is what I should do. By the way, how is Miss Chen doing today?" "Oh, Lame is awake. The doctor on night duty yesterday examined her and said he would see her again today." Hu Qingchuan nodded, and then said, "I'm glad she's awake. I'll check on her right away." As he spoke, Hu Qingchuan pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. Chen Dong and others behind him hurriedly followed. Chen Lame lived in a single room with a lot of space, and even though 7 or 8 people suddenly came in, it didn't seem crowded. Seeing the visitor, Chen Lame complained to Bai Yuyan, "Yuyan, didn't you say you don't need to tell them? Ouch. My little ancestor. It's already this hour, and you're still saying this. Are you okay?" Before Bai Yuyan could say anything, Sister Hong had already run to Chen Lame anxiously and asked about her situation with a concerned look on her face. Hu Qingchuan on the side waited for Sister Hong to chat with Chen Lame for a few more words before he spoke. "Madam, let me check on Miss Chen first." Chapter 23 Bai Yuyan's Memories. Sister Hong then realized that the doctor was still around. She quickly wiped away the tears from her eyes, made way, and said to Hu Qingchuan, "Excuse me, doctor." Hu Qingchuan walked to Chen Lame's bed and checked for a long time, then asked her a few questions, then nodded and said to everyone, "Based on my experience, Miss Chen is fine. But the swelling in the back of her head has not completely subsided. It's best to go for a CT scan this afternoon, to be on the safe side." After hearing Hu Qingchuan's words, Su Qiong and other girls were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude. Hu Qingchuan waved his hand and said, "Actually, Miss Qian's brain injury is nothing. The main problem is the comminuted fracture of her right leg, which is more troublesome." "How long will it take to heal?" Sister Hong asked. "As the saying goes, it takes at least 100 days for a broken bone to heal. Although modern medicine is advanced, judging from Miss Qian's condition, it will take 2 to 3 months for her to get out of bed and walk on her own." After hearing Dr. Hu's answer, Sister Hong fell into deep thought. "Sister Hong, is this very troublesome?" Chen Lame asked in a low voice while lying on the hospital bed. Sister Hong knew what Chen Lame was worried about, so she quickly gave her a reassuring look and said, "Girl, you don't have to worry so much, just focus on recuperating. Besides, we already made it clear when we signed the contract with this agency that your situation is an accident caused by force majeure, so we don't have to pay compensation or anything." After listening to Sister Hong's words, Chen Lame nodded. "The patient is still very weak, so let her rest for a while." At this time, Dr. Hu said to everyone. Sister Hong whispered a few more instructions to Chen Lame, and then left the ward with Su Qiong and others. After leaving the ward and entering the corridor, Sister Hong said directly to Chen Binglan beside her, "Although we are in the right on the contract, I still want to talk to the local company and the organizer about the current situation of Lame. Lan, will you come with me?" Chen Binglan already had a good relationship with Chen Lame, and now that it was Sister Hong who spoke, she naturally agreed. After giving some instructions to Su Qiong and others, Sister Hong took Chen Binglan away. After Sister Hong and the others left, Su Qiong asked Bai Yuyan, "Third sister, were the people who delivered Liu Lianghu's message yesterday the same gangsters who caused trouble just now?" Bai Yuyan shook her head and said, "Although I didn't see the man's face clearly because it was dark yesterday, but judging from his accent, he doesn't look like the gangsters here today." "What happened yesterday?" Su Qiong asked again. Bai Yuyan fell into reminiscence, and after a long while she slowly said, "Larmai and I came to Lin Hai after we accepted the contract. Yesterday evening, the organizer suddenly notified us of a temporary rehearsal, saying that we should get familiar with the venue. We rehearsed 3 times in total, and there were no problems in the first 2. When the third rehearsal was about to end, a staff member suddenly said that they hoped we could have some interaction with the audience and asked us to move a little further to the front of the stage. We walked forward about 7 or 8 steps, imitating the interactive scene, and then the spotlights on the stage suddenly went out. After a while, I heard the call of the Winter Suite." Sister Lame missed a step. Chen Dong asked. "No." Bai Yuyan shook her head and said, "It was the stage under Lame that collapsed. The organizer explained that it was originally an elevator, and the bottom was suspended, and coupled with the power outage, that's why it collapsed." After listening to Bai Yuyan's story, Chen Dong frowned slightly, and then continued to ask, "Do you know the staff member who directed your interaction just now?" Bai Yuyan shook her head again and replied, "I don't know him. I saw him for the first time yesterday." Chen Dong frowned even more and asked, "Do you still remember what he looks like?" "He should be a man with a square face, short stature, wearing a pair of metal-framed glasses, and..." Before Bai Yuyan finished her words, Chen Dong waved his hand, then quickly walked to the nurse's station, asked for a set of paper and pen, and then walked back. "Come on, keep talking." Sucheon had already guessed what Chen Dong wanted to do, so she stood beside him and watched silently. Based on Bai Yuyan's description, Chen Dong quickly drew a sketch of the staff member from last night. After confirming a few details with Bai Yuyan, Chen Dong handed the A4 to Sucheon beside him and said, "Take a photo and send it to Sister Hong. The problem should be with this person. See if we can find him out from the financial company here." Sucheon nodded and quickly did as Chen Dong said. After all their hassles, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Chen Binglan received a notice from the nurse, saying that she would take Tian Lame to do a CT scan. Sucheon originally wanted to go with them, but was rejected by Bai Yuyan. "You've been sitting in the car for most of the day, you should take a break." After saying this, Bai Yuyan pushed Tian Lame's wheelchair away. At this time, only Sucheon and Chen Dong were left, and they sat on a bench in the corridor. Originally, Sucheon wanted to chat with Chen Dong, but Chen Dong was always fiddling with his phone. Sucheon was a little angry, but also very curious about what Chen Dong was fiddling with, so she leaned over to look. After taking a look, Sucheon discovered that Chen Dong seemed to be writing a novel. So Sucheon continued reading what Chen Dong wrote. The two of them maintained this posture for more than 20 minutes, until Chen Dong suddenly stopped, scratched his head, and muttered, "Hey! What does it say next?" Sucheon was so engrossed in watching that she didn't hear what Chen Dong muttered until she saw the last paragraph, when she suddenly let out a cry of surprise. "R." Chen Dong thought Sucheon had just fallen asleep and was having a nightmare, so he quickly tried to comfort her in a low voice. But before he could say a few words of comfort, Chen Dong noticed that there was something wrong with the way Sucheon looked at him. "What happened?" Chen Dong asked. Puff. Unexpectedly, the one who answered Chen Dong was Sucheon's little pink fist. "How dare you ask me what's wrong? How could you write such a filthy thing? What does this have to do with anything? What did I write? Why did I use the word dirty?" Chen Dong's face was full of confusion. Sucheon did not argue with Chen Dong. She directly picked up his phone, pointed at a passage on the screen, and read, "How dare you be so stubborn? Look at what you wrote here." Yang was amused and grateful. He stretched out his arms to hold him in his arms and said softly, "Others are so fickle, but my aunt only loves me." After hearing what Sucheon said, Chen Dong felt even more confused. He read this passage over and over again but couldn't find any problem. He could only say, "This passage is pretty good." Chapter 24, Catching the Avildor. "Good. Good, you big head ghost." Chen Dong's attitude made Sucheon very angry. Her chest kept rising and falling. After a long while, she said, "Why are you so dirty-minded? If you really want to write about love, it's fine, but how can you write about the plot of aunt and nephew?" When Sucheon was speaking, she saw many medical staff looking over to see the situation here, so she had to lower her voice. "R." It took Chen Dong a while to realize that Sucheon had misunderstood him, and then he burst into laughter. Har 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 har. Chen Dong laughed so hard that he was out of breath. He stopped laughing when he saw Sucheon staring at him coldly. He said, "How can you criticize someone just because you read a passage in a book? You're taking things out of context, don't you know that?" Chen Dong pulled Sucheon's arm and asked her to sit back on the bench. He fiddled with his phone for a while before saying, "I sent you the first half of the book. Read it first before you blame me." Although Sucheon didn't know what tricks Chen Dong was playing, she still opened the folder skeptically and started reading. Sucheon read for more than 40 minutes before looking at Chen Dong and asking, "Oh. So Xiao Long Nu and Yang are master and apprentice?" Chen Dong smiled and nodded. Love between a master and a disciple is not favored in ancient times. But in modern times, it seems understandable. Sucheon talked to herself for a while, and then asked Chen Dong again, "Your book is well written, but why do I always feel it is a mess? Especially some of the characters in it, such as Guo Jing, Ku Zhenyi, and Li Morcho, how come they appear inexplicably? And you changed the plot before you wrote many plots." After hearing Sucheon's question, Chen Dong realized that she had not read The Legend of the Condor Heroes yet, so he said, "Don't worry, you will understand everything after reading the rest. Oh. Sucheong nodded and asked again, what do you want to do by writing this book? Do you want to make it into a film or TV show? Chen Dong was silent for a while, thinking carefully about what Sucheong said, then smiled and said, I haven't thought about it yet. I'm not planning to publish it now. I just did it because I was bored. But this book is really a good work. If it can be adapted into a film or TV series, I think it will be very popular. Chen Dong shook his head and was about to explain a few more words to Sucheong when he saw Sister Hong and Bai Yuyan pushing Chen Lame over there. It turned out that when Sister Hong came back from outside, she happened to meet Chen Lame and her partner who had just finished the examination, so they came back together. The two of them quickly stood up, and Sucheong asked first, Sister Hong, why are there only 3 of you? Where is Sister Lan Lan? Chen Dong asked again, Sister Hong, have you found that person? Sister Hong had been running around all day and was already exhausted. She first signaled Bai Yuyan to take Chen Lame back to the ward, then sat down on the bench and said to the two of them, the negotiation with the local company was quite pleasant, and they are willing to pay a portion of the commission to hire Lan Lan to attend their party. I discussed it with Lan Lan and finally agreed. She is now discussing the content of the program with the organizer. At this point, Sister Hong paused, looked at Chen Dong, and continued, as for the photo you sent me, I also showed it to the local company. They checked for a long time but couldn't find this person. Not from a local company? Chen Dong asked. Sister Hong nodded and said, that's what they said. I don't think they were lying. By the way, I have also told the organizer about your speculation. They take this situation very seriously and have increased protection for the participating artists. After listening to Sister Hong's words, Chen Dong nodded helplessly and said, that's the only way now. Well. Sister Hong also sighed, then pounded her waist with her fist, and said to the two of them, okay, Lame is fine now, so let's not gather in the hospital. Xiaoqiong, you and Mr. Chen can go out for a walk. After Sister Hong finished speaking, she noticed Sucheong's expression. Seeing that she looked reluctant, she did not give her a chance to speak and continued, Mr. Chen has been out for 2 days, and we may have to stay in Linhai for a few more days. He doesn't even have a change of clothes. Xiaoqiong, be obedient and take Mr. Chen to buy some clothes. After Sister Hong said this, Sucheong nodded, indicating her agreement. After saying hello to Chen Lame and Bai Yuyan in the ward, Sucheong and Chen Dong left the hospital. The two of them didn't feel like going shopping, so they took a taxi to the nearest shopping mall to the hospital. In front of the entrance to the menswear show, Sucheong and Chen Dong stood face to face. Sucheong measured Chen Dong's figure for a long time before saying, I think you look very handsome in a suit. Chen Dong wore suits almost every day in his previous life, so now he has an inexplicable resistance to suits. Shaking his head, Chen Dong said, don't worry. I still like to wear sportswear. Let's just go in and grab 2 sets that fit. After listening to Chen Dong's words, Sucheong pouted her lips, obviously a little dissatisfied, but still said, I'll listen to you this time. After saying that, he pulled Chen Dong and walked inside. Hey! Wait a minute. Chen Dong suddenly stopped and looked towards a clothing store next to him. What's wrong? Sucheong looked in the direction Chen Dong was looking, but saw nothing. Chen Dong was not sure yet, so he said to Sucheong, wait for me here, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Chen Dong turned into a clothing store next door, leaving Sucheong standing there alone, confused. Hello sir, what can I do for you? Chen Dong ignored the salesperson at the door and walked straight to the back of the clothing store. But after looking around several times, Chen Dong didn't see that figure again. Is it my eyes that are dazzled? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Chen Dong suddenly looked towards the fitting room not far away. As luck would have it, just as Chen Dong looked over, the door of the fitting room opened. The person who came out was the staff member Bai Yuyan described. He was sorting out his clothes and whispering something to the shopping guide beside him. After confirming that it was him, Chen Dong strode over. Bang! Chen Dong grabbed the man's shoulders and said, Lao Zhang, what a coincidence. Are you buying clothes here too? The man looked back at Chen Dong and said unhappily, what's that look? Who is Lao Zhang? Are you crazy? He he. Chen Dong sneered twice, and the hand holding his shoulder increased its strength, and then whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear clearly, last night, on the stage, Tian Lame. Chapter 25 Recording. These 3 words made the man's face pale. He said in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "Oh." Chen Dong smiled but didn't smile. He replied, "Don't worry about who I am. Tell me who you are first. Was Liu Lianghu sending you here?" When this person heard the name Liu Lianghu, his eyes began to evade, and finally he started a poor performance. "Liu Lianghu? Who is that? I've never heard of him. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you." As he spoke, Chen Dong increased the strength in his hands again. Oh my god! This man couldn't bear the pain. As soon as Chen Dong exerted force, he wailed and then half knelt on the ground. Hearing the noise, several shopping guides came over to check on the situation, but before they could speak, they heard Chen Dong say, "We know each other, so mind your own business." A sharp-eyed shopping guide recognized Chen Dong at a glance, then looked at the man kneeling on the ground, and finally took a few of her sisters and left. After they left, Chen Dong finally let go and said, "What you did yesterday, to put it in a bigger way, is suspected of murder. Do you want to take the blame for your master?" This short sentence made the man sweat profusely. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "Okay, I'll tell you everything," etc. Chen Dong took out the phone from his pocket, turned on the recording function, and then said, "Go ahead. My name is Jin Shun, and I'm a talent scout at Lianghu Film and Television Company. Although I'm called a talent scout, my main job is to find pretty girls and send them to my bosses." "The superior you mentioned refers to Liu Lianghu?" Chen Dong asked. Jin Shun waved his hands and said, "How could Liu Lianghu care about a nobody like me? I told those girls who wanted to be famous that I could let them join the crew, and then I introduced them to a local film and television company in Linhai Warner Films." Chen Dong frowned slightly when he heard this and said, "You'd better tell the truth. Otherwise I will send you to the police station right now." "Oh my! How could I possibly lie to you at this time?" Jin Shun quickly explained to Chen Dong, saying, "You don't know that Warner Films is actually a shadow company of Lianghu Films. Its legal person is Yang Qingson, who is highly respected by Liu Lianghu. The girls I introduced to you on weekdays were all accepted by Yang Qingson. But in the past 3 years, I have never seen these girls on TV, and few of them actually stayed in the company. I guess Yang Qingson probably gave all these people to Liu Lianghu." Chen Dong nodded, believing Jin Shun's words, and then continued to ask, "According to you, the stage accident last night was arranged by Yang Qingson?" Jin Shun nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, it was him. He first contacted a lighting engineer from the organizer and turned off all the spotlights for half a minute when Qian Lame and the others were walking on the stage. Then they used their connections to send me in, and asked me to disguise myself as a staff member and guide one of Qian Lame or Bai Yuyan to the designated location. I didn't expect such a big accident to happen. If I had known that Yang was going to do such a heinous thing, I would never have done it no matter how much money you gave me." Chen Dong was not interested in listening to Jin Shun's subsequent self-defense. Instead, he thought over what he had just said in his mind. Something is wrong. Confused, Chen Dong glared at Jin Shun, stopping him from talking, and then asked, "If this was planned by Yang Qingson, then it doesn't match what that person said last night." "The person from last night? Who was it?" Chen Dong said this for no reason, and Jin Shun didn't understand it at all, so he asked back subconsciously. Chen Dong stood there and stared at Jin Shun for a long time. Seeing that his puzzled expression was not fake, he spoke out, "We once threatened Liu Lianghu with a video that was unfavorable to him. After the stage accident last night, someone said to Bai Yuyan, 'If you dare to threaten me next time, it will be more than just a fall.' It was because of this sentence that I was sure that Liu Lianghu was behind this before I met you. Now it seems that it was Liu Lianghu who instructed Yang Qingson to do this, and Yang Qingson found me again," Jin Shun said from the side. Chen Dong was silent for a long time before he nodded and said, "This is the only possibility now." In fact, Chen Dong still had many questions in his mind, but he was concerned about Jin Shun, so he didn't say them out. After saying that, Chen Dong turned off the recording function on his phone, and then said to Jin Shun, "If you hand this thing in my hand to the police, I guess your life will be over for the rest of your life." When Jin Shun first heard what Chen Dong said, he was almost panicked, but he was also a smart man. Seeing that Chen Dong didn't say anything else, he rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice, "What do you want me to do?" He. Chen Dong smiled and said, "It's very simple. Go back to Warner Films and help me keep an eye on Yang Qingson. If he wants to do anything behind my back, contact me immediately. After listening to Chen Dong's conditions, Jin Shun was silent for a long time, but finally nodded and said, "Okay, I'll do it." Chen Dong patted Jin Shun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will give you double what Yang Qingsuan can give you. Besides, I won't let you do anything illegal or against discipline." After giving Jin Shun a beating and a candid date, Chen Dong let Jin Shun go. "Mr. Chen, I'm your fan, can you sign an autograph for me?" Just as Chen Dong was about to leave the clothing store, he was surrounded by the same shopping guides. Chen Dong couldn't refuse, so he just signed his name for them. Why? After finally escaping the harassment of those girls, Chen Dong just walked out of the clothing store and saw Su Qiong standing not far away, looking at him with an angry face. "I thought the great talent Chen had some important matters to deal with, but it turns out he was just meeting a few little fans." Su Qiong said sarcastically to Chen Dong. "No, listen to my explanation." Before Chen Dong could finish his words, Su Qiong interrupted him and asked, "What are you explaining to me? Who am I to you? Do I need to explain to you? You?" Chen Dong was choked by Su Qiong and was speechless. He was thinking about what to say when Su Qiong suddenly threw a few bags at him. Chen Dong took it, and then heard Su Qiong say, "I bought you clothes. If you have nothing else, let's go." Chen Dong opened one of the bags and took a look, then he was stunned. "Damn! What is this colorful pile of things?" Chapter 26 Betting Agreement. "How is it? Are you satisfied with the clothes I bought for you?" Su Qiong's voice was sharp but murderous. Chen Dong smiled bitterly and said, "Satisfied? How can you not be satisfied with what you bought? That's fine, find a chance to change it later." After saying that, Su Qiong turned and left, and Chen Dong had no choice but to follow. When the two of them took a taxi back to their hospital, it was already evening. After having a meal with Chen Lame, Su Qiong took the initiative to say, "Sister Yuyan, go to their hotel to rest tonight. I will stay here to take care of Sister Lame." "No need. You're going to record a reality show soon, Yuyan has to attend the party, and Sherue has to revise her script. I'd better stay and accompany Lame," Sister Hong said as she was cleaning up the dishes. "No, I'll stay." When Su Qiong said this, no objection was allowed. Sister Hong watched Su Qiong grow up. When she heard the tone, she knew that the girl was in a bad mood. She quickly turned around and looked at Chen Dong behind her. Chen Dong smiled bitterly and said, "Xiao Qiong, if you want to stay, then stay. I just happen to have something to discuss with Sister Hong." When Su Qiong heard Chen Dong calling her Xiao Qiong, she rolled her eyes at him but said nothing. Sister Hong looked at Su Qiong, then at Chen Dong, and nodded with a puzzled look on her face. After cleaning up the dishes, Sister Hong took Chen Dong and the other two away from the hospital. Fortunately, there is a nice hotel near the hospital. After completing the check-in procedures, the four of them first came to Sister Hong's room. As soon as he entered the room, Chen Dong took out his cell phone and said straight to the point, "Today I ran into the staff member that Sister Yuyan mentioned yesterday. I recorded the conversation. You can listen to it first." After speaking, Chen Dong opened a recording file and started playing it. 7 or 8 minutes later, the recording finished playing. Sister Hong still sat on the sofa in silence, tapping her fingers on the coffee table in front of her. After a long while, she spoke, "I've heard of this Warner film before. Some of the things that Liu Lianghu's company didn't want to be mentioned in public were all handled by this company. And there is Yang Qingsuan. According to rumors, he was once a plaything of Liu Lianghu in his early years. This guy is full of bad intentions and has offended many people in the industry. I thought he had disappeared in the past 2 years. Unexpectedly, he is hiding in Linhai and continues to help the tyrant." After listening to Sister Hong's words, Chen Dong nodded. He had sorted out the relationship between Yang Qingsuan and Liu Lianghu. Then he said to Sister Hong, "Sister Hong, the entertainment industry is so small, and Liu Lianghu is a vindictive person. If we just passively take the beating, we will suffer a great loss sooner or later. What does Mr. Chen mean?" Sister Hong looked at Chen Dong. "After 2 days of contact, I can see that you treat these girls as your daughters. Now one of your daughters is lying in the hospital. If this matter ends here, it will be fine. But do you think this is possible? Miss Sherue is going to make a movie, Xiao Qiong is going to be an actress, and Sister Yuyan and the others will often be active on stage in the future, including you. You can't leave this circle. This is the job you rely on to make a living. But now someone wants to destroy your rice bowl. If we passively accept it, there will be only two results: we will become Liu Lianghu's playthings and money-making tools, or we will be driven out of this circle by him. This is obviously not what you want to see, so now you can only go against Liu Lianghu. If you win, he's out. If you lose, we get out. Sister Hong and the others never expected that Chen Dong would say such words today. They were stunned for a long time and no one answered. Chen Dong could understand this situation, so he continued, "I'm not exaggerating. I think you have seen more than me in the past 10 years in the entertainment industry. Even if we don't target Liu Lianghu today, there will be Zhang Lianghu and Li Lianghu in the future. Are we going to hide forever? We have heard this saying since we were little. If we don't become stronger, anyone who comes in the future will kick us out of this circle." Sister Hong finally nodded this time, agreeing with what Chen Dong said, and then asked, "Mr. Chen, what are your plans now?" Chen Dong shook his head and said, "There is no plan for now. I only know that if you want to go further, you must defeat Liu Lianghu. If you can't even figure out a small piece of land like Jinhai, let alone places like Kyoto and Modu." There was another silence. After a long while, Sister Hong finally made up her mind and said, "I still need to discuss this matter with our investor." "Oh, yes, it's Sherui's father." As she spoke, Sister Hong picked up her cell phone and prepared to go to the bedroom next door to make a call. But just as she stood up to leave, she looked back at Chen Dong, who was sitting on the sofa, and then said, "Mr. Chen, no matter how the investors decide, I am personally very grateful that you can say this to us today. At least, we are real family now." Chen Dong nodded but didn't answer. Sister Hong gave Huang Rui's father an electric shock in the bedroom, but in less than 3 minutes, she came out again. Sister Hong handed her phone to Chen Dong and said, "Mr. Huang wants to talk to you." After Chen Dong took the phone, Sister Hong directly sent Bai Yuyan and Huang Rui away, then she returned to the bedroom and closed the door. No one knew what the two talked about that night, but when they met for breakfast the next day, Chen Dong took the initiative to say to Huang Rui, "Xiao Rui, let me have a look at your revised script. Also, let me know about any subsequent filming plans and personnel matters." Chen Dong's tone seemed no different from usual, but Huang Rui always felt that the aura he exuded today was unusually strong. Huang Rui nodded without daring to refute. After they had breakfast, Bai Yuyan went to the local company to rehearse with Chen Binglan, while Huang Rui stayed in the hotel to revise the script. Finally, Sister Hong and Chen Dong went to their hospital together. Along the way, Sister Hong hesitated for a long time. It was not until she was almost at the hospital gate that she asked, "Did Mr. Huang promise you yesterday?" Chen Dong nodded and said, "If I win, he will give me half of the company's shares. If I lose, I am not allowed to appear in Jinhai City again." As he spoke, Chen Dong had already walked into the hospital, but Sister Hong was still standing there in a daze. A bet agreement. This was Sister Hong's first reaction. But this is the first time I've heard of such an outrageous gambling agreement. It was not until Chen Dong's figure was submerged in the crowd that Sister Hong took another step forward. "For the sake of my daughters, I'm going to take this gamble with you." Chapter 27: Jinxuan's information. When the two arrived at the ward, Suqiong had just gone out to buy breakfast, so Qian Lame was alone. As soon as Qian Lame saw Chen Dong, she laughed and said, "Brother-in-law, why didn't you change your clothes today?" Chen Dong was confused by the inexplicable words. He looked at his clothes and asked, "Sister Lame, what's wrong with my clothes? Is there anything wrong with it?" Chen Lame smiled without saying anything and turned to talk to Sister Hong. Just when Chen Dong wanted to ask a few more questions, the door of the ward opened again and Suqiong came back with breakfast. When she first entered the door, Suqiong still had a smile on her face, but when she saw Chen Dong's clothes clearly, her face immediately turned cold. Without saying hello to Chen Dong, he walked past him and came to Chen Lame's bed and placed breakfast on the dining table. Suqiong and the other two were chatting about something over there, completely ignoring Chen Dong. Chen Dong then remembered what Chen Lame had just said. He slapped his forehead and sighed, "How could I have forgotten this?" Walking up to the three of them, Chen Dong glanced at Suqiong, but didn't dare to talk to her. He could only say to Sister Hong, "Sister Hong, you guys chat, I'll go back and change my clothes." Chen Dong deliberately emphasized the second half of the sentence, saying it for Suqiong to hear. How smart is Sister Hong? As soon as she heard this, she knew something was wrong and quickly said, don't worry, wait until Xiao Qiong finishes breakfast, and then you two can go back together. Su Qiong looked up and wanted to refute, but Sister Hong would not give her the chance and continued, Xiao Qiong has been in the hospital for a whole night. She must not have had a good rest. Go back and have some rest. I'm here for you. Su Qiong nodded, then quickly finished her porridge, stood up and walked out. Glancing at Chen Dong, who was still standing there in a daze, Su Qiong shouted, what are you standing there for? Let's go. Who knows how many paparazzi are watching you two outside. Remember, you have to get a room later. Sister Hong reminded them again before letting them leave. When he returned to their hotel, Chen Dong followed Sister Hong's arrangements and booked a suite. Arriving in the room, Chen Dong said directly, wait a minute, I'll get those clothes out and change into them right away. Seeing his expression, Su Qiong was both angry and amused. Seeing that he was about to leave, Su Qiong quickly stopped him, stop. You're not going out again, so why are you changing your clothes now? Chen Dong obeyed the order and quickly turned around and walked back, then asked earnestly, Xiao Qiong, you must be exhausted last night. Why don't you take some time to rest? Snort. I'm going to take a rest, and then you can go out and do something bad. Are there still a lot of fans waiting for you outside? Su Qiong was joking on purpose. Chen Dong also heard her tone and said, how can that be possible? I probably only have 3 or 4 fans. Yesterday, they reluctantly let me sign for your sake. I guess they would have thrown it away as waste paper by now. TSK. What a smooth talker. Su Qiong rolled her eyes at Chen Dong, then lazily fell on the sofa. After a long while, she said, by the way, I finished reading the part of the novel you wrote last night. What about the second half? Send it to me. Chen Dong shook his head and said, where do I have the time to write? Otherwise, let me tell you a story. Okay. Su Qiong instantly became energetic. Chen Dongxian thought for a while before he spoke. It is said that the Mongolian army wanted to attack Xiangyang city, but they looted the people to fight in the front. Chen Dong was a good speaker and the return of the Condor heroes was extremely exciting, so Su Qiong was completely fascinated by it. But Su Qiong was already exhausted from days of running around, and she fell asleep in less than half an hour. Chen Dong talked for a long time before he realized that Su Qiong had fallen asleep. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, then tiptoed to the bedroom to get a blanket and gently covered Su Qiong with it. With nothing to do, Chen Dong originally planned to take this opportunity to memorize the rest of the Legend of the Condor Heroes, but just after he sat down and typed 2 paragraphs, his cell phone rang. When the call was connected, Chen Dong heard Jin Shun's hoarse voice. Mr. Chen, Yang Qingsong seems to be making another move. Do you know the specific plan? Chen Dong asked coldly. It's not clear yet. But, I found out something else. Hurry up and tell me. Yang Qingsong and Liu Liang who broke up 2.5 months ago. There seems to be something else behind the stage accident that night. Tell me more details. I haven't found out what the two of them were arguing about yet. But I found out that Yang Qingsong once threatened to expose all of Liu Lianghu's scandals. Moreover, Yang Qingsong also met with several local thugs in Linhai today. I overheard a few words from outside the door fighting on the day of the party, blaming others, dog eat dog, he will come back to me. Just these few. I'm already taking a huge risk to hear this, Mr. Chen. After all, I'm just a nobody. If I do it too obviously, people will notice. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Send me your bank card number later. After saying this, Chen Dong hung up the phone. After thinking about the words Jin Shun said several times, Chen Dong still couldn't figure out what they meant. Do it on the day of the party. Are they going to target Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan again? Thinking of this, Chen Dong quickly called Sister Hong. Hello? Sister Hong, get Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan back right now. It was the first time that Sister Hong heard Chen Dong speak to her in a commanding tone. She guessed that something big must have happened, so she quickly asked, Xiao Chen, tell me what happened. After all, I have been in this business for more than 10 years, so I can give you some advice. Chen Dong relayed to Sister Hong what Jin Shun had just said. After hearing this, Sister Hong was silent for a long time before she said, the party will be held in 3 days. Linhai City TV will broadcast the entire event live. I really can't imagine what methods these people will use to deal with Yuyan and the others. Live streaming. Chen Dong is now full of doubts. If it is broadcast live, the crime will be committed in front of hundreds of millions of viewers. Does anyone have the courage to do this? Could it be that I was thinking in the wrong direction? Seeing that Chen Dong had remained silent, Sister Hong spoke again. Xiao Chen, I don't suggest calling Yu Yan and the others back now. I don't care about paying for breaking the rules, but I'm afraid that if we do this, it will alert the enemy. Why don't we wait a little longer and see what the other party will do next before we make plans? Chen Dong thought about Sister Hong's words again, and then replied, in this case, the safety of Bai Yuyan and the others will become a problem. After all, it is our guess that Yang Qingsong will cause trouble on the day of the party. What if it is not the case? If there are already factors that threaten the safety of Bai Yuyan and the others, then we are too passive. Chapter 28 Linhai City Television Station. How about we go and check out the situation? We can also accompany Sister Binglan and Sister Yuyan. As soon as Chen Dong finished speaking, Su Qiong's voice was heard behind him. It turned out that Su Qiong had been awakened by Chen Dong's voice a long time ago. When she got up, she happened to hear his conversation with Sister Hong and understood the general situation. Chen Dong turned around and glanced at Su Qiong. Before he could reply, he heard Su Qiong say, Brother Dong, you are thoughtful and you know some martial arts. With you here, nothing will happen to the two sisters. Chen Dong thought about Su Qiong's suggestion carefully in his heart, and then he said to the phone, Sister Hong, did you hear what Xiao Qiong said just now? How do you feel? The incident happened so suddenly that Sister Hong was at a loss for words. After thinking it over again and again, she replied, Xiao Chen, I'll leave these three girls to you. With Sister Hong's approval, Chen Dong and Su Qiong did not dare to delay. After finding out the location of Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan, they set off directly. They took a taxi to Linhai TV station, but were stopped by security personnel at the door. Excuse me, both of you? At the request of our superiors, you are not allowed to enter without a work permit for the next 2 days. Chen Dong knew that this was due to the incident on stage 2 days ago, and the organizers had strengthened the protection of the actors in the evening party. Chen Dong said a few more nice words, but the young security guard was a fool and refused to listen. Helpless, Chen Dong had to look at Su Qiong. Su Qiong understood what he meant and quickly took off his sunglasses and mask. The young security guard was stunned when he saw Su Qiong's face. He asked in disbelief, Are you Miss Su Qiong? Su Qiong nodded and said, I'm here to find 2 friends. Can you please be accommodating, little brother? Since you want to go in, of course you can. But you still have to follow the rules. Please register with me. The young security guard was quite dedicated to his job. He took out a stack of registration forms from the table and handed them to Su Qiong, then asked, Are you looking for Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan? I met them a few days ago, and I didn't expect you two had such a good relationship. Su Qiong nodded without saying anything, but handed the signed registration form in her hand to Chen Dong. Chen Dong did not sign in a hurry, but turned the form in his hand 2 pages forward. Chen Dong discovered that in addition to himself and Su Qiong, there were 7 or 8 other names in front. After remembering these names one by one, Chen Dong asked the security guard casually, Brother, does everyone need a pass to enter and exit this TV station? Of course. Our leaders are setting an example. Who would dare to be so aggressive at this time? So what's going on with these people? Chen Dong pointed at the names on the registration form and asked. Oh, them. They are the technicians who come to repair the equipment, not our staff. Chen Dong frowned slightly when he heard this, but still asked, Besides them? Besides them, are there any other unfamiliar people who have entered in the past 2 days? The young security guard probably hadn't watched the news in the past 2 days and didn't know who Chen Dong was. He just thought he was Su Qiong's agent. Perhaps because he was annoyed by Chen Dong's questions, the security guard snatched the registration form from Chen Dong's hand and replied impatiently, That's all. Why do you have so many questions? He. Chen Dong smiled apologetically, then looked at Su Qiong, and the two walked into the TV station door side by side. Hey! Wait! Before the two of them took 2 steps, the security guard behind them called them back and said, Apart from these maintenance workers, the audience watching the show don't need work permits either. They can all go in directly. Audience. Chen Dong was puzzled. Generally, the audience for this kind of evening party is selected in advance, and they will scream, applaud, cheer and so on to coordinate with the performance. For a live evening party like this, When the program is rehearsing, the audience will also follow the rehearsal. Soo-cheon explained in a low voice beside Chen Dong. This was the first time Chen Dong had heard of such a thing. After thanking the security guard, he and Soo-cheon continued to walk into the TV station. Is there something wrong with the people on the registration list? Soo-cheon asked. Chen Dong shook his head and replied, not necessarily. We have too few clues right now. We are just guessing based on a few words. We were just trying our luck just now. Soo-cheon nodded when she heard this. Just when she was about to ask a few more questions, she suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of her. After squinting for a long time, Soo-cheon asked uncertainly, Director Wang. The man heard the voice and turned around to look over. Soo-cheon was wearing sunglasses and was difficult to identify, but the man quickly recognized Chen Dong. Mr. Chen, why are you here? As he spoke, the man walked towards Chen Dong and the other two. When he got closer, Chen Dong could see his face clearly. He smiled and ran over to shake his hand, saying, Director Wang Lei, I didn't expect to meet you here. Har har. I didn't expect to see you two here. Are you here to look for Miss Bai and Miss Chen? Soo-cheon nodded and said, yes, I have something to talk to them about. But, Director Wang, our program is about to be recorded, how do you have time to come to Linhai? Well. Wang Lei sighed and said jokingly, I am a miserable man. I was looking for a filming location at Longquan Villa a few days ago, but yesterday I was called here by the head of the station. After hearing what Wang Lei said, Chen Dong and the others looked at him with confusion. Hey! You can see that Linhai is far behind our Jinhai. Look, in the past 2 years, Linhai has been preparing to develop tourism in order to develop its economy. Led by the local leadership team, more than a dozen local companies invested in and established a joint travel company. The company was listed and opened for business just a few days ago, and Linhai TV station is preparing to hold a party. How could they afford to host such a party? They had to outsource it to a local company. What bad luck! The party was about to start in 2 days, and the director sent by the company suddenly had a heart attack and is now lying in a hospital. Linhai TV station was at a loss, so they had to ask Jinhai TV station for help. After the leaders agreed, they appointed people and sent me here. Har har har. So this is how Director Wang came to Jinhai. After hearing what Wang Lei said, Chen Dong took the initiative to get along with him and praised him, but it's good that you're here. Isn't it easy for you to organize such a party? After being boasted by Chen Dong, Wang Lei also smiled and replied, my little ability is nothing compared to your great talent, Chen. But since you two are here, do you want to come with me to watch the rehearsal? Chapter 29 Investigation. Chen Dong and his companions were just looking forward to Wang Lei's invitation, so they happily went there. However, when the three were about to enter the studio, Chen Dong deliberately pulled Soo-cheon's arm, and then the two slowed down. Go and ask Director Wang later to see if you can get the information of those people on the registration form from him. And you? I always feel that there is a greater possibility that there is something wrong with that audience. As the two were talking, Wang Lei suddenly called out to them from the front, look, you two. It's Miss Bai and Miss Chen's turn to perform. The two of them arrived at the right time. As soon as they entered the studio, they happened to catch Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan going on stage. They prepared a fast song from their group at the time, but since there were only 2 of them, they choreographed the dance. After Chen Dong and the other man pretended to watch for a while, Soo-cheon went to talk to Wang Lei under the pretext of asking him a question. When the staff around saw that Chen Dong was brought in by Wang Lei, no one cared about him. Seeing the right opportunity, Chen Dong ran to the audience seats. There happened to be a few empty seats in the middle, so Chen Dong sat down right away. Brother, you are so brave. These empty seats are reserved for leaders and local entrepreneurs. Someone around him kindly reminded Chen Dong. Chen Dong smiled and said nonchalantly, aren't they not coming today? What's wrong with me sitting for a while? After hearing Chen Dong's answer, the man wanted to refute, but before he could open his mouth, he saw Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan singing and dancing off the stage and walking towards him. As expected of a professional supporter. After the man saw the actor walk off the stage, he ignored Chen Dong and turned into a fanatical fan, shouting, Yuyan, we love you. Not only him, 20 or 30 people in the first row of audience stood up. Some of them sang along quietly, some were shaking hands with Bai Yuyan and the other, and a few were standing there holding cheering signs, tears in their eyes. Chen Dong was stunned by this scene, and he only reacted when Chen Binglan walked up to him. Pretending to shake hands with Chen Binglan, Chen Dong whispered, "Wait for me backstage later." Chen Binglan nodded imperceptibly and continued walking towards the other audience members. The camera in front of him slowly moved away, and the audience around him quickly returned to normal, sitting back in their seats one by one, looking at the stage with little interest. Chen Dong saw the man who had just spoken to him yawn, and asked with a smile, "Brother, are you professionals doing this? You can make a lot of money, right? It's okay. It mainly depends on how good your relationship with our boss is. Look at those sitting in the back, they don't have to interact with the actors, and they don't have any camera time, so they get less than us." Profound. Chen Dong nodded as if he had learned something, and deliberately said, "So your business is organized by someone? Hey, brother, so, this group of audiences should all know each other, right?" The man nodded and said, "That's about right. I can't name some people, but I know their nicknames." "So you know all the people in the first row, right?" Chen Dong asked again. This man was really honest. After Chen Dong asked, he actually looked around. After taking a closer look, he replied, "I actually know everyone in this group today." "What? Are you here to look for someone?" Chen Dong did not answer him, but asked again, "When the party officially starts, will you all sit in the same seating arrangement as now?" "Isn't that nonsense? What else is the point of rehearsal?" After getting the reply, Chen Dong took out the mobile phone from his pocket. But before he could unlock the screen, the man next to him suddenly covered the phone in Chen Dong's hand with both hands, and said anxiously, "Who are you? Do you understand the rules? People like us are not allowed to play with mobile phones. What if we are recorded? Then the audience in front of the screen will say, 'This show is really bad, the audience has started playing with their phones.' I'm telling you, put your phone away right now. Otherwise, the director will kick you out. This new director has a bad temper." Chen Dong didn't expect there was such a thing, but he still pushed the man's hands away and said, "It's okay, Wang Lei is my big brother." After saying that, Chen Dong took a selfie regardless of the objections from people around him. After looking at the photos, Chen Dong nodded with satisfaction and left the audience. After asking along their way, Chen Dong finally found the dressing room of Bai Yuyan and her boyfriend. After knocking on the door and entering, Chen Dong found that Su Qiong had not returned yet, so he had to ask Bai Yuyan and the others, "How were the rehearsals these 2 days? Did you encounter any suspicious people or things?" Bai Yuyan shook her head decisively and said, "No. Brother-in-law, why did you suddenly come here?" It just so happened that Su Qiong hadn't come back yet, so Chen Dong had to tell the two girls again the information he had found out and his own guesses. What? After listening to Chen Dong's story, both of them were horrified. Chen Binglan said in disbelief, "How dare they harm us during a nationwide live broadcast? Whether they have the courage to do so is another matter, but no matter what, we must be prepared in advance." Chen Dong replied. "Did my brother-in-law find out anything?" Bai Yuyan asked. Squeak. Before Chen Dong could reply, the makeup artist's door opened again. It was Su Qiong who came in. As soon as he entered the room, he said to Chen Dong, "I have talked to Wang Lei, and there should be no problem with the people on the registration form. It is indeed because of the aging of some equipment, so Wang Lei asked some people to come and repair it." After explaining the situation on her side, Su Qiong asked Chen Dong, "What about you? Have you found any useful clues?" Chen Dong shook his head and said, "No. Those audiences seem to be normal for now. What should we do now? The party will start in 2 days." Su Qiong asked anxiously. Chen Dong didn't have any good ideas now, so he said, "Let Sister Hong send 2 more people over. It's best not to let outsiders take care of our food, clothing, housing and transportation these 2 days. Especially Sister Yuyan and Sister Binglan, you two should not move around except for rehearsal." Bai Yuyan and the other 2 also realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded. Bang, bang. Just as Chen Dong was about to give a few more instructions, there was a knock on the door. "Mr. Chen, are you in there?" It was Wang Lei's voice. Chen Dong stood up and opened the door. "Hey! Mr. Chen, you are here after all." As soon as Wang Lei entered the room, he greeted everyone in the room, and then went straight to the point and said, "Mr. Chen, I'm here this time to ask you a favor." "Oh, you said, Director Wang. I want you to write a theme song for our show. I've asked a lot of people before, but none of them satisfied me. Chapter 30, Drinking Party. I'm sorry, Director Wang. My Chen Dong doesn't have time these days, let's talk about this later. Sucheong was now worried about her two sisters, so she directly rejected Wang Lei on behalf of Chen Dong. Hey! Wait! I actually have a song that really fits the theme of our show. Seeing Sucheong's refusal, Wang Lei was ready to say a few polite words and leave. But after hearing what Chen Dong said, he turned from sadness to joy and quickly pulled his arm and asked, Mr. Chen, do you mean you have something ready? Chen Dong nodded and said, it's also a little song I composed last night when I was free. How about I sing it for you? That's great. Ahem. Chen Dong cleared his throat and began to sing. Every morning I wake up naturally at 7:30, the wind chimes ring and it's another day with light clouds. As soon as he opened his mouth, Wang Lei nodded unconsciously. Life can't be so complicated. We can just waste our time like this without any worries. Only the evening breeze can gently brush the sunset glow. One day, we will find her. Wang Lei didn't come back to his senses for a long time after singing the last sentence. It was not until Chen Dong called his name softly that he grabbed Chen Dong's hand and said excitedly, yes, it's so right. This is the feeling. Mr. Chen, the melody of your song is slow, but every word tells the beauty of life. The lyrics are common, but accurate. You can sing those ordinary things in the past with rich layers. You are worthy of being a great talent. Mr. Chen, what is the title of your song? Wang Lei asked a question that everyone was curious about, and Sucheong and the other two girls all looked at Chen Dong. The song is called Ordinary Days. I didn't expect Director Wang's evaluation and positioning of this song would be so accurate. It really touched my heart. Mr. Chen, your song is perfect for our show. How about the copyright of your song? If it's okay, we can sign the contract soon. This song will be our theme song. With this song, our show is already halfway to becoming popular. Wang Lei became more and more excited as he spoke, constantly asking and answering his own questions. Chen Dong smiled and said, don't worry about the copyright issue, Director Wang. I just told you that this song was created last night. Including Xiao Cheong and the others, this is the first time they have heard it. That's it. Come on, Mr. Chen, let's go sign the contract now. As he spoke, Wang Lei pulled Chen Dong and was about to walk out. Chen Dong was still worried about Sucheong and the others, and was thinking of reasons to reject Wang Lei when Sucheong spoke. She just said, don't worry, go with Director Wang. Sister Hong's people will be here soon. After Sucheong said this, Chen Dong and Wang Lei left the dressing room together. Taking the elevator to the 6th floor, Wang Lei had a temporary office, where the two signed a preliminary contract. After putting away the contract, Wang Lei and Chen Dong sat face to face. Wang Lei took the initiative to say, Mr. Chen, don't think the money is too little. After all, our program team has limited funds. But if you feel you've been wronged in the future, just tell me directly and I can compensate you privately. After hearing what Wang Lei said, Chen Dong waved his hand and said, Director Wang, you look down on me too much. I, Chen Dong, don't like money very much. I am already very satisfied with this price. However, you even mentioned that you would pay for it out of your own pocket. It seems like you take this program very seriously. Well, Wang Lei sighed and said, I have been in this industry for more than 10 years, and I have always been an assistant to other directors in the station. Now that I have become a wife, I can finally do a program on my own. How can I not take it seriously? Chen Dong nodded and followed Wang Lei's words and said, if you have this kind of ambition, our show will be great. Chen Dong said this from the bottom of his heart, he really admired Wang Lei. But who would have thought that after hearing what Chen Dong said, Wang Lei simply shook his head. Seeing Wang Lei's expression, Chen Dong quickly asked, what do you mean? Are you not confident? Wang Lei hesitated for a moment, and finally said to Chen Dong, I am a person of little ability, but I am arrogant, and I don't have many friends on weekdays. In fact, I still have a lot of concerns about this program. Mr. Chen, I really want to be friends with you. Would you like to listen to me talk for a while? Director Wang, you are too modest. I also heard what you said at the Haiyun Hotel that day. Anyone who can say such words is not a small person. As for nagging, you talk and I listen. After Chen Dong finished speaking, Wang Lei waved his hand and said, I can't say anything here. Let's go, brother, let me buy you a drink. Chen Dong subconsciously wanted to refuse Wang Lei, but then he thought of the gambling agreement he had just reached with Wang Rui's father yesterday. Chen Dong nodded again and replied, then you have to get drunk before you go home. The two of them left the TV station, chatting and laughing all the way. Originally, I thought Wang Lei would arrange for me to stay in a nearby hotel, but who knew that this old guy was a sophisticated person who never tired of eating, and he actually drove Chen Dong to a restaurant on the beach. The restaurant was not big, but every table was full. Chen Dong and Wang Lei waited for a long time to get a seat. As soon as they sat down, Wang Lei said, seafood is all about freshness. The boss of this restaurant was a fisherman, and his seafood is the most authentic in Linhai. Speaking of food, Chen Dong also became interested and chatted with Wang Lei about this topic. While they were talking, the dishes they had ordered were brought up by the waiter. At this time, Wang Lei opened 2 bottles of beer and filled Chen Dong's bottle first, then said, Mr. Chen, we two brothers really get along well. I, Wang Lei, must make friends with you. After saying that, Wang Lei drank their wine in the glass. Chen Dong followed the host's lead and drank their wine in his glass in one gulp. Then he took the initiative to ask, Director Wang, what are you worried about in our show? Well, Wang Lei filled his glass again and said, Chu He. Sure enough, it was almost what Chen Donglai had expected. But Chen Dong pretended to be confused and said, Chu He? Isn't he just a small singer and actor? How can he be bigger than the director? Besides, I heard that he hasn't appeared on the screen for several years. Isn't he afraid of offending you? Snort. Wang Lei snorted coldly and said, he's definitely not afraid. Not to mention his rich daughter-in-law, the Lianghu film and television company behind him is not something a fledgling director like me can afford to offend. Why is Lianghu film and television company so powerful? What's his background? Can Liu Lianghu make so many people in the industry fear him just by relying on the little money his father gave him? Chen Dong picked up some food for Wang Lei while answering his questions. Chapter 31 News brought by Wang Lei. You don't know that. Wang Lei peeled open a salted peanut and ate it while answering Chen Dong's questions vaguely. Liu Lianghu's father is just a rich country bumpkin. He made his fortune by mining coal in his early years. How could he possibly think of investing in a film and television company? The reason why people in the industry are so afraid of Liu Lianghu is because of his mother. Fuck. It was the first time Chen Dong heard this news. Right. Wang Lei nodded and said, his mother is an honorary member of our Huaxia Film and Television Association, and is also the vice president of the National Editors Alliance. China Film and Television Association. Editors Alliance? Chen Dong had never heard of this kind of organization in his previous life, so he quickly asked, Director Wang, please tell me in detail. I am an ordinary citizen and have never heard of these terms before. Har har har. Wang Lei smiled heartily and explained, these two organizations were not officially established, but were established by several large chaebols in the early years. The slogans at that time were very loud, such as building a warm home for film and television people, and for the rise of Chinese film and television. At the beginning, they did the same thing. But as time went by, the original intentions of those people changed. And the people who joined the two major organizations in the past few decades are also mixed. They used xenophobia, plagiarism, and fake box office figures, and they did everything they could to the extreme. The Dragon Slayer eventually turned into a dragon. Isn't that ridiculous? TSK. Chen Dong sucked his tongue, clinked glasses with Wang Lei, and then asked, when they do this, no one from above cares. Just let them grow bigger. He. Wang Lei sneered and replied, how can we manage it? The relationships here are so complicated. Who knows if some people have shares in these chaebols? Besides, even if they want to intervene, they can only turn a blind eye. Many people in these two organizations have indeed made contributions to our Chinese film and television industry. Take Liu Lianghu's mother, Bai Xin, for example. When she was young, she was one of the best female editors in China. Many of her works can be called classics, and she has won many international awards for our country. But since Bai Xin married that old-fashioned guy, she has rarely produced any outstanding works. Even 2 years ago, I helped a plagiarist to testify and won a lawsuit. Last year, it was revealed that I had falsified box office data. But these things were left unresolved in the end. Apart from the few days when it was on the hot search news, no one remembers it now. Mr. Chen, how can we deal with such a person? Not to mention that there is no direct evidence of what she did. Even if there is, these are just minor mistakes that are harmless and the higher-ups will at most criticize her. For Liu Lianghu's family, this will not hurt them at all. Chen Dong didn't expect that Liu Lianghu was so lucky to have such talented and wealthy parents. However, if that were all, Chen Dong still believed that he could pull a few hairs off this tiger's butt. Raising his glass again, Chen Dong deliberately joked, "These two organizations are too awesome. Many practitioners are trying their best to get in, right? Director Wang, do you want to get in too?" Bar. Wang Lei was about to clink glasses with Chen Dong, but upon hearing what Chen Dong said, he threw the glass in his hand on the table, and then said excitedly, "Mr. Chen, aren't you cursing me? I admit that many of my colleagues are trying their best to join the China Film and Television Association, but that's not all. I, Wang Lei, don't want to. I just can't stand what the Film and Television Association is doing. I just want to shoot what I want to shoot and make programs that ordinary people want to watch. As long as the audience is satisfied, I will be satisfied. As for those fame and fortune, I, Wang Lei, don't care." Chen Dong didn't expect Wang Lei to react so radically. He quickly put the wine glass on the table back on its place, refilled his glass, and apologized, "Hey, Brother Wang, I thought you were too materialistic. I apologize." After speaking, Chen Dong raised the wine glass in his hand and drank it in one gulp. Wang Lei also raised the wine glass in front of him, but he did not drink it. He just held it up and stared at Chen Dong intently. Chen Dong was frightened by his gaze and asked quickly, "Director Wang, what's wrong with you? Mr. Chen, please stop trying to trick me." Wang Lei was silent for a long time before he spoke. "There are no secrets in our business. The news of your feud with Liu Lianghu has long been spread throughout the Jinhai film and television circles. Tell me the truth, are you asking about these things today in order to target Liu Lianghu in the future?" Wang Lei's question was straightforward and it was difficult for Chen Dong to answer. And now I don't know whether Wang Lei, who is sitting opposite me, is testing me or has drunk too much. He. Chen Dong smiled awkwardly, sipping the wine in his glass while lying. "Director Wang, you must be joking. Who is this Liu Lianghu? I'm just an ordinary citizen, why should I fight him?" Well. After listening to Chen Dong's words, Wang Lei sighed and said, "It seems that we two brothers are still not close to each other. Okay, Brother Wang will show you something." After saying that, Wang Lei took out the mobile phone from his pocket, fiddled with it in his hands for a long time, and then handed it to Chen Dong. Chen Dong took Wang Lei's phone with a puzzled look and took a look at it. This. Chen Dong was stunned for a moment, and did not dare to continue reading. Instead, he asked Wang Lei in a low voice, "Brother Wang, is this the script of Liu Lianghu's movie?" Wang Lei nodded and said, "Yes. But it may not be the final draft. Where did you get it?" Chen Dong now has a suspicion that this Wang Lei might be someone sent by Liu Lianghu to set a trap for him. This script was written for Liu Lianghu by a college classmate of mine, but it was written under the name of a well-known foreign screenwriter. Don't talk about this outside. Wang Lei answered frankly. After taking a sip of wine, Wang Lei saw that Chen Dong had no intention of continuing to read the script, so he continued, "I've read the script. It's a typical Western script with a strong sense of personal heroism. The protagonist basically kills people from beginning to end. In the end, he even kills his way to the drug lord's base alone and kills nearly half of the group. You can take a look too." After Wang Lei finished speaking, Chen Dong nodded, then slid the screen and took a general look at the script. He. 7 or 8 minutes later, Chen Dong returned the phone to Wang Lei, then smiled and said, "Liu Lianghu is really investing a lot. As far as I know, Emma, Sophia, and Isabella mentioned in the script seem to be foreign actresses who have won awards in recent years." Oh. Wang Lei sneered and said, "It's just a gimmick." Chapter 32, Heart to Heart with Wang Lei. After Wang Lei finished speaking, he drank several glasses of wine. In the end, he still felt unsatisfied and started drinking directly from the bottle. After drinking 2 bottles of beer, Wang Lei burped and said to Chen Dong in a drunken state, "In recent years, our industry has become increasingly corrupt. Turn on the TV and watch the prime time programs. They are all the same. I can guess the ending just by watching the beginning. The scripts are all the same, and the actors are even worse. As long as you are good looking, you can join the crew, and as long as you have enough capital behind you, you can play the leading role. This has become an unwritten rule in the film and television industry. Mr. Chen, do you think a TV series shot like this is good enough? Wang Lei, am bragging. Even if I shoot it with my feet, it will be better than what these losers shoot. As he was talking, Wang Lei actually started dancing, attracting the attention of other diners around him. Chen Dong quickly grabbed Wang Lei and said, "Director Wang, you've had too much to drink. But I, Chen Dong, believe in you. I believe that if you have the chance, you will be able to make a hit TV series." Wang Lei waved his hand and said, "I'm not drunk. Let's talk about what I was talking about just now that made me start complaining about the current situation. Oh, right. Gimmicks. Domestic TV dramas have become so bad, don't blame the audience for liking to watch foreign films. But this situation has attracted many speculators. Liu Liang, whose film is a typical example. It claims that the script was written by a famous foreign screenwriter, and the special effects team was invited from abroad, and it can even call on a few international celebrities. I'm telling you, it's all bullshit. I told you before that this script was written by a Chinese, but he paid a foreign screenwriter to put his name on it. The special effects team is even more bullshit. They just hired a bunch of students who are about to graduate from any school and became a so-called internationally renowned special effects team. International celebrities. Fuck them. The movie is 120 minutes long, and the best actresses and best actor only appear on screen for less than 3 minutes. The main roles are still played by the darlings of capital. Whoever is pretty, who knows how to deal with things, who has the most endorsements, gets the role. But even so, this kind of movie will definitely not lose money, and can even make a lot of money. There is no way the audience will buy it. Even if they know that the actual situation is inconsistent with their propaganda, they will still go to the theater to buy a movie ticket. This is the difference between chocolate-flavored shit and shit-flavored chocolate. Our own domestic productions are so bad, why don't the audience change their taste? Perhaps because he had been feeling depressed for too long, Wang Lei spoke out all his dissatisfaction with the industry in a disjointed manner. After saying these words, Wang Lei called the waiter, who brought another box of beer, and started drinking alone. After hearing his words, Chen Dong's original suspicion of Wang Lei completely disappeared. This is a person who has a sincere heart for the film and television industry. After a little hesitation, Chen Dong took out his mobile phone, found the file of The Return of the Condor Heroes, and sent it to Wang Lei. "Director Wang, since you trust me so much, I will show you something." As he spoke, Chen Dong waved his mobile phone in front of Wang Lei, signaling him to receive the file. But who would have thought that Wang Lei's drinking habits and drinking ethics were acceptable, but his drinking capacity was really not commendable. In just a short while, he actually drank too much. Hearing Chen Dong's voice, Wang Lei subconsciously looked up at him, but he only felt dizzy. As for what Chen Dong said, he didn't hear a single word. "Mr. Chen, I may have really drunk too much." After saying this, Wang Lei stood up, turned around on the spot, and shouted, "Waiter, pay the bill." Vomit. As soon as he finished shouting, Wang Lei vomited. Chen Dong was now in a state of confusion. He had no choice but to apologize to the waiter, then paid the bill and helped Wang Lei out of the restaurant. "Mr. Chen, society has progressed and the economy has developed, so why is it that the entertainment industry is regressing as it develops?" Wang Lei, who was staggering as he walked, was still complaining to Chen Dong, but Chen Dong was listening intently at this moment. Since both of them were drunk, Chen Dong had to take a taxi to take Wang Lei back to the TV station. After a lot of trouble, it was already late at night when we arrived at the hotel where Suqiong was staying. Chen Dong didn't know where Wang Lei was living now, so he handed him over to the hotel staff and then called Suqiong. After asking for the room number, Chen Dong took the elevator upstairs. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Dong had been knocking on the door for a long time, and Suqiong finally opened it. As soon as they met, Suqiong complained, "You still remember to come back? You?" Before she finished her sentence, Suqiong suddenly covered her nose and said with a hint of disgust, "What's that smell on you?" Chen Dong walked past Suqiong and went straight into the room, saying helplessly, "Don't mention it, I will never drink with Wang Lei again. I didn't even finish 4 bottles of beer, but he vomited all the way. This is all his vomit." Huh? Suqiong rolled her eyes at Chen Dong, then pointed to the bathroom and said, "Take off all your clothes and wash them carefully." When Chen Dong came out of the shower, Sucheon had already returned to the bedroom. Sucheon checked into a suite this time, and Chen Dong didn't bother her. He just turned around and went to another bedroom. What Wang Lei said today contained a lot of information. Chen Dong happened to be awake at the moment, so he decided to think about it carefully. Taking out a pen and paper, Chen Dong wrote down whatever he thought of. Half an hour later, all the resources and energy possessed by Liu Lianghu's family of 3 appeared on paper. After carefully confirming it again, Chen Dong fell into deep thought. In this way, Chen Dong sat there until dawn was about to begin. Then he stood up, stretched himself, tore the paper into pieces, and prepared to rest. Here, Chen Dong was just about to go to bed when there was a knock on the door. As there was no clue about Yang Qingsong's plan, out of caution, Chen Dong first walked carefully to the door of the room, and then looked through the peephole to see who was outside. When Chen Dong saw who was coming, he shook his head helplessly and opened the door. "Director Wang, you really get drunk quickly and sober up quickly. It's not even daybreak yet, what can I do for you?" Hey. Wang Lei smiled awkwardly at first, then said sheepishly, "Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry for last night. How about this, I'll host a banquet at the best restaurant in Linhai today to make amends to you." Chen Dong was now afraid of Wang Lei, so he waved his hands and said, "That's not necessary." "But, Director Wang, what exactly did you come to me about so early?" Speaking of business, Wang Lei stopped smiling and took out his phone with a serious face, pointed at a file inside and said, "Mr. Chen, is this the file you sent me last night?" Chapter 33 Shooting Plan. It turned out that Wang Lei had drunk so much last night that he had no idea what happened next. Out of nowhere, a folder called The Return of the Condor Heroes appeared on his phone. Out of curiosity, Wang Lei opened it and took a look. After reading only 2 chapters, Wang Lei was astounded. This is what happened just now. Before dawn, Wang Lei knocked on Chen Dong's door. Chen Dong nodded and admitted generously, "Yes. Didn't you show me a script yesterday? I thought I could return the favor and sent you a novel I just wrote. But who knew you couldn't drink so much? As soon as I opened my mouth, you started vomiting." This. Wang Lei looked at Chen Dong in disbelief, and then said, "Did you write this book?" Chen Dong nodded again and said, "Of course. The document I sent to you was not written by me." "Who wrote it?" After hearing Chen Dong's reply, Wang Lei pointed at his mobile phone with trembling fingers excitedly. After holding it in for a long time, he said, "Mr. Chen, you are amazing. It's fine that you can write lyrics and compose music, but now you can even write novels. And you write so well. I've read your book briefly, and it's so well written. It's the best martial arts novel ever. But I have another question. Why is your book only half full?" Har har har. Chen Dong smiled, then joked with Wang Lei, "If you hadn't asked me to drink last night, I might have finished writing this book last night." Wang Lei scratched his head awkwardly and said, "If I hadn't asked you to drink with me, I might not have had the chance to see this book. But speaking of which, Mr. Chen, your book is really very suitable for film and television adaptation. I wonder if you have this idea." Chen Dong did not rush to answer Wang Lei's question. Instead, he made a please gesture, indicating Wang Lei, who had been standing at the door, to come in first. Arriving in the living room, Chen Dong first brewed a pot of tea for Wang Lei, then sat opposite Wang Lei and said, "Director Wang, why did I let you read this novel last night?" Although Chen Dong did not directly answer Wang Lei's question, Wang Lei had already understood the meaning. Wang Lei became excited and said to Chen Dong happily, "Mr. Chen, do you want me to adapt your book?" Chen Dong shook his head decisively. Just when Wang Lei was feeling disappointed, he heard Chen Dong say, "We will adapt this book together. And if the cooperation is pleasant, I would like to invite you to be the director of this play." Chen Dong's words frightened Wang Lei so much that he couldn't move. After holding the teacup in a daze for a long time, Wang Lei asked uncertainly, "You just said that you want me to be the director of this play?" Chen Dong nodded. Wang Lei was so excited that he almost cried. In the end, Chen Dong persuaded him and said, "Don't get too excited. This depends on your ability. After all, I and the investors of Sucheon's company attach great importance to this drama." Wang Lei suddenly stood up, bowed deeply to Chen Dong, and said seriously, "Mr. Chen, don't worry, I will do my best to make this drama a success. Don't worry. You still have to eat your meal one bite at a time." Chen Dong waved his hand, motioning Wang Lei to sit down, and then asked, Director Wang, based on your experience, if there is sufficient funding, how long will it take to shoot this play? Wang Lei thought about Chen Dong's question carefully before replying, I haven't seen the second half of the book yet, so I can only give a rough estimate. Judging from the current level of our industry, it will take at least 2 years. Chen Dong shook his head, obviously dissatisfied with the time Wang Lei took to answer. Director Wang, you may not understand what I meant by sufficient funds. Let me tell you this, you don't have to worry about the script, casting, equipment, and venue. I can also recruit as many other staff members as possible for you. If it's under these conditions, how long will it take to shoot? Wang Lei estimated in his mind and finally said, 8 months, I only need 8 months. Good. Chen Dong nodded with satisfaction, and then said, in this way, we can catch up on time. What time? Wang Lei asked, not understanding what Chen Dong meant. Isn't Liu Lianghu's movie scheduled to be released in 8 months? Chen Dong's words were a disguised acknowledgement of Wang Lei's guess last night. Because he had a premonition, Wang Lei was not too surprised. He just asked, Mr. Chen, that's a movie, we're shooting a TV series. If they want to target Liu Lianghu, it seems that we can't cause much impact on him, right? He. Chen Dong smiled in an unfathomable way and replied, kill someone by striking at the throat. I have studied their script carefully. Regardless of whether it is good or bad, there are many things that can be done. As long as the design is clever, I can make Liu Lianghu's movie lose both at the box office and in terms of reputation. Although he didn't know what Chen Dong was planning, Wang Lei still said, since you said so, I won't ask any more questions. However, the most urgent thing is that you need to finish writing this novel as soon as possible. Only after I get the complete script can I make some preliminary preparations. Otherwise, we still have a variety show to do live, and the time is still too tight. This time Chen Dong agreed with Wang Lei's opinion, nodded, and replied, don't worry, this book will be finished in the next 2 days, and I will send it to you directly when the time comes. The two of them drank tea and discussed some details. It was almost noon when Wang Lei said goodbye and left. After days of running around and a sleepless night, after Wang Lei left, Chen Dong felt a wave of fatigue suddenly surge up. Just as I was about to go back to my room to rest for a while, Su Qiong walked out of the bedroom. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Su Qiong asked, did someone knock on the door this morning? It's so annoying. Chen Dong nodded and said, Wang Lei came over this morning. What is he doing here? Chen Dong did not directly answer Su Qiong's question, but asked in return, nothing happened after I left last night, right? Also, have Sister Hong's people arrived? Not long after you left, Sister Hong's people arrived. After the last rehearsal in the evening, Sister Yuyan, Sister Binglan and I went back to the hotel. Nothing happened. Chen Dong nodded, now he felt relieved. I didn't sleep last night, so I have to catch up on some sleep later. So I won't be able to go to rehearsal with you during the day. Remember what I said yesterday, be careful. Su Qiong nodded, then sat on the sofa carelessly and replied, got it. Have a good rest in the hotel. If there is anything, I will call you. Chapter 34 Chen Dong's Plan. After the two of them reached an agreement, Chen Dong really couldn't hold on any longer, so he got up, went back to the bedroom, and fell asleep. I slept until the moon rose above the branches. Rubbing his cheeks with both hands, Chen Dong glanced at the time. It's already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Thinking that Su Qiong and the others would be back soon, Chen Dong decided not to go to the TV station to look for them anymore. After washing up, his mind became clearer. Chen Dong leaned on the sofa, continuing to code the second half of the Return of the Condor Heroes while waiting for Su Qiong and the others. But after waiting for a long time, it was almost 11 o'clock and Su Qiong and the others had not returned yet. Chen Dong was worried about their safety, so he quickly took out his cell phone and called Su Qiong. The first time, no one answered. The second time, no one answered. Now Chen Dong was really anxious. He quickly got up, put on his coat, and prepared to go to the TV station to look for a few people. Just when Chen Dong was about to go out, the door outside was opened. Su Qiong, Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan, 3 girls, walked in chatting and laughing. Seeing that they were safe, Chen Dong was relieved, but he still complained, why did you come back so late? And why didn't you answer the phone? Did you call me? Su Qiong put the takeaway box in her hand on the coffee table, then took out her cell phone and looked at it. Oh. Maybe we were in the elevator at that time and I didn't hear it. You haven't eaten yet, right? This is packed for you from the most famous restaurant in Linhai. As she spoke, Sucheon sat down next to Chen Dong. You guys came back so late, did you go out to eat? Didn't I tell you guys not to wander around unless there's something special going on these few days? Chen Dong was a little angry, and his tone unconsciously rose a lot. Sucheon was not happy about this and asked, You yelled at me. Chen Dong actually regretted what he said just now, so he could only say softly, I didn't yell at you. I'm just worried about you. You know what the situation is now. Why do you want to go out for dinner? Fearing that the two would argue over this matter, Bai Yuyan spoke before Sucheon did. Brother-in-law, you really misunderstood us. Today is the last day of rehearsal, and after it's over, Director Wang is taking all of us actors out for dinner. Besides Director Wang and 2 assistants, the only people who went there were us actors. We all knew each other, and the restaurant wasn't far away, so we came back so late. After saying this, Bai Yuyan gave Chen Binglan another look. Chen Binglan understood what Bai Yuyan meant and continued, By the way, brother-in-law, I always feel that Wang Lei's attitude towards us today is different from the past. Is it related to you? After the two changed the subject, Sucheon seemed to have forgotten her previous dispute with Chen Dong and asked, Yes, I feel the same way. I always feel that Director Wang was very polite when he spoke to us today. When asked by the two, Chen Dong had no choice but to say, his change of attitude is probably because of the book The Return of the Condor Heroes. I promised him that I would let him do the film and television adaptation of this book. What? Before Bai Yuyan and the other girl could figure out what was going on, Sucheon had already started yelling. When I asked you yesterday, you said you had no such intention. How come you changed your mind in just one day? At this point, Chen Dong could only reveal part of his plan. Earlier, Wang Rui's father and I made a decision to launch a counterattack against Liu Lianghu's revenge. My original plan was to shoot 2 movies to compete with Liu Lianghu for the market. After all, that is the simplest and most effective way. But after reading the script of Liu Lianghu's film yesterday, I decided to shoot this, The Return of the Condor Heroes, first. Have you read Liu Lianghu's script? This time, not only Sucheon, but also Bai Yuyan and the other two looked at Chen Dong with curiosity. Chen Dong nodded and said, Wang Lei showed it to me yesterday when he was drunk. Wang Lei? Sucheon frowned, and then said, Brother Dong, I know you are smart and have your own ideas. But this Wang Lei, could it be that he is Liu Lianghu's man? After all, his appearance in Linhai this time is too coincidental. If they deliberately let you see this script, wouldn't we be fooled? Chen Dong had this idea earlier, but he quickly rejected it. The fight with Liu Lianghu is a gamble. I am willing to take a chance on Wang Lei. He is a capable man. Besides, even if we were tricked, as long as the audience response to The Return of the Condor Heroes is good after it's filmed, we won't lose anything. Seeing Chen Dong say this, Sucheon stopped trying to persuade him. She just opened the lunchbox and said, It's good that you have made your decision. Anyway, I support you unconditionally. We can discuss the rest when we return to Daojinhai. After opening the food box, Sucheon handed the bowl and chopsticks to Chen Dong and continued, Here, this is a famous dish in Linhai, squirrel fish. It's different from other places. Come and try it. Seeing that Chen Dong had started eating, Chen Binglan and the other person stood up and said goodbye. After sending them away, Sucheon came to Chen Dong again and said, Brother Dong, tell me the truth, did you agree to something from Xiao Rui's father? Otherwise, how could he support you so much? Chen Dong put down his chopsticks, looked at Sucheon in surprise, and asked, Why do you say that? No business is without fraud. Sucheon answered decisively, Although Uncle Huang is very good to us and has supported us over the years, we have also given him a lot in return after we became famous. To him, you are an outsider. I don't believe he can come up with a large sum of money to assist you in filming, and I don't believe he dares to go against Liu Lianghu. Chen Dong had never thought carefully about what Sucheon said before. He. Chen Dong smiled indifferently and said, Who cares what his purpose is? If he doesn't help, I still have a way. Sucheon really didn't know where Chen Dong got his confidence from, so she had to continue to persuade him, Brother Dong, you don't understand our business. It's very complicated. If you don't handle it well, you might end up in pieces. Chen Dong restrained his smile, then looked at Soo-cheong seriously and said, "I'm very happy that you can say these words to me today. This proves that you care about me very much. But I also want you to have more confidence in me. I can't guarantee other things, but as for film and television dramas, as long as I want, I can definitely make an excellent work." When Chen Dong said this, he seemed to have his own aura, and Soo-cheong had already fallen into this aura. Just like that, staring at him blankly. Chapter 35 Little Fatty Jiang Da. After Chen Dong finished speaking, he waited for a long time but did not get a reply from Soo-cheong. Considering her current appearance, Chen Dong found it funny and subconsciously reached out to pinch her face. "R." Soo-cheong screamed as if waking up from a dream, then quickly covered her red face and ran back to the bedroom. Chen Dong smiled and shook his head, then continued eating. Early the next morning, Chen Dong got up early, bought 2 breakfasts, and then sat in the living room waiting for Soo-cheong. The show will be officially broadcast live tonight, and the organizers still have a lot of details to confirm with the actors during the day. Therefore, Soo-cheong got up very early today. Wearing a gauze pajamas and with messy hair, Soo-cheong saw Chen Dong as soon as she walked out of the bedroom. She trotted to the bathroom and carefully dressed up. More than half an hour later, Soo-cheong appeared in front of Chen Dong again. "Constipation? What took you so long? The breakfast is getting cold." Chen Dong had already had breakfast and was now browsing the morning news on his mobile phone while chatting casually with Soo-cheong. Snap! Soo-cheong failed to control the strength in her hands and broke a pair of chopsticks. Chen Dong pulled out a pair of disposable chopsticks from the takeaway bag, handed them to Soo-cheong, and said, "The live broadcast will be tonight. I estimate that the people Yang Qingsoing has found will most likely take action today. Call the people sent by Sister Hong over later. I will give them a few words of advice." Soo-cheong was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Dong, the straight man, and just nodded when he looked at her. After breakfast, Soo-cheong called 2 people to meet Chen Dong. Hiss! As soon as they met, Chen Dong took a breath. These 2 girls are about the same age as Soo-cheong, but they are both big and strong. Just looking at the muscle lines on their bodies, you can tell that they have practiced. This is Li Na, the runner-up of the Jinhai City Women's Free Fighting Tournament. This is Zhang Jiyu, the national champion in women's 69 kilograms weightlifting. Soo-cheong stood aside and introduced Chen Dong. "Hello, Mr. Chen." The 2 nodded to Chen Dong, who nodded woodenly as well, and then said, "I think Sister Hong has already told you the purpose of your visit, but I still want to confirm the details with you too. I've already checked the venue for the party, and I've also checked the equipment that Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan can access. Although there are no problems, we still have to be cautious. Both of you must personally check the food and water that Bai Yuyan and the others ate today. And most importantly, the people they came into contact with. Unless they are staff members you have met in the past few days, you are not allowed to approach them." Li Na and the other girl nodded to show that they understood, and Chen Dong then signaled them to go out. After the 2 of them left, Soo-cheong took out a bag from the bedroom, handed it to Chen Dong, and said, "Here, it's for you." Chen Dong looked at the logo on the bag and subconsciously thought it was the 2 sets of clothes that Soo-cheong bought a few days ago. Waving his hands repeatedly, Chen Dong said, "I have clothes here, you can wear this one in a few days." Soo-cheong looked at Chen Dong, who was full of resistance, rolled her eyes at him, and then said, "Don't worry, I bought this new set for you. Besides, your original set was covered with Wang Lei's vomit. I just put it in the washing machine to wash it, and it will take until tomorrow to dry." As long as it wasn't that colorful outfit, Chen Dong could accept it. Raising his hand to take the clothes, Chen Dong asked casually, "Did you wash my clothes?" Soo-cheong rolled her eyes at him and didn't answer. Chen Dong went back to the bedroom and changed his clothes before going out with Soo-cheong. Bai Yuyan and her 2 friends and their personal bodyguards had been waiting in the lobby on the first floor for a long time. When they met, Chen Dong gave them a few more instructions, and this time they rushed to the studio together. Many actors came along the way, and along the way, in addition to a few who greeted the 3 Soo-cheong sisters, there were also many who came to look for Chen Dong. Among them, a little fat boy caught Chen Dong's attention. "You are Chen Dong, Mr. Chen, right? Oh. I love your music so much, I wonder if you could sign it for me. This is basically the path we have taken along the way. First say hello, then identify yourself as a fan, and after asking for an autograph, start asking for contact information. Chen Dong decisively rejected the previous 3 or 4. But after the fat man in front of him finished speaking, Chen Dong did not reject him directly, but turned around and looked at Su Cheong behind him. Su Cheong and Chen Dong's tacit understanding was getting better and better. She walked slowly from Chen Binglan to Chen Dong's side and whispered, "This person is called Jiang Da, a top student in the acting department of Kyoto Film and Television Academy. After graduation, he seemed to be assigned to the National Theatre, but because of his appearance, his acting range is too limited. He often takes on commercial performances, and there's a skit of his tonight." After listening to Su Cheong's words, Chen Dong took out a pen and paper, wrote down a string of numbers and his name, and handed it to Jiang Da. After seeing Chen Dong's contact information on the paper, Jiang Da bowed to Chen Dong and said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Chen." Chen Dong smiled and said, "What's there to thank me for? Brother Jiang Da, please leave me your contact information." Everyone knew what Chen Dong's 2 sentences meant, and Jiang Da's hands were shaking with excitement. After finally finding a pen and paper, Jiang Da wrote down the contact information and said, "Mr. Chen, if you need anything, please let me know. I will be there." Of course, of course." Chen Dong answered, then left with Su Cheong and the others. After they walked far away, Su Cheong asked Chen Dong, "What were you and that fat guy talking about just now?" He. Chen Dong smiled and said, "This kind of person is the type who casts a wide net to catch opportunities. Just now he said, if you have anything, let him know and he will be there anytime. He was telling me that as long as I want to shoot a film or TV series, I can find him and he will definitely come." You knew he was that kind of person, but you still cared about him. What kind of person? What's wrong with him looking for opportunities for himself? Besides, you said he is a top student of the Film and Television Academy and an actor of the National Theatre. I can't even beg for such a person, so why don't you pay attention to him? But with that look of his, he really doesn't have any acting potential." Su Cheong was telling the truth. Jiang Da was indeed too fat. Bias. As they were talking, Chen Dong and his companions came to the dressing room. Chen Dong looked at the makeup artists who were styling by Yu Yan, and continued to explain to Su Cheong, "Only when you make the best use of things can you be a qualified film and television industry practitioner. Don't think that Jiang Da has a bad image, but as long as he is used correctly, he will become a screen character that makes people shine." Chapter 36. The new concubine is drunk. It seemed that Su Cheong had never won an argument with Chen Dong. Without trying to figure out what he was up to, Su Cheong turned around and went to the rest area in the corner to play with her phone. Just at this time, Wang Lei came. "Mr. Chen, I've been looking for you all morning, and finally I found you." Chen Dong smiled and patted Wang Lei on the shoulder, saying, "Don't call me Mr., it seems strange. Just call me Xiao Chen." "That's fine. Then you can call me Lao Wang, or Brother Wang." "Okay. Brother Wang, what do you want to talk to me about?" "I thought about it all day yesterday. I have some ideas about our play that I want to discuss with you. After all this fuss, just for this matter." But Wang Lei does have a bit of craftsmanship. In fact, Chen Dong also wanted to talk to Wang Lei, but he still said, "Director Wang, don't we have one more rehearsal? How about we find a quiet place after the party and have a good chat?" After hearing what Chen Dong said, Wang Lei waved his hand and said, "Just let the assistant director do the rehearsal. If you still need me to do it myself at this critical moment, then there's no need to hold this party." Chen Dong was amused by Wang Lei's answer, and then prepared to talk to Su Cheong. But before he could reach Su Cheong, he heard Su Cheong say, "Go ahead, we will take care of ourselves. Business is more important." In this way, Chen Dong followed Wang Lei to the office on the 6th floor again. The two spent a whole afternoon discussing the novel itself, the adaptation of the script, and even the selection of characters. It was not until Wang Lei's assistant knocked on the door several times that Chen Dong stood up and said, "Okay, let's stop talking here today. Let's get down to business first." It is a very pleasant experience to talk about professional issues with Chen Dong. He can often point out Wang Lei's problems directly. Wang Lei was in a good mood and replied with a smile, "Then let's go to the party first. Anyway, when we record, we got married, in a few days, we will have plenty of opportunities to chat." The two came to the studio again, and the words, "Live Broadcast Countdown," appeared on the display screen in the center of the stage. Wang Lei originally wanted to arrange 2 seats for Chen Dong and Su Cheong, but Chen Dong directly refused and said, it's better for us to keep a low profile now, otherwise someone will take a couple of photos and make a fuss about it. Let's just watch from the backstage. Wang Lei was in a hurry to go to the studio to give directions, so he had to nod and follow Chen Dong's will. After much difficulty, I found Su Qiong backstage. This girl was actually playing cat's thong with an actress. When the actress saw Chen Dong coming, she left tactfully. "Where have you and Wang Lei been this afternoon? I'm so bored." Su Qiong complained. Hey. Chen Dong smiled and replied, "Stop talking, I'm almost annoyed to death by that guy and I haven't had lunch yet." "Why?" Hearing that Chen Dong hadn't eaten lunch yet, Su Qiong took out a lunchbox from behind her and said, "This is the lunchbox I gave you at noon. I haven't touched it. Have you eaten it?" Chen Dong took the lunchbox and asked curiously, "Why aren't you eating?" Su Qiong pouted and said, "When I stepped on the scale this morning, I found that I had gained 2 kilograms in the past few days." Har. After all this time, he was troubled by this reason. Looking at the little girl look Su Qiong had just shown, Chen Dong laughed heartily. "You're still laughing. It's all your fault. A bowl of cold noodles cured my anorexia." As she spoke, Su Qiong punched Chen Dong's chest a few times with her little pink fist. While the two were playing around, the party began. In line with the principle of not wasting food, Chen Dong ate his already cold lunchbox backstage while watching the show on stage. In fact, there was nothing interesting about the show. After all, the entertainment activities in this world were a bit backward. What's more, during the rehearsal, Chen Dong watched all the shows. Chen Dong's main purpose is still for the safety of Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan. If something went wrong at this final moment, Chen Dong would be extremely embarrassed. The first 3 programs were large-scale singing and dancing performances, which looked quite festive. But when Chen Dong saw the colorful clothes worn by the dancers, he couldn't help but think of the clothes that Su Qiong had given him before. The person who came on stage was a familiar face, Jiang Da. The skit he performed was not funny in itself, perhaps because of the script, but his excellent acting skills made up for this shortcoming. After he left the stage, the host came on stage and said, "Linhai has been known as the Pearl of the Sea since ancient times, and over the past 1,000 years, countless scholars and writers have come to Linhai to watch the sea. Today, we established a joint travel company in Linhai City, and 2 old friends also sent their blessings. Let's welcome Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan with applause to their song Falling into the Seabed." As soon as the host finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out at the scene, and several audience members in the front row even stood up and cheered. Why? Seeing these people, Chen Dong was stunned for a moment. I quickly took out my phone and found a previous photo to compare it with. Bang! The lunchbox landed on the ground, and Chen Dong murmured, "So that's how it is." Seeing that Chen Dong looked unhappy, Su Qiong quickly walked to his side and asked softly, "What's wrong?" There was no time to explain. Chen Dong just shouted anxiously, "Where are Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan? Where are they now?" Although she didn't know why Chen Dong was so flustered, Su Qiong still pointed to a place not far away and said, "They are at the stage entrance over there, but they will be on stage soon." Chen Dong didn't say anything and just ran away. After running around a corner, he finally saw Chen Binglan. Chen Dong came to her side with a quick step, dodged the microphone in her hand, and shouted to Chen Binglan and Bai Yuyan beside her, "You two stand here and don't move." On the stage, the lights were ready and the music had already started. Under the surprised gazes of Bai Yuyan and the others, Chen Dong walked towards the stage. Chen Dong walked slowly, constantly thinking about the next strategy in his mind. The prelude was almost over, and Chen Dong finally slowly raised the microphone and sang. That year, the snowflakes fell and the plum blossoms bloomed. That year, too much sorrow was left by the Huaqing pool. Chen Dong deliberately raised the pitch a few keys and used his own voice to cover up the accompaniment that was completely incompatible with the song. Everyone was stunned by Chen Dong's sudden appearance. Their shills below the stage had no idea how to interact with each other, and the host was busy writing make-up lines backstage. The most annoyed person is director Wang Lei. But before he could say anything swearing, he heard Chen Dong singing, "Love and hate are just a moment, raising a glass to the moon like a sunny day, love and hate are both vast, I ask you when will you fall in love? Brother Wang, I'll tell you the truth. The reason I showed up in Linhai is because someone wanted to deal with me. Look, those people were hired by the mastermind. Fortunately, I discovered them in time. If Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan had been allowed to go on stage rashly, someone might have died. After hearing what Chen Dong said, Wang Lei broke out in a cold sweat. Although he has many years of work experience, this is the first time Wang Lei has seen such a situation. At a loss for a moment, Wang Lei had to ask Chen Dong for advice. Mr. Chen, what should we do now? Oh. Chen Dong sneered and said, since they are here, can we let them go back? Look carefully. The people sitting next to them should be the leaders of Linhai City, right? Go find the leader's security personnel and tell them about this. The rest is not our business. Wang Lei thought about Chen Dong's words carefully, then gave her a thumbs up and said, Mr. Chen, great. Your trick is really great. After flattering him, Wang Lei tactfully turned around and left. At this time, Su Qiong and others who had been waiting on the side came to Chen Dong. Are you okay? I was almost scared to death when I saw you shaking hands with Zhang Wenbin just now. Talking about it now, Su Qiong still feels a little scared. Of course I'm fine. Want to deal with me? Zhang Wenbin and his guys are no match for me. Chen Dong replied. As the two were talking, they saw a group of muscular men in black clothes and sunglasses walking past the stage. The leader whispered a few words to the old man sitting in the middle of the audience, and after getting his approval, he waved to his brothers behind him. Those people moved quickly and efficiently, subduing Zhang Wenbin and others, and left the studio before the other audience members could react. After seeing this scene, Chen Dong was finally relieved. Well. Chen Binglan behind him suddenly sighed and said, I didn't expect Yang Qingsong to be so mean and actually want to use this trick against us. Chen Dong turned around, glanced at the three women, and then said in a deep voice, you should also know that the company's next series of actions are all aimed at Liu Lianhu. During this period, it is inevitable that you will encounter such a situation again. You'd better be mentally prepared. After hearing what Chen Dong said, Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan remained silent. However, Su Qiong said indifferently, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Whether it's Liu Lianhu or Yang Qingsong, if they want to retaliate, you will be the one to hold it up. What are we afraid of? Knowing that Su Qiong was deliberately livening up the atmosphere, Chen Dong smiled and said, well, let's not worry about it here. The matter has come to an end, let's hurry back to the hospital and meet up with Sister Hong and the others. The party was still going on. After communicating with Wang Lei, Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan left early and followed Chen Dong and the others back to the hospital. More than 2 hours later, the group arrived at the door of Qian Lamei's ward again. Push the door open and walk in. At this time, Sister Hong was chatting quietly with Qian Lamei on the hospital bed, while Huang Rui was sitting on the sofa beside her, staring at her phone with a silly smile. Chapter 37 Storm. Female voice. And this voice came from Chen Dong's mouth. When he realized this problem, Wang Lei picked up the conducting microphone in front of him and said, Xiao Wu, turn down the accompaniment. The accompaniment had just faded away when Chen Dong sang again. The chrysanthemum terrace reflects the bright moon, who knows the coldness in my heart. Drunk in the king's arms, dreaming of the love of the Tang dynasty. He is truly a god. Wang Lei sighed in his heart, and then quickly directed the assistant beside him to inform the host to find a way to save Chen Dong's situation. On the stage, the accompaniment had already ended, but in order to verify his guess, Chen Dong waved his arms and walked to the edge of the stage. Chen Dong's performance of The New Drunken Concubine amazed the audience. When he came over, many audience members in the front row wanted to shake his hand. Among them, there were 7 or 8 people who looked very familiar to Chen Dong. It was Zhang Wenbin and some of his brothers who caused a big fuss in the hospital that day. Chen Dong walked straight in front of these people, then stretched out his hand with a sneer on his face. Although he didn't know why the situation in front of him was different from the information he had received, seeing such a good opportunity, Zhang Wenbin and several people around him looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts. The two held hands together, and Zhang Wenbin secretly exerted force, trying to use his position advantage to drag Chen Dong off the stage. He. Chen Dong finally laughed out loud. He half-crouched at the edge of the stage, motionless, and even looked at Zhang Wenbin provocatively. Oh shit! Zhang Wenbin cursed inwardly, then signaled with his eyes to the younger brothers around him to block the camera. Bang! He held Chen Dong's palm tightly with his right hand and grabbed his wrist with his left hand. With his legs bent, Zhang Wenbin tried to use his weight to pull Chen Dong off the stage. Snort! Chen Dong snorted coldly and whispered, "Don't overestimate your own abilities." Then his right hand suddenly loosened and he pushed Zhang Wenbin out with a palm. Bang! Zhang Wenbin fell hard. After being helped up by his younger brother, he looked at Chen Dong on the stage with a look of disbelief. Chen Dong doesn't have time to deal with him now. After standing up, Chen Dong smiled and said to the camera and the audience with the microphone in his hand, "I heard that our Linhai city is going to set up a joint travel company, so I came here uninvited. I would like to dedicate a song of The New Drunken Concubine to all the friends present here and the viewers watching on TV. Here, I sincerely wish Linhai city will become better and better, and United Travel Company will flourish." There was thunderous applause from the audience, but Chen Dong just looked at Zhang Wenbin and others with a deep gaze and walked off the stage. Wang Lei had been waiting for Chen Dong in the rest area. When he saw him coming, he quickly asked, "Xiao Chen, what happened just now?" Wang Lei has great faith in Chen Dong's character. If there wasn't any emergency, he believed Chen Dong would not take such an important occasion lightly. Chen Dong took out his phone, flipped through the photo again, and said to Wang Lei, "Brother Wang, take a closer look at the audience in this photo." After looking for a long time, Wang Lei still couldn't figure out what was going on, so he had to look up at Chen Dong again with a puzzled look on his face. Chen Dong raised his hand and pointed, and Wang Lei looked in the direction he pointed. Hiss! He didn't see any clues at first, but after taking a closer look, Wang Lei took a breath unconsciously. He quickly called his assistant and asked, "Who are those people?" The assistant didn't understand the situation. After taking a look, he shook his head and said, "I haven't seen him before. He's not one of our staff members, and he doesn't seem to be an audience member who has participated in the rehearsal. No need to pretend, they are not the audience." Chen Dong continued what his assistant said. "Brother Wang, I'll tell you the truth. The reason I showed up in Linhai is because someone wanted to deal with me. Look, those people were hired by the mastermind. Fortunately, I discovered them in time. If Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan had been allowed to go on stage rashly, someone might have died." After hearing what Chen Dong said, Wang Lei broke out in a cold sweat. Although he has many years of work experience, this is the first time Wang Lei has seen such a situation. At a loss for a moment, Wang Lei had to ask Chen Dong for advice, "Mr. Chen, what should we do now?" "Oh." Chen Dong sneered and said, "Since they are here, can we let them go back? Look carefully. The people sitting next to them should be the leaders of Linhai city, right? Go find the leader's security personnel and tell them about this. The rest is not our business." Wang Lei thought about Chen Dong's words carefully, then gave him a thumbs up and said, "Mr. Chen, great. Your trick is really great." After flattering him, Wang Lei tactfully turned around and left. At this time, Su Qiong and others who had been waiting on the side came to Chen Dong. "Are you okay? I was almost scared to death when I saw you shaking hands with Zhang Wenbin just now." Talking about it now, Su Qiong still feels a little scared. "Of course I'm fine. Want to deal with me? Zhang Wenbin and his guys are no match for me," Chen Dong replied. As the two were talking, they saw a group of muscular men in black clothes and sunglasses walking past the stage. The leader whispered a few words to the old man sitting in the middle of the audience, and after getting his approval, he waved to his brothers behind him. Those people moved quickly and efficiently, subduing Zhang Wenbin and others, and left the studio before the other audience members could react. After seeing this scene, Chen Dong was finally relieved. "Well." Chen Binglan behind him suddenly sighed and said, "I didn't expect Yang Qingsong to be so mean and actually want to use this trick against us." Chen Dong turned around, glanced at the three women, and then said in a deep voice, "You should also know that the company's next series of actions are all aimed at Liu Lianhu. During this period, it is inevitable that you will encounter such a situation again. You'd better be mentally prepared." After hearing what Chen Dong said, Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan remained silent. However, Su Qiong said indifferently, "If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Whether it's Liu Lianhu or Yang Qingsong, if they want to retaliate, you will be the one to hold it up. What are we afraid of?" Knowing that Su Qiong was deliberately livening up the atmosphere, Chen Dong smiled and said, "Well, let's not worry about it here. The matter has come to an end, let's hurry back to the hospital and meet up with Sister Hong and the others." The party was still going on. After communicating with Wang Lei, Bai Yuyan and Chen Binglan left early and followed Chen Dong and the others back to the hospital. More than 2 hours later, The group arrived at the door of Chen Lamei's ward again. Push the door open and walk in. At this time, Sister Hong was chatting quietly with Chen Lamei on the hospital bed, while Huang Rui was sitting on the sofa beside her, staring at her phone with a silly smile.